All right, let's get this show on the road, everybody. Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. What do we got going on in this open? Well, we're going to have ourselves an exciting day. Don't know exactly which direction we're going based on the manipulation efforts of these shorts this morning, but man, we've already made a nice little comeback off the attempt to get out, in my opinion. And so I just want to say good morning to you all. Let me get this up a little bit bigger here. And congratulations if you happen to have been a football fan and a fan of my boys, the Lions, who happened to pull off a nice win there. It's a real nail biter, but we did it. And lots to go on here, talk about with Sofi today. Institutions piling in, more coming aboard, and just want to say good morning to you all. I'm going to go ahead and get this display up here. Let me get my page up here where I've got my uh, display up. Let me get it where we can all see what's going on with the display. And this morning, we're going to have ourselves a roller coaster of a ride. So I hope you guys are all ready, guys and gals. Let me put this picture down here and put the display up here at the top with me just above. There we go. Now we're going to be able to get the display up. And I will be moving some things around here for just a minute. Give me a minute here. Bam, there we are. Got the display up. And we don't need my picture to be this big. We'll move me up here into the corner and we'll make my picture a little bit smaller right here. There we go. All right, now let's put this back down here and see if we got it all set up correctly. Yes, we do. And good morning, DD Files. Always the first one here in the tank. Good morning. Hello, DD. All right, welcome. All right, guys and gals. Well, we're going to have ourselves an interesting day. We're right out of the gate, opened up here. As you can see, we are slightly down this morning, but interestingly enough, they tried to get the price in the pre-market down to 766. What do you know? 766 is their effort this morning. Failed. Went down to 767 is what I saw early this morning, like 4 something in the morning. Susan H, good morning to you. All right, everybody, here we go. And we're going to see what we can hold up here this morning. But time is running out for people that want to get in on this stock. As my headline says here, SoFi, only 9 trading days to get in before this earnings. And they're coming in, folks. They're coming in. Believe you me, Xavier. What's going on, Xavier? Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. And we're going to see any time that we see pre-market attacks and right out of the gate attack, it's going to be a good day, 99 times out of 100 on this stock. We've already come to learn their tactics. These shorters and these hedge funds, if they run it up out of the gate and they get it up to the high, you better be selling because they're going to run it down the rest of the day, more likely. And if they come at us right out of the gate and they start knocking it down, you better be buying at that low. And that's what I did this morning earlier. And I was expecting to see probably about the same thing. Their efforts this morning are to get the price to 766. So I have my buy order in this morning. Now they weren't able to get there at the early. I'll get over here and show you this chart, interactive chart here, and you can see where we were this morning for the low and what time that was. And let's just get back over here. Let's see here. That's the wrong interactive. Let me go to this one. Here it is. And you can see, hopefully this morning, yes, right here this morning, earlier this morning, they were at 768 right there, and they actually got it down to 767 as I showed you. So I said, well, when it gets into past 7 a.m., we'll see if it's still there, and I'll buy some there. But it just kept rising. It kept going up, got all the way up to 782, and then they decided to come at it again right here out of the gate. So good for them. Let them run it down as low as they can, and see if they can reach that equal number of this morning where they had it at 767 down there at around 4 something this morning. What a bunch of weaklings when they got to come at our stock in the pre-market 4 o'clock in the morning to get a price to the low. How do you like that? Shouldn't surprise anybody whatsoever, though. That's what they always do. But they just made their run at it. And it looks as though if we click right now and refresh the screen, and I just want to say, yeah, this is no surprise whatsoever. We've seen this tactic. 2,200,000 shares already traded this morning, and the low 768. So they didn't even get to the pre-market early low just now. We'll see if they can manage it. but I've got my buy order in at the same number. I figured, well, if they went for that at 4:30 this morning, they're probably going to go for it again. So don't even have my microphone over here. Let me move my mic, get it in here where you guys can hopefully hear me. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, we're going to have ourselves a pretty good week ahead of us, I believe, because folks, we're 9 days away from the earnings call coming out, profitability. It is going to be big. I hope you like the thumbnail that I put up today. And what can you say? Just give me a second here. Hold on a minute. And I'm going to have to briefly touch on this volume. And I'm going to turn it down so you don't have to hear what I'm going to do here. Oh, audio. Bam. All right. We're back up in volume, everybody. Yes. Good morning, Heirloom Cedar, Xavier, Susan, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Glad to see you here. And what do we got going on? Well, we got the typical manipulation effort, and they came at us right out of the gate. Well, God bless them for trying that. Yep. Still dealing with a lot of snow we had here over the weekend, folks. It was just miserable. We had to shovel all day on Saturday, got up again Sunday, shovel half the day Sunday. Oh man, if you guys know what that's like, what a pain in the butt. Put this picture back down here and get back up to our display so we can see what's going on in the world. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. There we go. And we need to get this screen back over to the main screen where I need to move it. So let's just see if we can move this over here. There we go. Now we got it on our main screen. Perfect. Hopefully that'll be where we need to be. And it looks like that's it for the down. It's all over, already turning around. If you were looking at the Iowa caucus results last night, as you can see, Mr. DT just ran away with it. Absolutely ran away with it. And I was watching a bunch of the leftist media channels. Just couldn't believe they're just in dismay. They don't know what to do, man. They're all in peril. They're like, oh my God, this guy's gonna run away with this election. What can we do? What can we do? There's nothing you can do this time around, folks. Too many eyes are going to be on this. Too many people watching. Too many people watching the ballot boxes. I think we got ourselves a paper election coming our way. If we could get that to happen, folks, everything would be so sweet. Wouldn't you agree? And let me get back over here where I can see my YouTube channel on this one page right here. I got to move it over here so I can see what's going on. And boom, put that down there. Now we got it. All right, and then we're going to take this screenshot and get it out of here. Boom, bye-bye. And it says I'm not connected over here. Now we're getting everything situated. All right, there we go. Our VPN is connected. And just want to say thank you for everybody who's here with me this morning as we look at an effort, last ditch effort for them to get this as low as they can, folks, because they're going to come in and they're going to come in strong. We're going to see more and more, in my opinion, institutions coming in here, especially at a price like this. It's a great buying opportunity. I still haven't filled my order. I put in a buy order at the pre-market low, which I saw was $7.67 right here. And they achieved that pre-market low, 767 right here this morning at, you can see, 4:21 a.m. 4:21 a.m. That's when the shorties got, a lot of them, the smart ones, got out and took up long positions. And you can see right now they're making another effort to try to get to that number. And if they do, that'll be great for me because there we go, 766, cha-ching. Thank you very much, you Satan worshiping shorters. I appreciate it. I'm not afraid to call them what they are. Good morning, Maria. Good morning, Ashraf. Good morning to you. Heirloom Cedar, 2 weeks away. That's right. We are now, folks, 9 trading days away from the day we've all been waiting for, profitability. That's right. You see my thumbnail today, Sofi profits. That's what it's all about, people. And they know it, and they know that they've got to get out of those shorted positions today, and they're trying to run it down just to do that. While other institutions want in, we've already seen how many have come in the last 2 months. Massive accumulation by institutions. They've gone from 706 institutions long on this stock to 739 institutions long on this stock. So folks, they're just piling in and they don't want to buy in at the high prices. So they work together to get these prices down and make the price drop so they can get their butts in there before this next earnings call. So it should be no fear on anyone's part here at all. I only bought another 200 shares this morning at 766. And so there you go. We'll add that to my account. And I'm certainly up there now. There's no question about it. We're talking about major amounts of shares. And as I've already mentioned to many, many people here on this channel, this is the most manipulated stock I know of any stock I've ever owned. This stock, SoFi, is the most manipulated stock I've ever owned. And I love it for that reason. I love the fact that it's manipulated as much as it is. That makes great buying opportunities for me, and it makes great buying opportunities for you, like we just had this morning, just now. So, congratulations if you bought some with me just now. And wow, what a day. Let me get over here and find my last sheet and where I was in the volume because I'm going to have to trade it. 53,100 shares. And now we're going to change that to 53,300. So 53,300 shares I'm currently holding, and I'm going to keep buying the dips. That's what I will always do and always have done. That's why my name is Catfish Tyler. And so good morning to everybody here. No reason for us to have any fears. The price, the ones that are in fear, folks, are the ones that were shorting this price here in May, June, July, in the $4, $5, $6 range. 641, folks, November the 24th, 641. And look what we are, 2.5 months later, we're at 767. Folks, the longs are in control. The bulls are totally in control. The shorts have nothing they can do to make this price fall down to these last estimates like the one that was put up there by KBW, our competitor. Our competitor ETF bank holding stock runs the gives us a price target of $6.50. And unfortunately, it just isn't going anywhere near that. Not for the shorts anyway. It's not going there. They're the ones that tell them to put that number out because that's where they're stuck. It's 650, folks. They shorted there and they needed to get it back there, and they're still $1.20 away, and they can't even get it even close to that. So God bless those people that are out putting out downgrades on this stock, because again, what that does for us is gives us a great buying opportunity like this morning. I've always said to everyone on this channel, one thing you can't be guaranteed of, there are no guarantees with this stock. You've got so many hedge funds and so many manipulators that want to run the price around to their liking. And so far, they've been able to do that with SoFi because there is not a huge institutional ownership of this stock. But part of the reason that is because many institutions are not allowed to buy into a stock or a company that isn't profitable. So that's why I keep reiterating the fact that what's going to change is once we get into profitability on this next earnings report on the 29th of this month, folks, we're almost there. And when we get there into profitability, many ETFs who had heretofore have not had the ability to buy into SoFi are just on the sidelines. And I believe, it's my personal belief, that they're just waiting for this company to announce profitability where they can buy in. That's why on the day of earnings, I expect the volume to be double what it was on the last earnings call, which was around 250 million shares traded. And on that earnings call day, July the 31st, those of you that were here with me, Catfish Tyler, I told every one of you, we're going to sell this at $11.66. Smartly, we did, because it only got to 11.70, came all the way back down to $6.41. So those of you that are here new to this channel and don't know about what I do, I am a day trader. Now, I want you to also know I am not a certified, bona fide, rectified financial advisor, okay? I do not have a degree in finance. I've only been learning because I've been trading since the year 2000. So for 24 years, I've been plying my trade. I've been working away at this. I've been studying charts. I've been looking at charts, and they're what my main indicator. There's my two main indicators for when I buy are chart and volume. All right. And lately, look at the volume we've been seeing on this stock. You can see here 37 million, 39 million, 26 million, then boom, off it goes. and all this volume rising while they're trying to manipulate the price down. 39 million, 46 million, 49 million, climbing, climbing, climbing in volume. And the institutions, meanwhile, buying positions. Okay. So they pile in with this volume to run the price down only to make entry. And that's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, let me get my earphones on here so I can hear myself. Make sure that I'm putting up what I should be for volume. Oh, that was hideous, whatever that was. Think for yourself, guys. All right, yeah, that's right. Think for yourselves. All right. Not sure what's going on with my audio system here when I just tried to plug that in. That was pretty horrible. Let's see what's going on over here with this. All right, try this again. Wow, something weird going on here. Something very weird. Input there. Uh, don't know what is going on there. Let's put it in here and see if we can hear anything. Nothing. All right. Well, at least you guys can hear me, right? Everybody's not having any trouble hearing me. So, but boy, howdy, I tried to come in here. Maybe one of these switches got switched over. Let's go. Mic, line, guitar. Turn this off. What the heck? Just give me a second here, folks. Huh. We got something weird going on here with the volume. Huh. Yep, let's unplug this. Plug it back in. Now let's see if it's working. Yeah, there we go. I think we got it. I don't know what the heck was going on there. Oh boy, there we go. We're up and running nice. All right, we got it. Okay. Oh my goodness gracious! Look at this effort. Look at this attempts to get everybody scared. Nobody's scared though. Nobody's really scared. Trust me. So SoFi is a buy right now, and that's what they're doing. They're just buying and accumulating more. And like I'm going to do, I'm just going to wait here and be very patient. And whenever it gets to the bottom, I'm not going to be panicked. I'm going to be buying. Period. When it gets to the bottom, I'll buy. That's what I always do every day, and I'm going to do it again here now. As many of you know, I started this channel way back in April, May, and I started talking about SoFi on May the 16th when the price was $4.66. And on that day, I encouraged everyone to buy with me when I picked up 2,500 shares at $4.66, and I bought another 2,500 shares at $4.67. And I was begging people, practically begging. If you go back to the original broadcast date, you'll find out that I was telling everyone now is the time to buy this stock. We have been downgraded by David Chiaverini. I brought up the fact that David Chiaverini was an absolute horrible analyst. Let me read some of these things that are coming in here. Good morning, Ashraf. Good morning, Maria. Good morning. Heirloom Cedar, imagine finding out Noto opened his wallet again. Yep, I bet he would have on these prices. Anthony Walker, it looks like it's more than just a correction. The market could be starting to crash. Anthony, I think you're out of here. I think you're out of here. Think for yourself, guys. Do you think they'll run it down until earnings? I think today's going to be the last time they run it down. Lower Bollinger Band on the 1 minute chart is wide open like a 60-degree angle. All right, I hear you. But what I hear is looking at this chart right here. This is what I see when I look at this chart right here. Hold on, let me get off this 1 day chart and get over here to this chart. This is what I see, folks. And I'm going to continue to show this to everybody who lives in fear. Look at the long-term 200-day moving average. Folks, this is all you need to concentrate on, all right? Don't worry about this daily rigmarole, run up and down. Look at the 45-day longer volume average volume line. Look at the average price line of the 50-day and look at every single one of these longer term lines all ascending. Okay? They're not dropping, people. All you're seeing is daily activity here that makes the price rise and fall. But when you look at the longer term chart, the 200-day, look at it just breaking away from that trend line right there. Look at both the 45 and 50-day just broke over on the 25th of December. That was the end of any monopoly by the shorts, folks, on that date right there. Yep, Bollinger changed very quickly as you need to look at the daily. No, the daily is what gets people confused. See, what you need to look at, everybody on this channel that's here with me now, you need to look at the long-term lines, the moving averages of the longer term. And that 200-day moving average right there, folks, gives it all away. No matter what they try with their daily manipulation that they just tried then, I got news for you, folks. This is what you need to be looking at if you're a long-term investor. Do not pay attention to the daily runaround, okay? If you're going to do that with this stock, you're going to fail big time. I've already tried to show everybody here many, many, many times over how heavily manipulated this stock is. I've shown people by this piece of paper right here, and I'm going to show everybody that's new to this channel right now what I'm talking about. I'm not working. I'm not looking at the daily chart. The only reason I look at a daily chart is where I know, so I can know where to buy in, period. That's all I'm doing. Where was it this morning in the pre-market? It was at $6.67. Where did it get to just now? It went all the way down, whoopee, to a buy price for all the longs that wanted in at 761. Congratulations, it's already 9 cents higher, right? It's over, man. The work down is over. They made their entry. Everybody can just go back to what they were doing. And now I'm going to show you why you don't need to worry if you're a long on this stock. All right. And I've shown many people here this several times over, but I'm going to show all the new people. This is how manipulated this stock is. And I want you to note that right here, for example, on this earnings call, the day before earnings was released, the price was $5.44. The day of earnings, the price went up $1.03, up 15%. 8 days later, look at the manipulated price driven down to $4.94, down $1.53, a 23.64% drop. Look at that. 6 days later, from there, manipulated right back up to $6.13, $1.19 up, a 19% up. Folks, what this piece of paper right here is going to show you is exactly what I said earlier. Sofi is one of the most manipulated stocks that I've ever seen. After this date right here of 11/15, if you waited for a month and 2 weeks, the price was back down to 424, a 30% drop. You wait after that date of 12/28 to 2 February 2nd, back up to 8/24, a $4 rise, 48% gain, people. And if you shorted it at 8/24 and you went just from this date here, a month and 3 weeks, the price was already back down to 560, and that was a 258 drop, 31% down. Here you got the net from here, this date to here, 5 days later, price is back up 88 cents, a 13% gain. From that date right there, May the 1st, if you waited till the 4th, 4 days later, the price was down $1.95, a 29% drop. Then you come over here, look at the next one. 6 days later, the price is up another dollar, 18% gain. Then you come over here to the 15th of the month. This is David Chiaverini's downgrade to a target price of 250. Price dropped from 560 to 445, a 20% drop on David Chiaverini's downgrade. Less than 1 month later, on the 14th, the next time 1023 was the price, up $5.78, 130% gain, people. And then you've got from that date right there on the 14th of that next day, on June the 15th, SoFi was downgraded by Oppenheimer, Piper Sandler, and Bank of America. Okay, 3 downgrades because the price was running away from them. They didn't know what to do. They told everybody to short it at 445, and they said the price was only worth 250, and instead it ran up to 1023. The next day on June the 15th, 3 downgrades come, knocks the price down 24%, folks. Here's the deal. I'm showing you this because the facts are that if you had bought 100 shares on this date, the very beginning, right here, 100 shares for $544, by the end of all this running around, you would have made a 493% gain. And on August the 30th, that's August, that's 4 months, 5 months ago, whatever, your money would have been, instead of $544, you'd have had $21,885. Folks, that's manipulation 101. And that's why I love this stock, because it's very heavily manipulated and it gives us great day trade opportunities to make a ton of money on this stock. And that's what the hedge funds have been doing, everybody. That's what the hedge funds have been doing. That's what the big swingers have been doing. You can see by institutional ownership that over here on this institutional ownership, I want to show you what's been happening lately. Look how many institutions have been buying into this stock prior to the next earnings call, right? Look here. This is the end of August. There's September, October, November, December, and January. Look at all the institutions piling in, folks, and they're piling in as they run the price down. It's the same thing they did over here a year ago. As the price here, that was the black line, was falling, 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 falling. What were the institutions doing? Buying, 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 buying. All right. Why do you think that is? Because they know where this price is going to be. They know what this stock is going to become, and they wanted in while the price was rock bottom, and they used every manipulative effort that they could to keep accumulating shares, including calling up analysts like David Chiaverini and telling him on May the 15th to downgrade our stock to a target price of $2.50. And you can go back to May the 15th. And by the way, here's the thing, another thing about the manipulation. Here on May the 1st, that was an earnings day where we triple beat, SoFi triple beat, and the price was hammered down after that day, May the 1st, on 125 million that day, and made the high go from 654 to close at 547. Folks, you're talking about a 97-cent drop on the day of earnings by 125 million manipulative shares. The next day, they used another 115 million to make it fall to 472. The next day, they used 64 million to make it fall even further. And the final day, 59 million to make it hit 459. Well, that was great for them because they all piled in. And as I just showed you on this chart right here, man, and during that time, they were piling in here, right here. This is the biggest time. And look at them accumulating right here. And then after that, folks, after that, they've got all the shares they wanted. And look how many institutions are now that have missed the boat starting to come in now. And they don't want to buy at the high, so they run it down like they did today. They do it again today. They did it all last week as well. While the price was dropping and dropping mysteriously, institutional ownership was going up and up and up. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that institutions are piling into the SoFi stock at the same time the price is being manipulated down. Huh. Go figure that. Who would ever have guessed that? Who would ever have guessed that that would happen? I would. I would, because I'm so familiar with their tactics, everybody. I'm very familiar with their tactics. And you should be too. You should be too. You should know what they're doing here, folks. You should understand what they're doing and how they're doing it and why they're accumulating right now. Yep. Let's see here. Anthony Walker, it looks like it's more than just a correction. The market could be starting to crash. Anthony, man, you sound like frickin' somebody that just needs to go find yourself and stick it in the hole in the ground. Stick your head in the hole in the ground, Anthony. I'm getting really tired of listening to you and being Mr. Naysayer and the whole market's going to crash. The market's not crashing, Anthony. Get yourself on the other side of the bed tomorrow. Wake up on the right side of the bed and you'll be fine, okay? The market's going to go great. And the reason it is because pretty soon we're going to have ourselves a new leader running this country. Somebody with a head on his shoulders, somebody who can competently speak, someone who doesn't need to be led around, told how to get off the stage. someone who doesn't fall over when he's riding a bike, somebody who doesn't stumble trying to walk upstairs. We got somebody who's going to take over, and this whole market's going to turn around big time. You guys better be ready for it. Yep, that's right. Heirloom, let's see, lower band picked up yet another position at 765. Nice, Klaus. That's me too. Nice giant green candle bottom. There you go. Yep, Bollinger Band changed very quickly, so you need to look at the daily. Your chart daily. Big charts year on daily intervals. Yep. Oh yeah. Hey, listen. uh, Yeah, I've already said that. Yep, everybody knows. Gonna nobody's gonna say otherwise. They know that I've already told everybody here I am not a financial advisor. I just know how to look at charts. And what I keep trying to get everybody to focus on instead of this daily manipulation is this chart right here. This is all you need to do to understand why people like Kathy Wood have been accumulating shares of SoFi, and including the owner of the company, the CEO, Anthony Noto, who now owns 7.23 million shares. 7 million times 776, folks, is like $50 million worth of this stock that the CEO owns. Somebody says, do you think there's any chance that they won't have profitability, or that they might do a reverse split? No freaking way. When the CEO owns $50 million worth of a stock, I can assure you 199% he's not going to be doing a reverse split. No way. And many people don't know this, but there were even some people that I told this on Thursday or Friday last week. All of the people that work for this company, including the executives, are highly incentivized to get the stock price of SoFi over $25. All right. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll explain to you right now. There's an article that was dated on uh, January 10th, 2023. Go right here, right now, and go to it. Google. And we're going to go right here. SoFi, January 10th, 2023. And it says, it's titled, um, Chris Lapointe explained awards are divided. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. Titled, SoFi's CEO helps me clarify their stock. So we'll put SoFi's CEO helps me clarify. That's all we need to put. And folks, this is an article that you need to read. Okay. Now, at the time that this article was posted, it was trading around $4.50 a share. Okay. That's when this, and it said if they reach the first hurdle at 10 bagger by 2026. So here's what it is. It's called stock-based compensation. And this, they say this dilutes shareholders and drags on the GAAP net income. No, that's not correct. And this article will explain it to you. And this person says, I interviewed CFO Chris Lapointe to clear up the confusion surrounding SoFi's SBC, stock-based compensation. Okay? And what this article will tell you is, if you check it all out, is this, that all of these folks that are in the top positions, plus all of the employees, are incentivized and have been issued stock to be able to, when they reach a certain price, vest that money of the shares they've been issued. All right. So the way this works, folks, is that they have all been given out. And it says here, if you read this article down here, and it's very in depth. So I encourage you to go and look at this, what I'm showing you yourselves. Go look into it. The easiest way to understand this is an example. A hypothetical executive received 500,000 RSUs. RSUs are and it explains what they are, and it says, but they received those 500,000 RSUs on 9/30/21 when the stock price closed at 1588. The grant date fair value of stock is 500,000 times 1588, which is 7,940,000. Let's say that the vesting period on those shares was 1 year. These uh, RSUs are therefore expensed over the 4 quarters of the vesting period, and they are expensed evenly over those quarters, leaving 1,985,000 of SBC for fourth quarter 2021, first quarter 2022, second quarter 2022, and third quarter 2022. So she received those 500,000 shares on 9/30/22, and at that point they were worth 4.88 each. So her award is only worth 2,440,000 when received, about half of which she will have to sell immediately to cover taxes. Nevertheless, the SBC expense for the 3 quarters is still 1,985,000. Basically, what's happening here, and I'm going to give you this stock-based compensation. The way this works is, in a nutshell, to make it more simplified. But you do need to read this article to understand it in depth. So what it means is that back on the date, which was June of 2021, okay, it was on June the 2nd of 2021. The shares issued to the executives that won't be worth a penny unless they get to these numbers they have to reach were 6,428,578 shares that were issued to Anthony Noto, Chris LaPointe, two other executives, which have since left the company. So those have already been given up. All right. And so you got to understand their share incentive scheme is 6.4 million shares requires that stock-based compensation remaining PSUs issued at 8/20/21. June the 1st, 2026 is when they have to have the price at $25 or $35 or $45 a share. If they can get the $25 a share, those four executives and all employees will be issued the 16,712,884 shares at $7.54 per share. Folks, you're talking about 126 million. All PSUs issued on total are 23,141,462. 220 million to be expensed. So Crystal Point explained the awards are divided by 3 tranches. Of all those shares that were given out over to these employees, if SoFi hits $25 a share, 1/3 of those shares that were issued will be vested. All right. That's when they make the money, okay? But they have to get it to $25, and they have to maintain $25 a share for at least 90 days, an average of $25 or over per share for 90 days, and the money gets issued to them. All right? And then the next one is $35 a share. And if they get the SoFi price to $35 a share, the next 1/3 of those shares that were issued back on June the 1st, June the 2nd of 2021, those shares will then be issued. And then the third tranche would be if they can reach $45 a share, then the rest of the shares are issued. So, folks, this is huge, huge incentive for the people that are running this company and everyone who works there to achieve a share price of $25 for at least 90 days and maintain that. And then $35 and then $45. So you need to understand this. If you didn't know about this already, about this company, I'm sharing it with you now. It's very important. Read this article. I'll make a copy of this right now, copy it, and I'll put it over here in this. Thank you very much. They are trying to drag the price down before earnings. That's all they're doing. This is it. And I'm going to put down here article about achieving about what happens when price hits 25, 35, and $45. That's right. There it is, okay? And we're going to put that there and Control V, and there's the article. Folks, if you want to take the time, thank you very much, Trey Brown, for that donation. I appreciate it very much. We just had a donation, folks. Thank you very much. Yep. Harry Toe, good morning. Get Harry Toe. I admit I'm a backward Klaus. Big charge here at Heirloom Cedar. I admit I'm a big holder with a cost basis way too high, but I know the lower this goes, the higher it will climb. Not worried. Not selling. Hold. That's right. Yep. And Harry Toe, good morning, Catfish and everyone. Yes, Casey Dresselhouse, what happened this this past Friday when your stream disappeared? I do not know what happened. All of a sudden, it just cut off. And I've been having some trouble because when we get bad weather in here, we get trouble with our signal here. This company that we have for a provider of our internet is called Wow. And the reason they call it wow is because that's what you exclaim when you have service. Wow, we got internet today. Just so you know. All right, I agree with Heirloom. I think the bounce back will be one of the strongest once they announce profitability. Absolutely. They're just all this price manipulation on this stock, folks. It's gone on. I've shown you many times over how much it's manipulated. There's always a reason. There's always an incentive to whoever downgrades this stock. They've got an incentive. Yep. Article about what happens when the price hits 25, 35, and 45 a share. Read that article. My average price is 922. Nothing wrong with averaging down. That's right. I thought you got DDoS. UK Echo. DDoS. What the heck does that mean? Don't know what that means exactly, but folks, look at the price now shooting right back up. What a miracle. What an amazing miracle, huh? What an amazing, amazing fact that this is just buy opportunity for more and more institutions to acquire more shares. And then they don't give a damn how high it goes after that, folks. Say goodbye to the losses today. There are no real losses unless you sold. All you have to do is look at the institutions buying up shares since August, September, October, November, December, and January. Look at the institutions piling in here. Why would they be doing that on the stock price dropping? Why would they be doing that, everybody? Why in the world would institutions buy into this stock when the price was dropping? They're the reason the price was dropping, everyone. They are the reason the price was dropping. They are not scared. And I told you that at the very beginning of this morning. No one's scared here. There's no fear amongst share owners of SoFi stock. And the time is running out. And the institutions all realize this. They all know this. Their time is running out. And the only way that they can jump on this boat and get ready to sail is if they run the price down as low as they can get it. And this morning you saw it. And now just look at it start to ascend again. It's a denial of services attack. It's when someone floods a site with requests until it crashes. Wow. You know what? That might actually be what is going on because I know some people don't like what I'm telling everybody out there. They don't like people to know about this stock based compensation, for example. And look at this. Now the price is about to go green. Who would have ever guessed? Who would have ever guessed that all that was just pure and simple manipulation? Well, I did. I told you. And I bought this morning at $7.67, another 200 shares. Now sitting on 53,300 shares. Ah, and you know what? I'm going to be sitting on all those shares come earnings day, along with all of you other people who have been here with me, and we're going to make a small fortune. We are. Some of us are going to make themselves ourselves. Yes, darling.
Will you come out here in about a half hour, maybe, and see if Wallace needs to go outside because he's eating right now?
Oh, sure. Yep. Folks, give me just a minute here to grab my phone. I will be right back. I definitely appreciate it. Trade maybe $9 or 9.50. What's your estimate? Are you kidding me? Hold on just a minute, folks. Give me a minute. I'm gonna get my phone. All right, folks, here we go. Here we go. Back in the saddle again. And we're going to watch this thing run right on up. Green, green, green. Green today, green tomorrow, green the next, green after that, and green every single day until the earnings call. Now, I know I've been saying that for quite some time, but I want you to know, folks, I truly believe it here. I think this is a turning point. Yep. Let's get up here. Trey, before earnings, where do you think the price will be? Well, I already think it's just going to continue to climb. I have no idea how high to go. I don't. I've seen before in the past, right before earnings. I'll go back here to give you an example. Look at what happened on the last earnings call. All right. Here the price had gone up to July the 13th, 939 on the July the 12th, and it was downgraded, right? Downgraded by Morgan Stanley. July the 13th, they downgraded our price. Morgan Stanley. Well, I started looking into that and I said, Morgan Stanley downgraded us? That sounds weird. I said, I thought for sure Morgan Stanley owned some shares. So I went over to this institutional ownership page, SoFi Technologies, SoFi stock price, institutional ownership. And I thought, Morgan Stanley's downgrading us? Let's do this. Control F. And I typed in Morgan, Morganstan, and there they are. Well, my God, they owned $58 million worth of SoFi stock and they downgraded us on July the 13th. And now they own over $70 million worth of the stock. They owned $58 million worth on the day of the downgrade, and now they've accumulated more. So then when I saw that downgrade, the price dropped to 877, and then doggone it, 4 or 5 days later, it was at 1013. Now we're now at this point about 10 days away from the earnings call. So what did they do over the next 10 or 6 days? I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. The price was 894. See the manipulation from 1013 manipulated to 894 because 2 days later it was at 1170. So folks, be prepared. Be prepared for this type of action. All right. And we just saw it just then. We saw the big manipulation effort, and we're going to see the price green. And my presumption is, and I could be wrong, that we're going to see a 2 to 3% gain on this stock every single day from now until the earnings call. Now, the absolute opposite of that could happen, to be honest with you. They could try to run this price down every single day until 3 days before earnings and get it all the way down to 666. And then on earnings day, see the price at $12 or $13. I mean, I'm serious. I have no clue, but I do know this stock will be manipulated very, very heavily. And I've warned everybody about this for weeks now. I said, listen, folks, as we get closer and closer to this earnings call on the profitability that they're going to announce, this stock is going to get very herky jerky. It's going to get bigger swings from the lows to the highs every day. And I warned everyone about that. So there should be no surprise this morning when we saw what just happened, taking the price down to 761, because folks, that's the nature of this stock and of the hedge funds that have been manipulating it for over a year now. And I showed you on that piece of paper here just a little bit ago how heavily it's manipulated. Now, one thing I want you to see though is that isn't it a surprise? Isn't it just to make you wonder why it is the price can run all the way down to 761 and be 23 cents higher within 30 minutes? No, it's no surprise. It's because it is the most manipulated stock of any that I've ever heard of. It would be awesome if they did that just so we can all buy more. That's right. A DO's attack meant to throw you off from the real attack, a diversion play. Be careful if you ever experience one firsthand. Okay. Very cool, Mopar for life. I appreciate that. Welcome. I haven't seen you here yet. Good morning. Yep. Yep. All right. Before earnings, where do you think the price will be? DDoS is a denial of service attack. It's when someone floods a site with requests until it crashes, huh? Raphael Orozco. Raphael Orozco. Hey, welcome, Raphael. Never seen you here on this channel before. At Tree Brown, maybe $9 or $9.50. What's your estimate? Connor Roberts, I just woke up, sadly. How were the bank's earnings this morning? Well, they were good. There's always some speculation about future earnings, and they're not sure how things are going, and some layoffs coming down the pipe, but pretty good actually. I'm one of them just dominated. Let me jump over here to the main page here on the finance homepage, and let's go take a look at it and see what they announced. Goldman profit soars in final quarter of turbulent year. So there you go. And it says here, stocks stumble with bank earnings in focus. What a crock of crap. I tell you what, folks, it just never ends. These yahoos that put out these headlines are so freaking full of it. Stocks stumble with bank earnings in focus. No, they don't. Stocks aren't stumbling. Stocks are going to go green. All of them are going to be green. The S&P is going to be green. The Nasdaq is about to go green. Look at the Nasdaq chart right now. There's your stumble, folks. The stumble should be stocks manipulated, and now they'll go green. That's what it should say. That's what the headline should read to everyone. Stocks heavily manipulated. We will make up a headline to match the drop. And then when it pops this afternoon, we'll make up a headline as to why it went up. And it'll say, probably, don't be surprised at all if the headlines don't say this afternoon the exact same wordage here, stocks gain with bank earnings in focus. Okay. Don't be surprised because I've shown you this so many times that Yahoo will use the same headline for the reason the market is being driven down as the market climbing. And I've shown you this on three separate occasions. One of them was on the bond yields, the 10-year Treasury bond yields. That morning, when the manipulation was driving people out of the market, they said stocks falter on 10-year bond yields increasing. And then that afternoon, the headline was stocks gain on 10-year bond yields increasing. How do you like that? It's actually true. Absolutely true. Yes, Rafael Orozco. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here on the channel. I hope everybody who's here right now will hit the like button because we need to get this circulated, this information I'm going to be sharing with you today, to share it with everybody else in the world. So hit the like button right now, please. There's 65 of you here on my channel and 22 likes. And it's very, very important to get those likes out there because what happens is Yahoo algorithm works on those likes and they'll send me over to more and more people. In the last month, my channel was sent out. My thumbnails were sent because of the likes that you guys hit. My channel in the last month was sent out to 245,000 people. And that behooves all of us to have that happen. The more people that come to my channel and hear about the stock based incentive, why the company, leaders of this company, are incentivized to get the stock price to $25, and they get a great bonus when they make that happen. But they get not one penny until it hits $25 and stays over $25 for an average of 90 days. If they can maintain an average price on SoFi's stock of over $25 for 90 days, all this money gets issued to the people who are running the company and all of the employees. They're all part of it. All right. That's valuable information. Thank you for hitting the like button. There's a heart for you. There's a heart for you. There's a heart for you. And I see we've got 7 more likes. So I appreciate that very much. Every one of you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. You're helping this channel. You're helping others who need to be brought over to SoFi stock. They all should have the opportunity to make money on this earnings call coming up that you're going to get. They should all have that opportunity, everybody. And what we're going to do now is we're going to see as we get back over here that we're now right on the verge of going green. And so is the NASDAQ right on the verge of going green. And I got news for you, as I've shown you people before, as does the NASDAQ, so does SoFi. Now, I want you to understand SoFi is not a member of the NASDAQ. We are not in the NASDAQ index. But I've shown you people so many times that when the NASDAQ turns north and goes the other direction, SoFi follows right along, step by step. They're just joined at the hip, people. And look at the NASDAQ now that was stumbling and bumbling, just went green. And I mean a $6 spike in one turn, $6 to upside. And there she freaking goes, everybody. Look at the NASDAQ. Let's refresh the page. Get rid of the out with the red and in with the green, everybody. Cha-ching. And what does that mean? That means SoFi is going to do the same thing, most likely, everyone. So look at the price here. Watch what happens as the NASDAQ rises. You see if Catfish Tyler knows what he's talking about. Watch what happens right here now that NASDAQ has turned green and is going off like a crazy. I mean, it's just escalating, folks. The NASDAQ is climbing and it's climbing fast and it's about to break over 15,000 again. And you know why? I think it's because of the results of that caucus last night, the Iowa caucus. In case you didn't hear, that's right. DT running away with it, man. Nobody's going to stop it. And he gets Ramaswamy or whatever's joining in forces with him. Folks, it's awesome what's about to take place. And I honestly believe myself that the reason that the stock market has made these gains over the last 3 months is because of a preparation of a new leader taking the helm of this country. And I'm so looking forward to that. We need it more than anything in the world. We need to have change. We need to have positive change. We need to become energy independent again. We do not need to be buying oil from a third world country down in South America that has some of the crudest oil that's available that we have to keep refining and spend more money refining because it's such dirty oil, okay, that we're buying from these third world countries, in case you weren't aware of it. All right. Harry, exactly. Someone floods your email. Grizzly, let me just go up here. Grizzly Gaming GG RVSN short term price target is 3014. Only 1 million shares float and squeezing. All right, very cool. Good to know. RVSN. Let's go over at least take a look at it. I like to take a look at what others suggest on this site, and we've benefited before from doing that. We have, and some of us have made good money on some of these. And here it is right here. We're going to look at this. We're just going to deviate. It's okay to take a little side trip. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that thing up 51% on major volume. What's the news? No news. Okay. See, when I see run ups on no news, I see nothing here. They just secured a 3 million credit, 6 million credit facility 7 days ago. Are you trying to tell me that the news of 7 days ago is causing this price to go up $50, 50% today? That makes me a little worrisome. And I've learned my lesson about buying stocks on the highs of the days. I have learned my lesson many, many times. I did it the other day last week on a stock, and boy, did I regret that. I don't even remember which one it was. I only bought a few shares of it. I didn't buy a lot, but I did buy it, and I got burned. Okay, I bought it at the daggum high of the day, and I never do that. I never, ever, ever, ever do that. And there I got caught, and I did it, and then I lost money. Yep, I don't remember which one it was. I have to find it here in a minute on my stock sheet that I buy on. Here it is, right here. And this is the stock that I bought into. And I didn't buy head over heels. I did not fly into it. I never do that. You guys watch the way I make my buy-ins. And let's go look at this one here. And this is CMND. CMND. And I want to go see what it's doing. I haven't even been looking at it. It killed me on it killed me. CMND stock. And it was something that someone recommended that came over here, just like you're doing now. Clear Mind Medicine. Let's go see where it is. Did I make any money off of it today, or am I losing more? Oh, it's not down much, so no big deal. But I did buy that at $1.94. Ugh, look at this thing. Five. Look at that, man. I mean, I bought that, and man, it's been manipulated. Holy cow! I mean, look at that major fall. But right there, that's Captain Tyler right there buying Catfish. Came in, and man, I got slaughtered. I should have not bought it, but and I even said it the day, just like you're showing me this now at the high. I said I don't usually buy at highs. That's not my name. My name is Catfish. I buy at the bottom. And there again, I bought it when someone recommended it to me, CMND, and I losing my butt. Of course, I only bought uh, I bought 1,000 shares at $1.95, $1.94, and I bought 500 at 187. So, I mean, compared to how much I've got in exposure to SoFi, it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. But I guess I'll just hang on to them and see if they make a rebound. But if not, it's another lesson learned, people. This is the reason my name is Catfish, because I buy at the bottom. So when you show me stocks like this, I appreciate you showing it to me. I appreciate it very much. But no, that's not me. I won't buy into highs. I just don't do it. And there's a perfect example of why it's a bad idea. Okay. So look at it. It's already down 4%, 3% from even then. So I'll step away from our VSN as I see no real news for that massive amount of volume coming in. And I don't want to, I just don't. I'm sorry. Bye bye. That one's gone. All right. And then this is gone too. We're going to go back over here and look at the NASDAQ continuing to rise. Beautiful. And SoFi will do the same thing. Don't worry, folks. If the NASDAQ continues to rise right on up here, greener and greener this today, which I suspect that it will, then we're gonna see SoFi eventually green today as well. So just hang in there, play tough. You got to be ready for all of these manipulative efforts that come daily on this stock. And the reason they do is that SoFi can be more and more owned by institutions. And I want to point out that the more institutions that come in and ETFs that are buying in, the more stable this stock will become. And on earnings day, we're going to have ETFs be able to make entry into SoFi and take up positions that have never been able to before, because SoFi cannot be bought by institutions who have bylaws that say we don't buy into stocks that aren't profitable. So once this next earnings call comes out, it's going to be a huge game changer, people. A huge game changer. All right. Now, knowing that I happen to own about $500,000 worth of this stock, it's when I'm down 1%, it's a significant amount of money. But, folks, the same thing can be said when this thing turns and heads north, which I expect to see a very massive turn and a northbound movement come earnings day, folks. And the reason I say this again is because we will, for once, have the ability for many hedge funds and institutions who not been able to come in until they were profitable start making entry. And I want you to look now not only at the NASDAQ, but the Dow, the Russell, everything starting to turn north, everything starting to go back up, because as usual, and it's not a Monday, it's a Tuesday because of Martin Luther King Day yesterday, but we have seen this virtually every Monday over the last 2 weeks, this manipulative effort to run everything down only to see it turn right around. There was one day last week, it was down 180 points. The NASDAQ was down 180 and ended up green at the end of the day. Folks, this is just amazing what's going on right now in the market, that there is so much manipulation going on. And this is what is a deterrent to many new investors who come into the market. This kind of stock manipulation, and Yahoo plays right into this. Okay, there are fake headlines that they put out about why the market is falling, and as I've already pointed out to you, they often use the same reason for why the market is falling in the morning as the same reason it went up in the afternoon. And I promise you, don't be surprised whatsoever to find out that this headline that says stocks stumble with bank earnings in focus, watch that headline be changed when they were all green at the end of the day. Stocks gain with bank earnings reports. Okay, this will be what you see, folks. And I'm not kidding. I've shown this to you 2 or 3 different times where they've used the exact same headline for the reason the prices were falling as the reason that they were gaining. The same reason. Oh, it's just laughable, folks. It's absolutely laughable, just like the fact that somebody's trying to gonna convince me, you, and everyone else in the world people are selling SoFi stock this morning. No one is selling it except shorts selling to shorts to escape their shorted positions before this major run up that's going to happen here on the earnings call. And that is my belief. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, I told you guys about stock-based compensation involving this company. I've told you people about what's developing in the sports world with TGL Golf, right? I've told you what's happening. There's so many things going on with this stock. It's matching the Roth um, IRA accounts. 2% match just released last week. And that was only the only thing that they could do to try to counter this KBW attack, trying to downgrade the stock price of SoFi. Folks, they didn't have a chance to say anything to retaliate against that downgrade because we're too close to earnings. Their lips are sealed. They're not allowed to speak out. They're not allowed to say anything about what they know and what they've got going on because they're too close to earnings. Within 30 days of the earnings call, they're basically their hands are tied. Noto cannot say anything. The executives cannot say anything. They cannot publish anything. They cannot do anything, and that was what was so significant about the timing of that KBW downgrade. The 29th day before earnings call, we get a downgrade from KBW, knowing there's nothing that SoFi can do about it. What do you know? The timing was perfect, executed perfectly. And the price, when it fell on that KBW downgrade, was the same thing we've seen with every single downgrade in the past. Every one of them, folks. And I want you to know what I'm talking about here is that every single downgrade of this stock has done nothing but propel the price higher. Every one of them. For the brief duration after the downgrade, the price has always fallen. But after that, within just days, sometimes within 5 days, sometimes within 3 days, the price has regained and gone much, much higher. And that's exactly what we're going to see here after the downgrade of KBW. KBW's downgrade will be a very short term drop, and then this price is going to go right on up from now all the way until the earnings call. So, congratulations, anybody who bought this stock with me this morning at $7.66. I want to thank you all for being diligent and knowing when to buy at the bottom. That's what we do here on this channel. Catfish Tyler. SoFi, look at that. Only 9 trading days to get in. That's all they've got left. And that's why they ran it down this morning, because they wanted in, people. That's the way it's always been with this stock. Even on May the 15th, when David Chiaverini downgraded our price to $2.50 target price, within 1 month, the price had gone from that $4.45 low on the day he downgraded it, from $4.45 to 1 month later, $10.23. And every single downgrade, even the one I showed you that came on July the 13th by Morgan Stanley, who owned $58 million worth of our stock when they downgraded us, even after that, the price went to 877 and 2 days later was at 1170, people. Be ye very aware of this fact. Okay? Every single downgrade that has come upon this company by many times people who own shares of the stock, and even KBW, who downgraded us last week, a week ago, just over a week ago now, they are a competitor of SoFi. They are an ETF. KBWB is the stock symbol. KBW downgraded a competitor. It shouldn't even be legal for them to do that. Talk about conflict of interest, everybody. Holy smokes. Kevin Robertson, no kidding. So glad it let me out after the pop with my calls. That was a close one. Woo. Total sell the news. That's right. Yep. Mickey Maki Salopets. Okay. Mickey Maki Salopets. What's your thoughts about the new NIO CEO Eric Schun? A long and hard history of turning around stock price. Well, good. I hope that he can. I know NIO has had some suffering. You know, there was a day, one time when I owned NIO stock when I was day trading, and that stock was running like mad. And he didn't, I guess nobody else likes the news. Jeez. Wow. get themselves a new executive, and the price drops 5.79%. Ooh, wow. Well, I don't know, man. Just don't know what to say about it. It's just been a very rough road to hoe for NIO. If you look over the 1 month chart, price was at 940. It's lost a massive amount. Well, I don't know, man. I hope he can turn it around, but that's not something I'm going to get into. Not something I'm going to get into. Now, my alarm is going off because I have a dog I need to let out. So just give me a minute. I'm going to let this dog out, and then I'll be right back. You guys, hold on. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. I will be right back. We're going to put this up here for you guys to watch and be entertained by. Just a minute. All right, let's get back up here and get ourselves running again. Hello, James. Yes, hold on a second here. Let's put this back down here. And what do we got going on? All right, we're off of Neo. Right now, no, I'm going to stay away from that. I'm just not comfortable with Neo. But I am very comfortable with what we got going on here with Yahoo. And I'm looking here and keeping an eye on the main page because I want to see what's going on with these banks. And I'm going to click on this finance home again and see how banks are still doing. We saw apparently Goldman profit soars in the final quarter of the turbulent year. So, folks, this looks good for at least the first bank that's come out with their earnings. So, very promising on that regard. And then look at the Nasdaq now up 28. Look at the S&P about to go green. All right. So folks, forget about your worries, forget about your fears. All of these red charts you're seeing will disappear. Okay. All right. That's my belief. I could be wrong, but I do not think so. Good morning. Welcome back. What happened to your page Friday? Well, I think that what happened was we had a winter storm coming in here, and we had a lot of power outages in this area. We had a lot of things going on, and we had a lot of snow, and it was very, very wet snow. And it built up, and then the temperatures dropped from in the 30s down into the zeros, and that wet snow turned to ice, and tree limbs started breaking and snapping and cracking, and lines were brought down, and I think we were just part of that. That's what I think happened, James. I appreciate you asking. But right now, what I've got my eye on here is the fact that the NASDAQ has just gone green and is back up over 15,000. All right. Gotta love that, everybody. Gotta love it. Now I see I got quite a bit of a delay here on my screen. So let me get back over here and make sure I do have the right channel up. That's the main page and the display is correct. So that is right. And I'm going to hit the refresh button on this because it looks like I got quite a bit of a delay, a time delay here. And I want to thank each and every one of you for hitting that like button who's here with me right now. And I appreciate you doing that because others can get this information that I'm sharing. And I'm very grateful to those of you that are here with me today. And as you can see, yep, the NASDAQ has gone back up over 15,000. There is going to be an effort to try to keep it below that, but it is green, solid green. And so are we going to be green soon. If that NASDAQ continues to be green and run green, SoFi will follow suit, folks. Do not worry, it will do the same. And I also like to point out that even though SoFi is a member of the Russell Index, it is a member of the Russell 1000 Index. So I often like to go over here and go to Google and I like to see what the Russell 1000 is doing. RUSSELL 1000 Index. Let's go see where the Russell 1000 is. Oh, look at that. About to go green as well. That's right. We are a member of the Russell 1000 Index, and the Russell 1000 Index is part of the Russell 3000, but the Russell 1000 represents about 93% of the total market cap of the Russell 3000 Index. So most of the money, folks, is in the Russell 1000. And as you can see, it too is about to go green. So, folks, feeling very good about what we're seeing here. How do you like that? The price dropped down to a great buying opportunity again to get this stock for $7.61. Hallelujah. And praise the Lord, I say, for that opportunity. All brought to us by the shorts. That's right. And by the rich people of the world, the hedge funds that want to manipulate to buy in on this stock. And they made another great buy opportunity for us today. That's all I can say about it. That's all you can do is be grateful and be cheerful and go, doggone it. How about that? We have gone green and the Russell is about to go green. The Russell 1000 index is about to go green as well. The NASDAQ has gone green and is going to be green, and we could easily see all other markets continue to do the same. Look at the S&P 500 now, barely in the red, and they're still trying to take the Dow down. Don't understand why, doesn't make any sense. All the other indexes are going up, up, up. So that's good news for us. That's good news for anybody who's involved in the SoFi stock, because as I said, as does the NASDAQ, so will SoFi, even though we're a member of the Russell 1000 index. But you can see it too is following in the footsteps of the others and about to go green. It doth appear. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, so folks, what I want to share with you else about the SoFi stock, we've got a lot of people here. Holy moly, yeah. Good morning, welcome back. What happened to your page on Friday? Yep, and Friday, by the way, in the afternoon, I was able to go out and get some things done that I needed to do while my channel was down. And so in a sense, that was a good thing. I was able to get the Mercedes worked on and get the roof going on that. I ordered the part in that I need, waiting for it to arrive. And once I get that part in, I'll get my roof worked on and completely fixed on the Mercedes SLK 230. In case you don't know what that is, that's the car that I happen to have that I got back in 2001, and the car is from Florida. It does not have a speck of rust on it, and I was forced into buying it because I tried to get down there on a vacation trip and couldn't find a rental car. So I just had to look in the Facebook Marketplace listings, found this sweet little Mercedes convertible, and picked that up for us to drive around here in the spring and summertime here in Michigan. And my wife just loves the little car. But we got to get the roof fixed on it. It's got a hard top roof, and one of the pistons that drives it was leaking some hydraulic fluid. So we've got that getting replaced, and that'll be back up and running. Hey, I want to just say to everyone here, thank you for hitting the like button. Got 64 people here, 32 likes on the channel. Not a lot of action going on right now with this stock, even in previewing the earnings call, folks. 9 days more, 9 trading days left for these manipulators to get their butts in on this before they run it up over 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, who knows how high. We really don't know how high it's going to go. There's no way to determine how high it's going to go on earnings day, but my guess is it's not going to be in the sevens anymore, and it won't be in the eights, and it won't be in the nines, and it won't be even in the tens, is my belief after the earnings call. I don't know how high it's going to go, but my suggestion is to each and every one of you, make sure you have your sell orders in very high. Go ahead and put your sell orders in on your stocks that you're holding now. Put them high. Put them over 10, put them over 11, over 12, over 13. My shares, since I own 53,000 shares of this stock, are all the way up into the 30s. I have sell orders up to 37.49 right now. That's right. Because I don't know how high the dang thing's going to go on earnings day. When you got that many ETFs that could be coming in, you've got pension funds that will be able to buy in. And by the way, in case you didn't know this about SoFi, if they remain profitable for 4 quarters in a row, they will most likely be moved from this index, the Russell 1000 index, moved over into the S&P 500. Okay? And the S&P 500, in case you don't know this, is where most of the money in the stock market is. If we go here to Google and we put S&P 500 index fund, we will find out that this index fund is where most of the money is. If you go in the definition, the Standard and Poor's 500, or simply the S&P 500, is a stock market index tracking the stock performance of 500 of the largest companies listed on stock exchanges in the United States. Okay, and their market cap is 42 trillion as of December 29th, 2023. 42 trillion as of December 29th, 2023. Folks, the S&P 500 is the stock where most of the money is in the market, in case you were not aware of it. And I want to make sure you're very aware of it here, and I'm going to show you what percentage that is of the market, the S&P 500, how much weight it actually carries. Okay, and hopefully I can find it in here And I got here in the definition. Let's go over here into Investopedia and see if we can find out more about the S&P 500 and what's it for and why it's important in investing. So it says it's not an exact list of the top 500 US companies by market cap because there are other criteria that the index includes. Still, the S&P 500 index is regarded as one of the best gauges of prominent American equities performance and by extension that of the stock market overall. Okay? So in other words, the S&P 500 can be considered the biggest indicator of the stock market overall, okay? The entire of all the indexes. And let me see if I can get down here if it will tell us what I'm talking about. Here it is. The S&P 500, mid cap 400, S&P small cap sector combined to over 90% of all US capitalization as an index known as the S&P Composite 1500. Folks, 90% of all US capitalization, all right? So you got to understand there's a lot of the market money in the S&P 500 and it's very possible that if SoFi can remain profitable for the next 4 quarters that they will indeed be moved over into the S&P 500, all right? That's a big move and that's going to bring even more pensions in because pensions are coming in on the S&P 500. Now I have a message here. Let me just make sure. Yep, they shipped out my part. That looks like it has been shipped. That's the notification. Yes, shipped out my Mercedes part. Beautiful. All right. Well, the funny thing is about this whole market is when you see the NASDAQ break up into the green like that, who is it that wants to make it all of a sudden red again? Who is it what's behind the efforts to just dump a bunch of shares to try to make the S&P go red? I mean, the NASDAQ go red. Who is it that wants to scare everybody out of the market and stop the run from going on? I mean, you can absolutely see here after it went green, look at all these green candlesticks, and then wham, 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 5 red candlesticks in a row to try to deflate and take the air out of the balloon. Who? Who wants to make this happen? It's the same type of people that are behind the manipulation of SoFi. That's who. All right. As I said, this stock that we're involved in here is one of the most heavily manipulated stocks on the market that I've ever seen. And folks, I'm just wondering why is it that the Nasdaq had all of that green coming in? And let's go to the 1 day chart on the Nasdaq. Make sure we are on the 1 day. We are now on the 1 day. And let's get over here and take a look closely at this NASDAQ chart. Who wants to deflate it? Who wants to? After all of this running up, green, 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 look at the red counter strikes, and they usually are on odd numbers. I point this out to you people all the time. See that? 120, 1021, 1023, 1025. They try to attack it down. Coming over here, 1035. They came 3 in a row. Here they come over here and they attack 1053. They start on the odd number and they go for 4 straight minutes. Then they come in again, 1058, and they try to attack it down. But look at that. Somebody at 1101 said, game over. I'm buying a boatload right there. So they did. They started coming in on it. And then it was another counterattack by the shorts trying to drive it down. But folks, that's a 34 million income right there coming in on it. 34 million. And they said buy time. And they're coming in. And I think we're going to see this thing turn around and go right back green again because it's just manipulation, people. It's nothing short of pure and simple manipulation. Okay. So you can see what I'm talking about. You can see all of these indexes that were just about to go green. The S&P was literally only 3 or 2.5 points from being green, and somebody decided to try to put the brakes on, try to put a stop to everything, right? Don't know who's behind that, but I tell you what, for us, we need to just look at one thing with the SoFi chart. Look at the 200-day moving average as of December the 25th. Look at it just spring upwards right there. Look at that. And look at the 45 and 50-day moving averages springing upwards right there. Folks, no matter what these manipulators try on a day-to-day basis, you need to keep your eye down the road, looking further down the road, because the 200-day moving average right there is the giveaway. No matter what they try with daily manipulation efforts, the 200-day, and this is why they're doing what they're doing to this stock. This is exactly the reason why they try to manipulate the price down each day, because they're seeing this longer term 200-day moving average breaking away. That puts the fear of God into these people, and they're like, holy cow, give us a downgrade, somebody. Here, we need a downgrade. Please downgrade it. KBW. We need you, Mr. Perino. We need you to downgrade the stock because we're getting killed. The 200-day moving average is just escalating higher and higher. The 45-day, the 50-day moving averages all going higher. We need a downgrade. That's what it's all about, people. That's what it's all about. And look here on the Nasdaq, all that manipulative effort to run it back down, and bam, it bounces right back off of this 200-day moving average line and heads right back north again. It's folks, it's about to go green again, even after that manipulative effort there from 10:45 all the way to 11. All that manipulation to try to stop it from going green is going to be a failed effort, because in my opinion, and it's my opinion only, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think the Nasdaq is about to go green again right now. I definitely do. And it's because I think that there's just too much momentum behind this great upcoming election. That's right. I think that the reason that we've seen the Nasdaq doing so well, and look at them try to drive it down below that 200-day moving average, and then look at it bounce right off of the 200-day line. Boom. And there they are, trying like heck to make it fall below that, but instead, folks, we got a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average on today's chart. Started right here when the 10-day moving average, the purple one, crossed up over the 200-day, and look at the 45 and the 50-day, and right here's the crossover of the 45-day crossing the 50-day. Right here, this is where the momentum began, and this is where the attacks came in after they saw a triple upside crossover on the Nasdaq chart. They said, gosh, we got to stop this. So they started dumping shares, dumping right there. Look at all these red candlesticks: 23 million, 18 million, 28 million, 25 million, and all these coming right here when the price had run triple day upside crossover. Triple, that's the 10-day, 45, and 50-day, all crossing over the 200-day. And then they came at it with an attack. Well, that's just the way the market is, folks. It's called manipulation, everybody, and it happens every single day. Get used to it. Get used to it. And look at the amount that they have it down now here, 0.13. What a coincidence. And look how flat the line is once they get it to 0.13 down. Look at how flattened out the line becomes. See that? That's all they're trying to do, folks, is show their might and their power and how they can hold this to only 0.13% gain. That's what they're doing, and that's what they're trying to do. That's exactly why it's going completely sideways here now. After that steep drop, it just happens to stop right at 13 cents, 0.13. What a coincidence, huh? What a freaking coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. It's no coincidence whatsoever. And they're going to try the same thing with SoFi here, by the way. You can see, as I told you, the SoFi index and the SoFi price and the NASDAQ, as I told you, folks, they're virtually joined at the hip. And I can prove it to you because look at the amount that they were both just down: 14, 14, both of them. And this is my point that I make with you folks. You got to watch them both like a hawk because they ride together, all right? And you just need to be aware of this, okay? Be very aware of it. And I want you to also know that right now, SoFi institutional ownership, folks, has been increasing and increasing and increasing. I'm going to show you another chart here. Look right here at these are the SoFi historical calls versus puts, okay? You see, what you need to take notice of here is even though they're virtually equal in calls and puts on this stock, notice the amount, how it's increasing. See this volume getting bigger and bigger and bigger? Turn up the volume, people. Turn up the volume. And by the way, as this volume is getting turned up, look at the longs, the calls, which are green, the green ones. Look at them increasing here, increasing, 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 and look at them diminishing here. Look at the puts diminishing. See that? This is important for you to understand. More and more longs are coming in and buying up positions in long positions, calls, and fewer puts are being placed. All right? This is important for you to look at this chart and understand how it works and what's going on there. Okay? And the same thing with this chart to understand why all the institutions are suddenly coming in on this stock. Look at the institutional ownership back here in April, May, June, which was totally dropped off because of people like David Chiaverini saying the target price was $2.50. Where do we sit? 3 times over that right now. We're over 3 times over the target price of David Chiaverini. But look at the institutions piling in here. More this month, more the next month, more. And the increases are gaining of institutions buying up shares of this stock, Sofi. So do not be afraid. Do not be intimidated. Do not be worried because institutions continue to come in. Now let's get over here to this finance homepage and find out why the big decline after it just went green. Who's behind and what's behind the sudden drop? We still have the same headline here. Goldman profit soars in final quarter of turbulent year. And the same stock headline right here. So what would be the reason for the NASDAQ having just gone 27 points green to now 38-point red? Why? No other reason, pure and simple, than total manipulation, people. That's what it's all about. Manipulation of the market. It's been happening now every single day, just happening over and over and over. The manipulation of this market. Folks, do not be afraid. Look at the amount they're trying to hold us down now. 13.13, folks. There's no coincidence of that. That's all by design. That's all by manipulative efforts. And that's where they're trying to hold it. 13 cents in the red. That's what they're trying. But I don't think so. Not with this volume. Take a look at the volume level already again today, folks. 17,676. And we are only an hour and 45 minutes into the trading. An hour, let's see, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. Yep. Yep. 2 hours, I'm sorry, almost an hour and 45 minutes. So that is right on the button. And look at the price already starting to ascend again. How are they going to stop it? How are they going to stop it when they're only averaging right now about 8.5 million shares borrowed to short with every day? That's a question you should be asking yourself. How in the world can the manipulators continue to hold this price down when they're only average shorting 8.5 million borrowed shares per day? Well, the volume's already at freaking 18 million, 10 million over the amount that they're borrowing. So I don't see them any way that they can hold it down into the red. Now, that being said, I am not a financial advisor and I certainly could be wrong. But to me, what I just saw happen with the NASDAQ to me looks like for some reason somebody wants to keep their thumb on the market. They just want to keep pressuring it down, keep putting downward pressure. And that's contrary to what the headlines are saying. Goldman profit soars in final quarter of turbulent year. And it says profits at Goldman Sachs dropped 24% during a challenging 2023, but rose in 2023's final quarter. All right. Man, wait till you see what happens with SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when we announce profitability. I can assure you that there'll be no more days of David Chiaverini coming out and saying $2.50 price target once this company achieves profitability. And once it maintains profitability for as many as the 4 quarters in a row, and they will, once they achieve that, they could easily be moved from the index that they're in now, which is the Russell 1000 index, over into the S&P 500. And then when they get over there, more pensions will come in. Folks, you need to understand this very important factor. The reason that this manipulation occurs with this stock so easily by the hedge funds and ETFs is because institutional shares is only making up 38.94% of the shares out there. Okay. Once this earnings call comes out in 9 trading days, people, 9 days of trading, and we're profitable, the institutional shareholder amount is going to change drastically. I believe it could jump as much as 7% and go to 45% on that day, and maybe even go over 50% on that day. Because, see, here's the deal. Many ETFs and institutions are not allowed by their own bylaws to buy into a company that is not yet profitable. This is an absolute known fact that the big fish and the whales, if you will, do not buy into a company until it shows profitability. This is going to be a huge, huge game changer once SoFi finally is gap profitable. And listen, Anthony Noto, who owns 7.3 million shares of SoFi stock, you're talking over $50 million worth of this stock. Do you think that he would have told everybody that they're going to be gap profitable and not achieve that on this next earnings call with that many shares that he's holding on to? I can assure you, if he found out or had any reason to believe or doubt that fact, he would have already sold half of his position in SoFi stock. He would have. He's no idiot. He knows what would happen if they made all these promises of profitability on this next earnings call and then they didn't actually achieve profitability. He knows what that would do to the company. He knows what that would do to the share price. And he knows that that's not going to happen. He knows they are indeed going to be profitable, just like he promised. And I think it could be amazing. You look at these analysts that are analyzing this stock, and none of them, it's amazing to me that none of them can see when you go over here and look at analysis that none of these morons can tell that we're going to make money. Look at this. Their average estimate, earnings per share, zero. Okay, zero. How foolish can these people be? You got 18 right now, December 2023, 18 covering, 18, and they're saying zero? Folks, thank God for those morons. That's all I can say, because we're going to clobber that number. And some are saying we could be as high as 6 cents earnings per share. And it may even be more than that. Nobody actually knows. That's the thing about it. That's the absolute fact. Nobody actually knows, right? Now, I want you to take a look over here again at the NASDAQ, okay? So much for attempts to keep it red, people. The doggone thing is about to go green right now. And I'm showing it to you because as does the NASDAQ, so will SoFi. Mentioned this to you many, many times over, and there it is, green. Let's change the chart and let's get rid of that ugly red blob because it's not red anymore, folks. It's freaking green. All right, so cha-ching. There it is, green, the NASDAQ green. And I love how Yahoo conveniently decides not to update the chart. Let's just keep it red. That even though the NASDAQ is green, let's keep the chart red and keep people thinking that it's not actually green. Let's see if we can do that and get away with it. Right? Well, there it is, green. All right, everybody. And watch SoFi continue to climb now, right on the coattails of the NASDAQ. Look at the S&P 500 was down again, and now they're turning it north, and it is indeed doing the same thing the NASDAQ is. Look at that. Look at that rundown effort. Look at that manipulative effort right there. Well, it all failed. All of it failed. Sorry, shorter. Sorry, hedges. You're all going to be doomed. This is a beautiful day for the entire market. Look at the Dow. It is recovering as well. They've tried to run everything down on fear and scare tactics this morning. It says U.S. stock markets open lower to start 4-day trading week. Well, they opened lower, but I got news for you. That's not the way they're going to end up today. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I don't think SoFi is going to end up red today either, by the way. I could be wrong, but I sure as hell don't think so. And here's why: because of the freaking volume, people. Look at the volume. We're already at freaking 19 million shares traded, and we've only been trading for just under 2 hours. All right. 19 million. We're going to again go over 40 million shares most likely today. And as always, that is the kiss of death for the shorts, trying to keep the price 13 cents in the red. 13, folks. This is what they're trying to do. And look at the number here. Now only down 11 cents. It's doing just like the NASDAQ. Forget about holding this thing in the red. It's done. It's over. It's kaput. Nice effort. And thank you once again, Shorty, for giving all of us longs a great buying opportunity at 761 this morning. Cha-ching. And I know other people on this channel added in with me. I took off the 29th. Bosses asked why. I said I'm going catfishing. There you go, Brew Tank. Mm. Oh yeah. In case you guys don't know it here, Lawrence, let's get down here. We got a lot of people talking here. Good morning. Welcome back. What happened to your page on Friday? Let's see. Oprah's Wet Cave Catfish, my dude. We are on our way. 9 days ago, listened to you at the open while I was working out. Oh yeah. Yep. Lawrence Young. Will SoFi go below 7? I think you meant to add a zero there. Did you mean 70? It's definitely not going below 7, folks. Never, ever, ever. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. They reiterated to everyone multiple times in 2023 that they would be profitable quarter 4. That's right, UK Echo. They reiterated. Yep. Brood tank off doors. I took off on the 29th. Boss asked why. I said I'm going catfishing. That's right, man. We're going to be loading up that doggone hooks. We're going to be making a great night of fishing. We're going to slay. We're going to have a boat full of catfish on that day, folks. We sure are. We're going to load up the boat. And I'm loving this number 777. Only 12 cents now down. Good effort on your part, Shorty. I commend you 100% for all the millions of dollars that you just blew trying to make SoFi go back down to $6.50 where you shorted it. But as you can easily see, that is all just a dream, and that is not reality. Reality is SoFi is going to be unstoppable. SoFi is going to be majorly green. They're going to be green today at the bell. They're going to be green tomorrow at the bell, the following day at the bell, Friday at the bell, Monday at the bell, Tuesday at the bell, Wednesday next week, Thursday next week. Green, 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 green. And why? Because so many institutions want in. So many ETFs have been buying. I went over here the other day and I showed some of you people who may not be aware of it, but I'll show you now. I want to show you what is going on with ETFs that have been buying in on this stock. It's exciting, folks. It's very exciting. We go to bookmarks here, and I'm going to show you right now CTF big buys, hedge funds, and institutions. And folks, we're going to refresh this page when we get here because there are more that have been coming in. More and more and more hedge funds buying in. And why? Because earnings is going to be profitable. That's why. So here we go. And I want you to see, we're not only going to look at hedge funds, but we're going to look at insider trading activity too here on this page. All right. And the name of this website I'm on, just so you know, everybody, is called hedgefollow.com. And you can put /stocks/SoFi. Now, I want to say thank you to hitting the like button. Everyone, we've got 36 likes, but we have 66 viewers right now. I would like to ask you to please help my channel out and get this information that I'm showing to you that you can profit from. Let's get everybody to be able to see it. Hit the like button right now. I'll give you a heart for every single one of you that hits the like button. I want to say it right now. So hit that like button and I'll start the hearts flowing. All right. We need to get it on up there to around 45, 50, 60. Let's get it on up there, people. Let's get everybody in on this information I'm going to show you so everybody can see. At least let's get to 40 right now. We've got 36 likes on here. And if you like and enjoy what you're seeing here, then please show that you like it by hitting the like button. And let's get this algorithm tuned into this channel and more people. I want you to know it's because of people like you hitting the like button that my channel in the last 28 days was referred or sent to 248,000 people. Okay. So YouTube understands the importance of what I'm showing here and realizes everyone hitting the like button likes what they're seeing and they see all the chat coming in. And then they start sending my channel to other investors out there. 248,000 investors saw my channel in the last 28 days because of you people hitting that like button. All right. So that's why. And I want to say thank you very much for doing so. There's a heart for whoever just did that. Then I want to thank you. I see somebody did. 3 people just added likes. And if you like what you're seeing here, check out all these institutions that are increasing. Kathy Wood has increased her positions. Kathy Wood, 528,000 shares were bought during the quarter ending 2023, 9/30, folks. She's increased her holdings by 187%. And she, in her portfolio, in the last year, her portfolio has gained over 50%, people. Now, she's had a rough last 5 years, but in this last year, her portfolio has gained 50%. Part of that is because she was buying SoFi stock when the price was at $6.50 a share. I know. And she bought it again when it went to 6.79. I know that too. So look at all these others though that are adding positions. This one here added 6.95%. This one added 10.7. Jane Street Group at the top here, that's a shorting fund. Look at the star rating they've got, 1.5. And they shorted and downgraded SoFi, and they've dumped 58% of their holding in SoFi because they were getting tired of losing money. Meanwhile, BlackRock has increased theirs by 2.65 million, and they've increased theirs right here, folks, by 6.95%. State Street Group has increased by 9.43. Millennium Management increased by 214%. This new one here, Citadel Advisors, they've come in with 621,000 shares, folks. Look at these shorters, Insane Peak Advisors. They're shorters. They've dropped 87%. This hedge fund that's a common shorter, just like Citadel, has dropped 87% of their holdings in SoFi because they too are getting tired of losing money. And what I want you to realize is all of these downgrading stock analysts generally have a 1 or 0 star rating. And look down here at the bottom. Here they are. This one here, downgrading us with a less than 1 star rating, has dumped 100% of their SoFi positions. This one here with a 1 star rating, downgrading SoFi, has dumped 100% of their positions. Another one here with a 2 star barely rating has dumped 100% of their positions. And this one, Tudor, with a 0 star rating, downgrading our stock, has now dumped 100% of their shares of SoFi because they were losing their butts. And they were downgrading it because they had shorted it in the $4 and $5 and $6 range. No wonder they got out of all their positions 100%. Losers, right? I'm glad that you're seeing this and can understand this. All right, Casey, let's go over here. Maybe after 129, you can tell your boss, I have to quit. My stock account has gone parabolic, right? Yeah, yeah. All right, let's get over here. There's some other people I missed their comments. Lawrence Young, will SoFi go below 7? Impossible, in my opinion. Yep, Brew Tank, good. I like that SoFi is having the earnings call pre-market on the 29th. Absolutely, me too. When they come out pre-market, they're not worried. They aren't worried. When they come out pre-market, they know where they're going to be, and they're telling everybody in advance of the day. It's when you hear that they're going to delay and do after hours, that's when you can get worried, because then you got to worry because they don't want the price to be immediately affected on their negative earnings report. When they come out in after hours, you can almost always guess that they're not going to be where they wanted to be, because they don't want the market during the day to be able to sell out like crazy on a mad, terrible earnings report. But when they come out pre market, that's to give the whole day for the thing to just skyrocket, right, everybody? Absolutely. Yep. UK Echo says, I wouldn't quit my day job, UK Echo, although I like what I do. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Well, look at the NASDAQ. After that attack effort that I told you was 100% manipulation, damn, did I call that? And where do you think SoFi is now after that? Look at that. It's about to go green, everybody. No more 13-cent down. It's following the NASDAQ just like I told you it would, and it is going to go green. It is going to go green, and the reason why is because the NASDAQ is soaring, and it will do as the NASDAQ does. As a matter of fact, the NASDAQ is about to break back up over 15,000 again right here in the next 10 minutes. You'll see it, and you'll see SoFi where it is in that 10-minute time frame as well. Because as I said, they like to follow each other. And so much for their efforts to hold the SoFi down 13 cents. You can see that is over. That's completely over. That isn't going to happen. And here's the question you need to ask yourselves, folks. If they could not hold SoFi down at 761 and it's already gone up 20 cents, how in the hell are they going to keep it going up another 20 cents as people start buying in now this afternoon? How can they keep it from going up 20 cents? How can they keep it from being at $8 a share this afternoon at the closing? I don't know. If they couldn't hold it down to 761, and then just now they couldn't hold it down to 774, then why in the hell, or how in the world, can they hold it down at 781? Well, I don't see any way. It just doesn't mathematically seem to make any sense. And I want to thank all of you who just hit the like button. Here's some hearts coming your way, because I see we now, in fact, have had 40 likes. So thank you, thank you. Those are all the love hearts coming to you. Some little banners, some little smiles, and some poppers coming your way, everybody who hit that like button. Appreciate your help with my channel, helping it grow, helping in revenues. We had a queen cat this morning. Trey Brown came in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's right, Trey Brown. We're trying to show that they can have the strength to get it down to that number. And then they turned around and off it goes, and it's about to go green. That's right, everybody. It's about to go green, because all of this volume you saw right there to get it there was all manipulative profit taking volume. The rest of today's afternoon volume, which will be about another 20 million shares, will all be buying in, people. They're all buying in. No one is selling. And I told you this morning on the takedown, nobody was really selling it. Nobody that's along was selling any of their shares this morning during that takedown. In fact, the sad part for the shorters is when they ran it down there, people like me just piled in and bought more. And that's why the price is now about to go green, everybody, because now everybody who piled in there and bought more at the lows is not going to let them go. Every day they try to run this price down even further. All that happens is more longs come in, including people like Anthony Noto and Kathy Wood and BlackRock and all these that just want a dollar cost average down. And that's what they're doing, folks. That's what they just did this morning. They ran it down, and then those institutions that had already bought in the eights and the nines, and there's many that have, because when those were piling in, folks, institutional ownership on 11/6, that's right, November the 6th of this year, was only 706 institutions. Folks, we've seen 32 institutions buying in the last 2 months. 32 institutions entering the SoFi fray. Why? Because they know just what we know. They know what I know. They all know, folks. Trey Brown, thank you very much. You are King Cat of the Day. Trae Brown. I appreciate it very much, that donation that helped this channel. Tyler, I bought my average down to 889. There you go. Way to go, Cham. Awesome. Awesome. Just a great opportunity for us to average down, folks. And look at this. Now you can see the NASDAQ is about to break back into the green over 15,000 again after the squash attempt. There it was at 1501 earlier, and they tried to fear tactic again, then it just going right back up now. Just like SoFi, folks. Look at it go. Look at that beautiful chart. Look at it going greener and greener. And the question to be asked is the same question I just asked. How can they stop it now? How can they, if they couldn't stop it here and keep it from rising 20 cents from there, how can they stop it here? How could they couldn't? And so how can they stop it here? They won't, folks. Trust me. If they could have stopped it and held it here, they would have. But they ran out of all the shares that they had to sell at $7.61. They flat ran out of them. And they flat ran out of the 762s. And they ran out of 763s. We're going to stair step up to earnings. That's right. Every single freaking day, we're stair stepping up. And my belief is that we will see a 2 to 3% gain every single day between now and earnings, regardless of the manipulative efforts out of the gate. And what did I say to everyone this morning who was here and joined in with me as soon as the stock market opened? I said to you this: I love it on a day when they start in the pre-market running the price down on SoFi and attack it right out of the gate, because that's always a great opportunity for us to buy on that low. On days when they start rising the price in pre-market and then as soon as it comes out of the gate it starts going green, that's when we sell. That's when we sell, when we hit that top right there. Because on those days when the pre-market is green and the early out of the gate is green, they're going to hammer it down. That's the tactic they've been using. And folks, those of you that have been here on my channel with me, how many times have I said, folks, it's morning and it's going green right now and we're up 5 or 6%. Let's sell it right now. Let's sell it. And then right after we sold, bam, they knocked that thing down and they continued to knock it down all dang day. Well, that's their tactic. They either come out of the gate and they run it up and then they freaking short the crap out of it and take everybody to the cleaners, or they start like they did this morning and as pre-market they run it down and then as soon as the bell rings, opening bell, they run it down, 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 and we snag that sucker and we make great profits every time by doing that. That's how we make money day trading this stock, folks. It's really literally a day trader's dream stock. It is this stock, and it's so highly predictable now. It's just become incredibly, incredibly predictable, is what it has. And you can learn by these manipulative efforts, and you can make a bunch of money by learning from these manipulative efforts. And you can stick with me here, Catfish, and you can trade when I trade. How about the day on earnings call when the price went up to 1170? Catfish told every single one of you on this channel that day. There were probably about 500 or 600 people that heard me tell you, let's sell this stock right now at 1166 when it gets to that number. Sure enough, on that momentum that it had and all that energy, it went past 1166 to 1170. But after that, we were able to buy this back a few months later for $6.41, selling at 1166 and buying at $6.41. Cha frickin' ching. And look where the price is now. 778 after we bought back in at 641. And this is just the beginning, folks. This is just the beginning of a very nice, long, drawn out, gaining stock, profitable, profitable every single day. And folks, congratulations this morning if you picked up more shares and dollar cost average down when the price was at 761. So here we see again this manipulative line. They tried to drive it way down below the trend line and the 200-day, and the dang thing comes right back and comes and breaks right back up over the 200-day moving average. Then they try to drive it down. It breaks the 200-day moving average again. And here we go again, looking at the chart right now, the 1-day chart, and look at it just staying right here over the 200-day moving average. just as it's been doing for the last 2 months. They have not been able to get it to go below it and stay below it, and they're not going to be able to do it now either, folks. They won't. They can try. They can definitely try. But look at the volume. Look at the buyers that start coming in on this stock when they try to manipulate it down. Look at that massive buy right there. 284,000 shares just bought at 1122. 284,000 shares bought at 1122, people. And look at these attacks here. This is a major 300,000 share attack. And then right at 11 o'clock, another one of 289,000 shares. The next minute, 100 and what was this one here? The next minute, 280,000. The next minute, 198. The next minute, 205,000. And look at it just get driven down only to ride right back up. You know how much money these stupid jerks just wasted right here selling 289,000 shares, and then the next minute 230,000 shares, and the next minute 198, and then 205. You know how much money that is, people? Only to see the price just bounce right back up. Wow, how depressing for the poor shorties. How utterly depressing, and how deflating that must be to see them burn through that many millions of dollars only to see the price just resiliently bounce right back off of it. It's beautiful, folks. They're covering pennies at a time. That's right. A mosquito dip pattern just formed. You know what that means. Brute, I bought more today. I'm a little under 20,000 shares. How many are you up to, Kat? Right now, as of this morning, I actually own a very large amount 53,300 shares. I only bought 200 this morning at the low, and I bought it at $7.67. I bought 200 shares at 7.67, and I am not concerned about any of these manipulative efforts that have been made by these shorters today. Not them, and I'm not concerned about the manipulative efforts that have been going on with the NASDAQ either. All of it is just pure and simple BS manipulation. All right. And they're trying again to make the NASDAQ stop from going green today. And I have no idea why. The actual market is good. The Goldman Sachs report for their earnings was awesome. They made profit. They soared in profits, it says. Now, let's see what it says here. Another update. Three of big six banks tap bond market post earnings. Okay. All right. It says three of the big six banks tap the bond market post earnings. Yep. Grunwald CEO expects good old fashioned mild recession. Oh, please. Easy, oh, Pete. These guys are just so full of it. It isn't even funny. So freaking full of it. Three of the big six U.S. banks tap bond market post earnings, right? Three of the six largest banks announced new bond issues on Tuesday, kicking off an unexpected heavy week for new bank debt. Wells Fargo is tapping the bond market on Tuesday for either or both of fixed and floating rate notes. Wow, come on, Yahoo. Right, in addition to senior unsecured fixed to floating rate notes. Meanwhile, JP Morgan Stanley announced they are seeking to issue four tranches with different maturities of senior unsecured notes. The banks did not disclose the exact amount of debt they are seeking. Both deals are expected to price on Tuesday. The deals follow a list of Friday earnings releases from these and other global systemically important banks. Goldman Sachs, let's see, in addition to Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley, other banks that reported fourth quarter earnings on Friday and Tuesday include Bank of America, BNY Mellon, and Citigroup, and Goldman Sachs. January has historically been the biggest month for banks to issue bonds. According to data from Informa Global Markets, the last 7 Januaries have seen an average of 22.58 billion in issuance from the big six banks. JP Morgan, Citi, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley. The outlier was last January, which saw only 9 billion raised by Big Six, according to the Informa data. At least 11 investment grade IG bond offerings are expected to price on Tuesday, including Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley. These include a $500 million 3-year bond for cereal maker General Mills and a $400 million 10-year secure senior note for real estate investment trust extra space storage. The expected heavy supply comes despite the holiday shortened week. For the week of Martin Luther King Day, the average investment grade bond supply dating back to 2016 has been 24.6 billion, according to Daniel So and So, director of fixed income strategy at BMO Capital Markets. Banks are expected to be particularly active in debt issuance this month as they look to get ahead of the new regulatory requirements to maintain higher capital reserves. That makes a projection of 35 billion from US GSIBs in January reasonable in our estimation, with the majority of that expected to come this week. All right. So there you go. All right, so there you go, folks. That's what we got going on. And look at the Nasdaq now. Where are we now? All right, we're hovering on green with the Nasdaq right now. And as that thing continues to see improvements this afternoon, folks, I think we're going to have one heck of a day. And look at the amount that they've driven it down now. 13, of course. That's no surprise. Every time they try to take it green, here comes the counter punches. We got the big boys trying to make the market red across the board. But I got news for you. I don't believe they're going to have the gumption to do it all through the rest of the day. I think it is going to continue to see this bouncing activity and continue to go greener. All right. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. And I want you to know something. I'm very grateful for each and every one of you who are here on my channel, and I appreciate all the hits on the like button and getting this shared with as many people as possible. Manny's Upnourished, how are you? I'm doing okay. Still got a little bit of a head sinus issue, but I'm doing better every single day, as you can tell. I'm not sneezing my head up. Can't wait for Sofi to go up. I hear you, my friend. All this manipulation every day to get these more institutions to come in, and they're very crafty in their methods. They're very crafty in their methods to drive the price down. Just like the people that are in the NASDAQ trying to keep it from going green today. You can see 2 times when the NASDAQ turned green. Both times when it turned green, they decided to come at it and try to attack it down. Okay? Both times they're very diligently trying to hold it in the red, but as you can see, it's being very, very resilient right now. It looks good for increased afternoon improvement. I think it's going to be green by the end of the day. Honestly, do. And the reason I think that is because on both previous takedown efforts, they were able to drive it down below the 200-day moving average. And now I don't see them having that strength or capability any longer. And that's why I think it's about to go green. I could be wrong, but you can easily see this first massive attack out of the gate, how far it drove us below the 200-day. The thing comes right back at 10 o'clock and crosses over the 10-day moving over the 200-day moving average. So they decide to attack it again right at 11 o'clock. Drive it down this time only this far below, and then here only this far below compared to how far they drove it down this morning. So where's the strength and energy between it behind attacking it? Well, here's the double bottom here this morning, and there's the next attack effort, and you can see didn't even get it below the 200-day moving average this time. So they can no longer have the strength or energy behind an attack to get it down below the 200-day moving average like they've already done 1, 2, 3 times. It's almost like what we just saw here. See that? We got the equivalent going on here. It came down close to it and bounced right back up. And here we are again, came down close to it, now starting to bounce right back up. And I think, folks, that the reason that they're trying to hold it here at this number is this number, 13.88 down. 13 down. You see that? I laugh in their faces because now it's only down 12,999. They got it down 1388 and 1313, folks. And look at these numbers that they all try to achieve I bring them to your attention just so you can be highly aware of the gematria that goes on in the stock market today. It's all over. It's rampant. It's absolutely rampant, the gematria. I think it's gematria or gemiatra. All right. We do have somebody on this channel that actually does numbers and runs numbers and knows about this and is aware of what I'm talking about when I highlight this number. And I want you to be aware of something else, folks. Right now, what you're seeing in the Nasdaq is so common is an effort for recently to try to keep the Nasdaq just below green. We've seen it so many times, and I pointed it out to you. Look how hard their efforts are. Even when the price went to 14,913 and then went up to 14,920 and broke over 920, they brought it back down to 14,913 six times that day. It kept going to 14,913, back up over 14,920. They drove it back to 14,913. It went back over 920, back down to 913, back over 920, back down to 930. And you see where it is right now, don't you? No more 913, folks, and no more 920 either. We're at 14,960. And look at it improving. No more 13 down, folks. Look at it improving. And that's the end of the game. That's the end of it. You can call it right now. Time is 11:47 in the afternoon, and the rundown effort of the Nasdaq market is over, as well as the rundown of SoFi. They will follow hand in hand. There it is. You can see the amount they've got it down right now, 1339, and you can watch them try to maintain this just like they did last week when they tried to hold us down at 14,913. They tried it over and over and over, and every time we were resilient and we did not allow that to happen. And I'm glad to say that that was the way it was, and I think it's going to be that way again today here. Folks, don't you worry. We are now approaching the right before lunch sell-off. Look at this effort to drive it right back below the 200-day. But we got green candlesticks coming in here, baby. Look right there. Look at those green candlesticks that are coming in to buy right there when they got it to that 200-day moving average. And by the way, here's what you need to look at. Look at the 45-day moving average that changed at 1144. Look at it come and cross right back up over the 50-day moving average right there. That's a beautiful signal right there to see that happen. To see that 45-day moving average snap right there at 1144 and come right back up over. That's a beautiful signal right there. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And the only reason right now that they have the NASDAQ down to 19 down is because the percentage down at that number, folks, at 19 is 13.13%. All right. I just saw it. It was just there. And they're going to try to maintain it, folks. They're going to try and hold it down 0.13 just to show their strength and their capability. That's all it is. Just a big old happy run down and try to get the doggone thing to stay red. I do not see that in the cards. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Kevin Para, well, hello there. Yes, can't wait for SoFi to go up. 850 this week. Yes. Oh, we're going to go much higher than that, man. I think this thing is going to just start to really catapult. And I got news for you. I kept this 1 day chart up over here so you could see what happened on Friday. And I wish I would have kept it up where you could see, but look what happened on Friday afternoon. Look what happened on Friday. And folks, what you saw Friday afternoon was barcoding going on all afternoon as the price hung around 780, 81, 82. But look what happened in the last part of the day. Look at that massive run up right there to go up over the 200-day right before 4 p.m. Why did all these people start buying here? Why did the price go from 782 up to 789 in the last 10 minutes of the day on Friday? You see that? Yep. Plus 10 on earnings call. That's right. We're going to be over 10 on earnings call. That is the way I believe as well. I very strongly believe that. And I see right here now they're trying to get the NASDAQ back down again here to the same number that we just saw at 1110. They're trying it again during lunchtime. It was at 14,944.94 earlier, just about an hour ago or 40 minutes ago. And here they're trying at it again. It was at 14,944.94. And here there's an effort again, but instead it turned right off of that number. See that? It did not go there. So there's your double bottom for today. Congratulations, shorties. You made your point. Twice you almost got it down to 14,944, but you all just saw it turn right there before it got to it again. So much for their efforts and desires. The shorts have given over to the longs. And I do not believe there it is again, 14,944. We saw it already, 14,944.94. And there they have it, 50 cents below 51. Congratulations, Shorty. Once again, you've got it down to 14,944. Yay, congratulations. Well, the problem is this morning earlier, the bottom was at 14,872. Well, let's see if you can manage that again, Shorty. I don't think you got it in you. I don't think you got it in you. As a matter of fact, it's already turned and going back north again off 14,942. We'll see if I'm right or if I'm wrong, but I don't think that they have it, folks. I think that this stock market is just so heavily manipulated right now. It isn't even funny. It isn't funny, folks. It's not funny one single tiny bit. Manipulation, manipulation, manipulation. And by the way, I want you to remember something. We are not a member of the Russell 2000. We are a member of the Russell 1000. So let's go over and see what the Russell 1000 is doing today. That's what we're a member of. Where 93% of the capital in the Russell is the Russell 1000, and that's where SoFi is positioned in the Russell 1000 index. And let's see how much it's down today. Well, it's looking very good. It actually is starting to make enough recovery, and there's a bottom right there that was achieved at 261984, and now we're at 262013. 2620. What do you know? 13. What we just saw, folks. Worry ye not. The NASDAQ will turn and will go green hopefully this afternoon. Don't understand even why at this stage of the game they're so deliberately trying here right before lunchtime to sell it down, but they are a long ways off this morning's low, just like SoFi is right now. A long ways off of this morning's low. And by the way, when you look at SoFi right here, you can easily see what they're trying to do. Hold the price down 13 cents. That's all they're up to here. Their little shenanigans are to hold the price down 13 cents. All right. And I point these things out to you over and over and over and over. The manipulative efforts on this stock are always generally to a number that tries to make you be intimidated or afraid to buy. And that is another example of it right there, trying to hold us down during this lunchtime at 13 cents. Well, watch what happens at 12:30 today, folks. That's all I can tell you. You just stick around here for another 30 minutes and see what happens at 12:30 today. All right? I think you're going to be in for a nice little surprise. And the same thing with the NASDAQ, too. I think we're going to see a turnaround at exactly 12:30. I don't know why I just decided to say that, but I just have a feeling. My gut feeling tells me that. All right? And I can certainly see right here now that this Russell 1000 index looks good and strong. And even though it's down a fraction today, 0.22, I think it's going to make another run just like the NASDAQ is about to do off of this number. They're trying to manipulate it down now. We've already seen two times on the NASDAQ chart today, twice it's gone green. And both times somebody is determined, seems bound and determined for some reason to make the NASDAQ remain red. Well, for one thing, I know already, and I've told many of you here on my channel, that during lunchtime, generally right before lunch, a lot of day traders will make prices drop because they're trying to cash out and go prove how well they did in the morning's trading cycle. So what happens in Wall Street, if you've ever been out there, what happens is a lot of these groups get together at lunchtime to prove who did the mightiest trading and made the most money. So they sell right before they go to lunch so they can show everybody how great they did. and they're better than everyone else. So that can put pressure on the market usually almost every day, right before lunch or even just after lunch when the lunch clock strikes 12. So what you just saw just then when they ran this NASDAQ down was part of that sell-off for people that want to take profits and go brag to their friends and their cohorts at lunchtime around the lunch table. Okay. So no fears. This is very, very typical of what we see in the market, and we've seen it every day. That's why I keep track of right here, and you guys know the lunchtime low. And I write down the lunchtime low every single day on SoFi, and I'm going to write it down again today, what the lunchtime low is today. All right, and we're going to write it right here on this piece of paper. Beautiful. We've got it here. All right, let's get over here to the lunchtime low today. And you can see the NASDAQ already turned off right there at the bottom that they just got to. It's just turned and it's going north again right now. So let's go look at the SoFi chart for the lunchtime low. All right, SOFI. Boom, we're going to SoFi Technologies. Boom, we're right there now. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here with me and hitting that like button right now. Go ahead and please hit the like button. And there we go. Lunchtime low today, 774. We're on one. There we go. All right. Do, 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 do. 116 lunchtime low, 774. It's already at 776, folks. Wonderful. Good job, shorties. Nice effort to keep the price down 13 cents. I commend you. 21 million shares having been traded. Lunchtime low at 774. Awesome. Because we were down, what, 3.5%? Now we're only down 1.77. And as the afternoon continues, more and more institutions will be coming aboard, buying into SoFi, because they all know where this is going to be 9 days from now, folks. And they sure as hell bought in this morning when they got it down to 761. That's right. They came in heavy right there and they accumulated more shares. Congratulations for averaging down all of you hedge funds that had already bought this stock last week in the $8 range. And if you want to see what I mean, take a look at the 5-day chart. And folks, there were institutions buying on Tuesday. There were institutions buying on Wednesday. There were institutions buying on Thursday. And there were institutions coming in on Friday. I proved it to you. I showed how institutional ownership kept going higher and higher and higher last week while all the manipulation was going on. Just like we saw this morning. Manipulation so institutions can buy more positions in this stock. And I'm going to show it to you when we get over here to this institutional ownership. Tomorrow, it's going to go from 738 probably to 740, if not today. So let's go see how many there are now. 738. And look at the longs, 680 positions long on the stock only, 26 shorting. Folks, follow the money. All right? Follow the money. When you've got that many institutions long only and 26 shorting, you got to know better than to short this stock, people. Don't fall into the trap of 26 that are shorting. They're all in a major bear trap, people. And you got 600 and something long. Oh my gosh, people. Wow. You got to be able to read between the lines. You got to understand what that means. You have to be able to realize that all these institutions that are long, 680, they've got their own analysts. These institutions did not come in on SoFi because of a David Chiaverini downgrade, okay, to $2.50 share price. These institutions have their own researchers, their own analysts. They make their own decisions. They do not believe any of these bogus analysts that are out there, target price lowering like KBW. None of these people that are here on these institutional ownership give a damn about what KBW had to say. As a matter of fact, the funny thing about KBW that I want to show you all that just downgraded our stock about 8 days ago, KBW is a bank. The KBW downgrade, and here it is On the main page, you can see right here, if we go over here, tech is the key, analyst says, and you'll see here KBW downgraded the stock, and I'm going to show it to you right here, right here. Why SoFi stock dropped 16%? Well, the reason it did was because of KBW downgrade. And I wish I could find it here right now. There it is. SoFi stock downgraded by KBW 13 days ago. Warns that the shares could drop 20%. KBW, huh? Look at that. Invesco, KBW Bank, ETF. Invesco, huh? Go over here, change Morgan Stanley to Invesco, Invesco Ltd, and there they are. Invesco. They happen to own 808,635 shares of SoFi stock. Invesco. How do you like that? Downgrading SoFi stock when they own 830,000 shares of it. I wonder why they did that. Huh. Could it be the same reason that Morgan Stanley downgraded the price when it was at 954 and they downgraded it and the price fell to 877 a share, and now Morgan Stanley as of that date owns twice as many shares as they did the day of their downgrade? That's right. Morgan Stanley, July the 13th of this past year, Morgan Stanley downgraded the stock when they owned $58 million worth of it. And now they have over $70 million worth of SoFi. Huh, what do you know? What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Well, we're watching the NASDAQ now during the lunchtime, trying to reach a lunchtime low, and I'm only assuming SoFi is going to follow suit since they are tied hand to hand, right? So don't be surprised. There it is. There we go. Trying again. And by the way, look at it. I already asked you if they had this price on SoFi today, all the way down here, why couldn't they keep it there? Why couldn't they keep the price at 761? Well, it's the same reason they couldn't just now keep it at 774, everybody. You just saw it at 761 this morning. You just saw it then at 774, and they couldn't hold it at either one of those numbers. And they're not going to hold it at 776, 13 cents down either. See that? Just changed to 777. I guess all the 776 shares just mysteriously disappeared just now. Yep, yep. And it's not down 13 anymore, everybody. You just hang on to this puppy because you're going to see where it goes this afternoon if you're just stick with me, all right? Stick with me, folks. Have confidence, have faith, believe, understand what's going on, the games that are being played, and the accumulative efforts of these institutions. All they're doing now is accumulating more shares on the backs of gullible shareholders, retailers. Look at the price now, 776, now 777, and when we just came back to the page, it was at 774. And I ask you again, why can't they hold it down? I guarantee you, if they could, they would, but they can't, so they won't. Right? If they could have held it down to 761, they would have, but they couldn't, so they didn't. If they could have held it down here at 770, they would have if they could have, but they couldn't, so they didn't. Just now, if they could have held it down at 774, they would if they could have, but they couldn't, so they won't. And if they can't hold it at any of those numbers, how in the hell are they going to hold it at 775 now? Well, they haven't been successful at holding to any of these lower numbers here. So what gives you the impression that they have any ability of holding it? Well, you just saw they can't. They can't do it. And why? Because they don't have the gumption. They don't have the strength. They don't have the momentum. They don't have enough shares. They've sold out of all their shares that they could sell at 761. And all those shares got gobbled up by people like me and people like you. Yep, SoFi does very good a week before earnings. That's right. Hello, everybody. What's going on today? Well, we've been watching SoFi get a run down to a price of $7.61 where we piled in and bought more. That's what's been going on. Kevin Para, yes, welcome. Hello. $10 on earnings. I believe it. I'm buying leap calls. Smart, Kevin. Very smart, very smart. Anon, hello everybody. What's going on today? Yep, you see it. They've been trying to hold SoFi down this afternoon. 13 cents. 13 people. That ominous number 13. They tried and tried and tried to hold it. But as you can see, again, even here at lunchtime, a failure. Can't hold it there. They couldn't hold it down at 761. They couldn't hold it down at 764. They couldn't hold it down at 770. They couldn't hold it down at 774. And now you can see it rising because they can't hold it back. They just can't hold it back, people. I don't believe they're going to be able to. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, I want to thank you all for hitting the like button. Those of you that are here still that have come over new onto this channel, I appreciate you hitting that like button. And don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you want to hear more valuable information coming out of me on this stock. And I also mention other people's information, which I think you could find valuable. And one thing I want you to know about earnings call, people have been asking me, how high do you think the price could possibly go on earnings day? Well, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you the long-term chart, which is the max chart. And I want you to see right here where they're showing, Yahoo is showing on January the 25th of 2021 that SoFi hit a price of $25.14. That is a high that it's ever been. They're trying to show you. All right. And the interesting thing is that that is not true. Okay. That is a number that Yahoo is putting up there on the screen for you to think that's as high as it's ever gone in its max. I'm hitting the max over here, and they're trying to give you the impression that the highest this could possibly go is $25.14. Well, I got news for you. I'm going to show you that that's not true. I'm going to show you right here how high that it has actually gone. And that was on February the 1st of 2021. All right, hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Got to take a break here. I'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're back. Uh, what is this bullshit on my screen here? What in the heck just happened here? No, don't want any notifications. Don't want any of this. There we go. All right, get my earplugs back in here. So what I wanted to tell you folks before I got that call from my mom checking in is this is the actual highest price has ever been right here. All right, $28.26. Xavier. See, SoFi does very good a week before earnings. Yes, it does. Carl Seamark, do you see a risk they manipulate it down even after earnings? Don't think my heart could take it. Yeah, there's a risk. There's a risk. I've shown people the history of this stock. And after the earnings, when we had a triple beat on May the 1st, the price was driven down 25% over the next 4 days. Went from $6.54 for the high all the way down to $4.59 4 days later on 360 million shares traded over a 4 day period. But here's the catch. After 459 on that day, a month and a half later, the price was at $10.23. Okay. So when the manipulation comes in, you just have to look at that as another buying opportunity because after that, the daggum thing rockets. Okay. So that's what's happened every time that we've had an earnings call where we beat the street. The price was manipulated down, and within a month or so, the price was even higher. I mean, sometimes that on that occasion, it was 130% higher within a month and a half after that manipulation on May the 1st. All right. People should look at the market makers that are on level two line up. You will see who they really are and who they are subsidiaries of a lot of interesting players when you actually start to dig. Oh, yeah, Xavier. Good. Thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate it. And look at the NASDAQ now that they manipulated it down to a number they never even achieved before. There was a little niche on it right there before, right there. And that was at 1114 today. 1114. We're at that same number where that niche was right there. And that's where we are right now as we start to climb right back up. Congratulations. And SoFi's going to do the same thing, people. SoFi's fixing to come unloading on these people. They don't have any idea what's coming their way, but you can already see. Look at the gain coming back. Look at it start to no more 13 cents. You can say goodbye to that history. Au revoir, auf Wiedersehen, hasta luego, arrivederci, aloha. It's all over. The manipulative efforts are falling apart. Look at it now, about to go green, folks. I'm going to ring the bell because I'm telling you, 1 hour from now or less, we're going to be green. And I told you, wait till you see what happens at 12:30. Didn't I say that to everyone before I just stepped away? I said, wait till you see what happens at 11:30. And I said to you also, I'm not sure why I exactly feel that way, but something just touched me. Something just kind of said, hey, chill out, man. 11:30, this thing's going to turn. And look at this. I mean, not 11:30, 12:30, 12:30. I said, wait till you see what happens at 12:30 and look at it right now as of 12:20. Let's go over to the interactive chart. Let's go in here and look at the 1 day, not the 6 month, 1 day chart and see what the heck is going on here. Look at the price now at 780 and who is coming in? Whoa, look at that, folks. Look at that jump right there. Look at that 123,000 shares after these minuscule rundown efforts of 41,000, 22,000, 24,000. Bam, someone came in right there. 1222, folks. And let the games begin. That's very good, Xavier, that you mentioned that. People should look at the market makers that are on the level two lineup. You will see who they really are and who they are subsidiaries of. A lot of interesting players when you actually start to dig. I love it. I thank you for saying that. I appreciate you telling everybody that. It's important for them to understand. A lot of people don't have the level two lineup. And so you can be the one to disclose who some of these manipulators are. Who are some of these market manipulators that you want to help us expose? And you can share them with all of us right now if you'd like to, who some of the names are. But I'm not surprised by that one single bit. And just as I asked everyone here a little bit ago, if they could not on this daily chart, on the 1 day chart, if they could not hold the price at 761 this morning when they got it to 761, I see that on the day's range. Quite honestly, folks, I never saw 761. I never saw 761 on the chart today. I still don't see it. The lowest I saw it get to was 764. So again, Yahoo fabricates numbers that don't exist. That number was not achieved in the pre-market, I know, because I was watching at 4 o'clock this morning. And at 4:23, the lowest the price was $7.65. Or actually 767 this morning at 4:23. And now somehow Yahoo has fabricated a number of 761, which I never saw. The lowest I ever saw, you can see right here, was at 9:44 a.m. And if we go over to the interactive chart and we click on the 1 day at 9:44 a.m., let's go find this 761. Where was that? Where was that? Sorry, Chris. No, not going to do it today. No. No, no, no. All right. So my question is again here, when was the price at 761 today? I want to see that. You guys please enlighten me. Oh God, Chris, come on, man. Uh, there we go. Right here there it is. I guess right there is where the price hit 761, 944 this morning. Hold on. What's going on, Mr. Wentz? I tried to answer it. What's the emergency? Holy cow, we got good news coming out of CW veteran. What's going on? Yep, for your van repair. Yep, yep, yep. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. And you got it inspected. No, no. What a scam. Hey, I tell you what, man, I'd be driving right back over to that guy that tried to rip you off and say, hey, look at this. I got my inspection sticker and I paid 13 whole dollars. How do you figure that was? How was that done? Well, congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. That is indeed great. Well, that's $1,300 a half hour. So you're talking about 2,600 an hour wage. That's pretty good money. Woo! Yeah. Y- Yeah, buddy. All right, man. Congratulations. Well, we're live right now. Nobody can hear you because I don't have the speaker phone on, but congratulations. That's right, man. That's right. We got great news today. Yep. Somebody trying to scam my buddy here out of how much were they trying to charge you? $1,054, and he got it done for 13 something and change. Wow. Nice. Cha-ching. Yeah, yeah. Well, so much for that. All right, man. Awesome, awesome, awesome news. Congratulations. All right, rock and roll. By then, you'll probably be driving around in a Mercedes or, a Cadillac Escalade. Yeah. A pump? A, oh, okay. All right, all right. I thought you were talking about like a water pump or something. Oh, uh, oh, well, cool beans. All right, man. Good news, double golly. News just flowing out good all over the place. And when is your next court date? Ah, all right. Well, I hope you get that squared away too, man. That'll just be the icing on the cake for this good news we got. It will be, not would, will. You got to use that positive attitude, my friend. There you go. That's what we need to hear. Well, congratulations, man. That's uh, oh, they tried to run it down. They tried to run it down. They tried to make it go negative 3%. It's already bounced back. It's going to be green by the end of the day, man. It's going to be green, 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 and it's going to stay green until 9 days away from the earnings call with profitability, brother. 9 more days, and we're going to see this thing go through the roof, man. 9 more trading days, not 9 days. No way they can when they're profitable, baby. It's never been before. Never have they reported profitability in the history of this company. Never. This is the first time, and there's going to be hedge funds, ETFs, pensions pouring in, retail buyers. The price is going through the roof, baby. And we've already got all our sell orders in all the way up into the $30 range. Who knows how high it's going to go? It's going to be awesome, man. And everybody knows that. That's why they tried to run it down this morning early. And now they're running it right back up because they all know this thing's going to go through the freaking roof on earnings call day. That's right. We're going to sell it when it hits the high, like we did when it hit 1166. We're going to sell it again, whatever high it is, and we're going to buy it back lower over and over and over. That's right. Ready to rumble. And we are now, the 29th is the day of the earnings. So right now we are 13 days away, and that is only 9 more days of trading. So people only have 9 trading days left to get in. 9 days of trading, and they're already coming in, baby, and they're going to keep coming in. The institutions have been buying more and more positions. I was showing everybody on the channel this morning how many other ETFs have been buying like crazy lately. And I showed them the increase of institutional ownership here over the last month and a half, 2 months. It's gone from 706 institutions to 738 institutions now in 2 months' time. So we've got 36 institutions that have been buying in before this earnings call. And there's a reason for it. There's a reason why, everybody, because they know. They know where this thing is going. So anyway, and actually today there was a Kathy Wood has been buying more shares. I just showed everybody here a little bit ago. She's increased her position by 176% on SoFi over the last 3 months. Yeah, she's made a huge buys coming in, man. She knows where it's going to on earnings day. Everybody knows that's why they all want in, and they don't want in at the highest price. That's why they keep running the price down every morning. They buy the crap load of it, and then the price goes right back up. And this afternoon, I do believe we are going to end up green by the end of the day. Volume is already at 23 million shares, and we're just halfway through lunchtime. So, folks, just sit back and relax, take a deep breath, and get ready to make a ton of money on earnings day. Yep. Okay. Well, congratulations on that great news. I'm so glad you called and let me know about it. I tried to answer the second time. I couldn't find my phone. And then I tried to get it, and I just missed you. So I was really calling you back, and then it rang again from you. So good news is great news, and keep sharing it and keep believing, man. You got it going on right now. Things are in your favor. The ball's in your court, man. All right, man. Be good now. We'll talk to you later. Bye. Super guy there, man. A veteran of the war. He was in Iraq. He fought in the Iraq War, and he fought. I believe he was actually fighting some in Afghanistan as well. He has had quite a few injuries and lost a lot of his mates and friends. And those improvised explosive devices, IEDs, I think that's what they're called, took out one of the Humvees that they were traveling in, the troops, and he's had a lot of suffrage in his life, and he deserves everything good that comes his way. That's for sure and certain. And by the way, speaking of everything good coming our way, look at SoFi right now, and I told you, watch what happens as of 11:30 today. That's what I said. Or I said 12:30. I said halfway through lunch, folks, I think we're going to see a turnaround. And you can already see that starting to happen right now. Look at it start to make its move. Let's go over in here and get on the internet and the interactive chart. And what we got going on right now is, folks, a triple upside crossover. A triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average is happening right now. I'm going to try to refresh this page and get this chart moved over so you can see what I'm talking about. Here it is, right here. And God, no wonder they tried so hard to stop it. Dan, how confident is the earnings beat? 100% sure they're going to beat on earnings. And that is because Anthony Noto, who is the CEO of the company, who happens to own 7.23 million shares of SoFi stock, would not dare tell everyone they're going to have an earnings beat and not do that. He owns too much. He's got too much at stake to misrepresent this company and have them not be gap profitable. I'm telling you right here and now, there's no way Anthony Noto would let that happen. No way in the world. My wife calling. Hold on. Jeez. Hello, beautiful.
Hi, honey. I just wanted to let you know I put the our sheets in the washing machine, so you will need to move them over to the dryer at some point.
Okie dokie. Thank
All
you.
right. Is Nick up or is he still
Nope.
in bed?
Still in bed.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Love you. Talk to you later.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Oh, my. Folks, the question is going to be not if or when, but the question for this stock is how high. All right. That's the question. How confident is the earnings beat? Dan Wynn just asked, right? The question is not if, and it's certainly not when, because we know it's going to be the 29th of this month, 13 days from now. But the question is how high? How freaking high could it go with not only ETFs who've never been able to buy having a chance to finally come in on this stock, pension funds who've not ever been able to buy in to start finally coming in on this stock, retail buyers who hear the news of the amazing beat and the crazy earnings and the increase in customers and everything else they're going to report on piling in, and then the shorters who will also ride this wave of SoFi to whatever high number they want. Folks, just like what happened on July the 31st, when 2 days before the price was at 894 and it ran all the way up to 1170, a $3 increase, and that was without profitability. Is there a possibility we could see double that when they become profitable and see a $6 increase? You're damn right it sure could. It could easily do that. And in fact, it could go even higher than that. I think that it will. And that's the very reason I have sell orders in the 13, 1348, 1355, 1365, selling at 1377, selling at 1387, selling at 1408, 1412, 1448, 1455, 1465, 1477, and then 1487, 1493, 1499. My sell orders are in at 1508. 1512, 1520, 1543, 1548, 1555, 1565, 1570. I've got them at 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I have sell orders up to $37.48 right now. And all those numbers that I told you through every sequence of every number, I have them at the 8, the 12, the 20, the 30, the 44, the 48, the 55, the 66, the 77, the 87, the 93, the 99, and the next number. And I go all the way up into the 30s, upper 30s, because I have no idea how high this stock's going to go. I have no clue how high it could possibly go. And no one does. And you know what? I don't know if you've heard or not, but there's been some rumors floating around that there's a very distinct possibility that the guy who's the biggest guy who owns all of the most number of privately held GME shares, that's GameStop, was just allocated $2 billion to do whatever he wants with. And there's a very strong belief that he may be acquiring at market share price shares of SoFi with that $2 billion. Now, I'm not saying that I know that's a fact, but I heard that on the wire. And I also heard another interesting fact, and that is that Apple, that's right, Apple wants in on fintech. Now, I also heard that Apple would not want to enter the fintech space via their own ways and means because it would cause them too much money and time and effort to build the infrastructure and to put it all together. But I've also heard there's a very distinct possibility that Apple may seek to make entry into the fintech space via SoFi. Now, there's no way to confirm this information or this rumor that's been floated about, but I can tell you that it is, in fact, within the realm of possibility that an announcement could be made about Apple and SoFi forming a partnership. And, folks, I got news for you. On news like that, on that type of news, people, this price could go through the roof. And if you don't have your sell orders in at those numbers that I've got them in, you're not going to catch those sell orders. Because, folks, just like always, when news breaks and enthusiasm and energy falls into place, the price can absolutely skyrocket. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here. I'm going to go over here to MULN, Mullen, okay? And I want to look at this chart because I want you all to be aware of something very, 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 very aware of this. Look at the 1 year chart and look where the price shot up to $14.61, folks, on an announcement that they were going to be doing something like an 80 for 1 stock split. Okay. They were going to give you, for every one share you had, issue you 80 shares. And on that news alone, the price absolutely skyrocketed. But look where it dropped back down to. It went all the way back down to 11, folks, from 1461. You need to be prepared for SoFi's announcement of news of a possible merger or partnership with Apple, or with this GME news breaking out about the owner of GME stocks buying in. There's any news that could come out, and it will not happen between now and the earnings call. I don't think that SoFi can make an announcement like that between now and earnings call, because there are restrictions to what can be said within 30 days of the earnings call coming out. But folks, what if on the day of, that was another something that they broke news? Oh my God, folks, there's just no telling how freaking high this price could go. There's no limit. I would not put a limit on it. A lot of times people say to me, "Hey, Catfish, we know where you bought it. We know you bought this stock at $4.66 and bought it at $4.67. But how high could it possibly go?" And I've learned my lesson. Don't ever put a limit on a stock that you own, people. Don't do it. Don't make the mistake of putting a limit on a stock that you own. Because as I showed you with COSM, where the price went from 87 cents to 2301 in 1 day, 87 cents to 2301 in 1 day. Folks, I've shown you with RBT how their price went from a dollar or so to $14 in 1 day. I've shown you other stocks that have done the same thing. As a matter of fact, when I owned GME stock, the price closed one afternoon around $77 a share, and the next Monday it opened at $1.44. People, you don't know how high it could go. So don't limit it. Put your sell orders in much, much higher. And the reason I keep asking you folks to do that is because if you have your sell orders in at these high numbers, then they cannot be borrowed by the shorters. If you put your sell orders in good till canceled, plus extended hours, there's no way your shares can be borrowed by the shorters. Let's go see. We got a couple people coming in here. Yep. Carl Seamark at Dan, is the investor conference call early December? They used the term well on track, considering they had already seen 2 months of quarter 4. By then, it looks promising. Yes. Flint Soap Company, hello there. Welcome. Ryan Cohen. Yes, that's his name, Ryan Cohen from GME. 1.2 billion GME funds to invest. Only one person speculated his purchase of SoFi stock. He is also the largest shareholder of Apple. So connect the dots. That's right, Lisa. You're exactly right on there. Connect the frickin' dots. He is the largest shareholder of Apple, and he is the largest privately held owner of GME stock. And that's why I mentioned this. It's a very, very important point for you to understand. Casey, you buying any more BITF at the lower prices? You dang right. Yes, indeed. And then Dan Wynn comes on and says buyout price. I have no idea. I couldn't even put a number on it. I have no idea. I only know that any one of these things coming to fruition could run SoFi's price. And by the way, I'll throw a number out there for you, Dan Wynn, $45 a share. And you want to know why? Well, I guess I don't know how this would affect, if this type of spike in price would affect, but I've already told many people here that are with me today about the share uh, incentive program that's going on with SoFi. And there has been millions of shares which have been given over to SoFi employees and the SoFi executives. As a matter of fact, These shares are called performance share units. They were issued on May the 2nd of 2000, no, June the 2nd of 2021. They were issued, all of the employees and the four top executives were issued 6,428,578 shares at an average price of $14.66 a share, which was the price of the stock on June the 2nd, 2021. All right. So this incentivized scheme works in this way. The company has until June the 1st of 2026 to get the share price of SoFi to reach $25 a share. And the way this works out, Chris Lapointe explained that the awards are divided by three tranches. If SoFi hits 25 a share and averages that price for over 90 days, in other words, if they fall below 25 a little, that's okay as long as they go back over and they average 25 for 90 days, then 1/3 of those shares that were given over to the issue to these shareholders, both the executives and those employees that got them, then if they get to $25 a share, 1/3 of those shares will be vested. Okay. Then the next, if they can hold that for 90 days, and then the next level is $35 a share. And if they reach that price and maintain, again, an average of 35 a share for 90 days, then the next third of those millions of shares will be vested. And then if they get to $45 a share, then the remaining third of those millions of shares will be vested. Okay. But here's the catch: if they don't get to $25 a share by June the 1st of 2026, none of the shares will be vested. None of the shares will be usable by these people, and they will have zero value, not worth a single penny. So you don't think that that gives this company and the executives and all of the employees an incentive to get the price of SoFi to $25 a share, $35 a share, and $45 a share? Many people need to understand that. And there's no way in the world Anthony Noto is going to jeopardize that by trying to do something finicky like, oh, by the way, I looked into it. If they were to do a share split, that would not work. They can't do a split to get to these numbers. They have to do it by fair pricing. There has to be, there's no splits. So this is another reason you can feel so confident about SoFi not doing a share split. And even if they did do a split, it would most likely be the other way around. But if they did do a share split, let's just say they said, we're going to do a 2-for-1. If they did that, folks, and made this the split that you would get one, let's do it the other way around. If they were doing a 1-for-2, folks, if they did that kind of type of split, the price would immediately jump to $14 a share instead of where we are. It would actually be at $15.52 right now. From the number that we're looking at, it would be at $15.52 a share. But folks, then they would have to get the price up to not $25 but $50 a share. All right. But that's not going to come into play. There's not going to be any shares splitting. And look at this price. I told you at 12:30 it was going to change. And look right the time right here. 12:40 was where it started changing. And look at it rising right now. And folks, why would it do that? Well, I got news for you, because the NASDAQ has just formed a 1-2 triple bottom. Triple bottom on the NASDAQ, which just equated the same figure that was reached right there this morning at the takedown. And they tried to get it down this morning to 14,895. And you can see where it is now. Just now, they took it down to what number this morning? 14,897. See that? There's the drop right there, 14,895.78. And this manipulative effort right here only got us down to a higher low of 14,897. 14,897. So that's why SoFi is now, they all see, not only was the NASDAQ bottomed out there at 14,897, that low there was higher than here. And that, folks, is good for us. 14,895 there, 14,897 now, and look at it start to escalate right back up after that manipulative effort right there. All right. And you better take a look at the Russell 2000 as well, because the Russell 2000, folks, is looking good too. It just hit the very bottom and bottomed out, and now it starts to climb. And you can presume only from that every single one of these markets is now going to start turning and heading north. I can't guarantee that, but it sure looks that way to me. And it sure looks to me like SoFi is about to go off the hinges, right? SoFi, they're going to blow the door right off the hinges. This thing is a huff and puff and blow the shorts down. Afternoon coming our way. You can see the price rising right now. You can see the volume is still very good today. 24 million shares with 3 hours left to trade, and the price is rising. Congratulations to every single one of you. Look at the triple bottom. 1, 2, 3 times they tried to take it down, and the resilience is fascinating and so fun to watch. And remember, when I show you this max chart right here, these numbers that you're seeing on Yahoo of 2514 for the high this stock has ever been is wrong. This is how high it could go. So don't believe it and put your sell orders in at 2513 a share, because folks, the truest high was 2826 on February the 1st of 2021. This brought to you by Kyle of Stock Goat on YouTube. I highly recommend you check out Kyle. Stock Goat is his channel. And he pointed out that on this day, the price opened at 25.78 and went up to 28.26. Folks, that's like $1.47 gain, or 247 in one day. Let's go take a look. 28.26 minus 25.78, 25.78 equals a $2.48 gain in one day. And you think that on this chart, they want to show you that on the long-term chart? They don't want to show you that. They don't want to show you that this price could go up $2.40 something cents in one day. So they show you only the high of 25.14. What do you know? What a bunch of fakery schmakery. There was the high, 28.26, $2.48 higher than Yahoo was trying to disclose it as. And there's a reason that they want you to think that's the highest it's ever been, because when it starts to make its next run and on an earnings day, many people might think, well, the highest it's ever been is 25.14. Wrong. It's been $3 higher than that. So you need to be aware of that, folks. $2.48 higher than what they're showing you on that screen. And I want you to be aware of something. Folks, look at this beautiful, beautiful jump right off of that low during lunchtime low. What a beautiful run. And we are just begun. Folks, you got to ask yourself this question, and I asked earlier. If they could not keep the price at $7.61 at 9:28 this morning, and if they couldn't hold it here at $7.70 where they tried, and they couldn't hold it here at this time at 11:12 or 11:13 at 7.74, one must ask themselves, how in the hell are they going to hold it here at 7.78? If they couldn't hold it here, couldn't hold it here, couldn't hold it here, couldn't hold it there, and couldn't hold it here, how can they hold it here? Huh? They can't. If they could, they would have held it here at 761 this morning. They would have held it here at 772 if they could have, right? Shannis, would be interesting how the reintroduction of the lost shares, if they do not hit $25, would affect the stock price. It would increase it. So we should win either way. Absolutely. That's exactly right. You're exactly right. That's what was pointed out in this article that was written that I posted up here earlier that I gave you a link to on that Seeking Alpha article, right? Aren't the numbers shown on the screen the closing number? It could have hit $28 during the day, but not closed at that amount. I don't care. That's not my point. My point is Yahoo is trying to give everybody the impression by showing them this max chart that the price at the highest it's ever been is 25.14. That's my point. I'm not trying to say that it didn't go up higher. And by the way, the interesting thing is they're showing that on the date January 25th. It was February the 2nd. All right. February the 2nd. Well, what are they showing in February? January, February. Look here. February 15th or whatever, right there at that. February the 8th, they're only showing 23.90. I'm only showing you this number here on this of this price to 28.26 because I want you all to be aware of it. That you should not be fooled into thinking the highest price this has ever been is $25.14. That's not true. But if you didn't know better, and if I didn't show you and you looked at the max chart and you went over here and looked at that, what would you think? You would think and presume, oh, well, 25.14, that's the highest the stock price has ever been. But I show you because you need to know so you don't put your sell orders in there and cut yourself short because it could go as high as $28 and whatever it was that day. That's all. Vehicle S. I can't believe how there are so many people doubting that SoFi won't hit profitability Q4. Didn't Noto mention it in his Q3 earnings and also reconfirm they'll be profitable mid-December? Laughed my ass off. Yeah, absolutely he did. And here's another thing. If Anthony Noto, who owns 7.23 million shares of SoFi stock and who has been accumulating over the last 2 months and buying more and more, if he had any inkling that they were not going to be gap profitable, don't you think that instead of accumulating more and more, that he would be selling his insider share positions? Let's go over here. I'm going to show you something here. Bookmarks, and we're going to go down to ETFs buying, hedge funds and institutional owners. All right. And these are all the hedge funds that have been piling in on this stock. And I've shown some people this earlier today. Some of them increasing, like Kathy Wood, 187%. Oh my God. She's piling in on this stock, people, because she knows. All right. And I want you to see on Kathy Wood and these others that are buying in, like BlackRock, who've increased to $325 million worth of SoFi, gone up 6.95%. These people know what they're doing, folks. This one here, who's gone up 214%. This one up 144%. And these ones that are leaving the stock are shorters. The hedge funds that short the stock. Okay, they're leaving it. They're dumping their shares, including all of these down here that were 0-star rated analysts shorting SoFi and downgrading the stock have all left 100% of their shorted positions of SoFi over the last 4 months. Okay, they've left them all. So let's go up here because not only can we see that, we can go to insider trading activity. Now, I know that some of the share owners have sold some of theirs during Christmas, during the month of December. But, folks, this is how they get paid. Many of the top executives who hold high positions in SoFi get paid, compensated for their work with shares of SoFi. So, in order to get paid, they must sell some. Okay, they must sell some. All right. So you can see here right before Christmas, some of them sold. But look at the buyers coming in. LaPointe bought another 100,000 shares. Anthony Noto bought 298,000 when the price was at 677. And here it is. Anthony Noto buys another 146,000 shares when the price was at 650 a share. Folks, these guys, these big players have been accumulating. And there was only one more that sold here right before Christmas. Rochelle Jeremy sold and still holds a lot of shares, okay? Still holds a lot of shares of SoFi. Even though Rochelle Jeremy sold 56,000.27 shares at 978 a share, Rochelle Jeremy still holds 400,000 shares of this stock. And if Rochelle thought the price was going to fall and was in fear, Rochelle would have sold all of those shares, not just a small percentage of the shareholdings that Rochelle had to get paid, by the way, so she could get paid or he could get paid. I don't know if Rochelle's a guy or gal, but either way, I'm looking at this SoFi price right now, and what I see is there's been no way in the world for them to keep the price from going up from right here at lunchtime. And if they could have, they would have, but they couldn't. So they won't. If they could have kept it red and they could have kept it down there, they would have if they could have, but they cannot. So they will not. And by the way, you need to pay attention to this volume that's starting to come in here. And you can easily see by looking at this interactive chart what is happening right now. Look at the 1 day chart. Look at how long they tried to hold it here from 1240 to 1250 before it took off. And look at this thing bouncing off the trend line, bouncing off the trend line, bouncing off the trend line, and just going right on up. It is actually, look at the 200-day moving average line that just changed. Look at that 45-day, 10-day moving purple average that just immediately said no more down right there at 12:50 p.m. And folks, what we have now that you're looking at is an incredibly beautiful looking chart with the 10-day moving average scaling up, the 200-day just immediately stopping the down and just rocketing up. And look at the 45 and 50-day both looking excellent right here, folks. It looks absolutely gorgeous, this chart. Well, let's put it this way. It looks gorgeous if you're a long, all right? If you're a short, it looks absolutely hideous, okay? That looks scary. If I was a short right now, I'd be going, holy crap. This does not look good, people. This does not look good for anyone shorting this stock right now, especially with that abrupt change of the 200-day moving average line, which usually does not make that kind of a move. Look at that 200-day going right on up now. Look at that thing. It's beautiful. No wonder they had to come in and dump 46,000 shares. And then look at the numbers they're doing on the odd numbers, 103 and 105. Two big dumps to try to run it back down. But I got news for you, folks. They're not going to hold this thing down this afternoon. They're not going to have it. They don't have the stomach for it. And nobody wants to sell here. In fact, all they want to do is buy more. Look at these massive buys coming in here. 185,000 shares bought at 1248. And look what time it was when I told you it was going to stop running down. Look what that was. 1229. Someone stepped in and bought 184,000. And you all heard me predict this. I said, wait till you see what happens at 1230 today. I said this at 11:30. I said, wait till you see what happens at 12:30. And look what happened here at 12:29. The first big buyer made entry, 184,000 shares, right to the minute almost when I called it happening. And then here they come at 12:45. There's another big buy at 93,000. And here they come again at 12:48, 185,000 share buy. And here's another one for 141,000. And you need to pay attention what they're trying to attack it with. Look at these measly sell orders, 46,000. And here again, 3113. 3113 people. Look at the green candlesticks. They're massive compared to these little dinky red ones here. 1339 and 1683. Are you kidding me? Frickin' pitiful, people. Absolutely a pitiful effort on pitiful, minuscule volume that they're trying to attack it back down now with. Absolutely hilarious. I laugh in their faces at them making an attempt to try to run it down on such small candlesticks compared to the big green ones coming in right now. Right? Yep. I can't believe how there are so many people doubting that SoFi won't hit profitability quarter 4. That's right. Michael Anthony, most sold shares and they knew a sell off was coming. No, they didn't. If they would have known a sell off was coming, they would have sold all of their shares. They only sold the shares they sold so they could get paid. They don't get paid any other way. That's what you don't understand, Michael Anthony. That's how they get paid. They're compensated by the company with shares. And if they don't sell those shares, they don't make any money. It's as simple as that, Michael, okay? Don't be confused and don't try to confuse other people by saying stuff that you don't understand. All right? Please don't come on here and try and throw trash out because you'll get tossed out of the tank because what you just said isn't true. If they thought there was a sell off coming, don't you think Anthony Noto would have sold some of his 7.3 million shares? Yeah, he probably would have. Yep. Yep. If Chris Lapointe, the CFO, the chief financial officer, thought there was a sell off coming, do you think he would have bought 185,000 shares? No. No, he wouldn't. Nope. So I don't know if you're shorting the stock, but if you want to keep putting stuff out like that, Michael Anthony, good luck to you on this channel because you won't be here long. You'll be cast out like all the others I've cast out before, who are the naysayers and the downgraders and the cheap shotters. And I don't put up with it on this channel. There's too many people here that are confident in the words that I tell them because they can see what the charts show and prove. And by the way, this 6-month chart, my friend, does this right here, this 200-day moving average, does that look like a sell-off since December the 25th? The 200-day moving average going up and up and up, does this right here since December 25th with the 45-day moving average and the gold 50-day moving average going up and up and up, does that look like a sell-off to you? You better take a bigger look. You better get your wide angle lenses out and stop looking with such little narrow horse race uh, binders on, okay? Because you've been misconceived if you believe that this is a sell-off. And that's exactly what they want people to think. See, the people that are behind this manipulative effort, that's exactly what they want you to think watching the day by day action. But they don't want you on my channel seeing me show you that the 45 and 50-day moving averages are doing nothing but going up. And that 200-day moving average down here is doing nothing but going up. And they don't want me showing you that, people. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to see the truth. They want to confuse you with daily manipulation efforts, and they want to cloud up the water and make you think things that aren't true. But I'm here to clarify to each and every one of you that all this stock has done over the last 3 months is go up and up from $6.41, and it's still continuing its climb over the longer term chart. You can believe this daily manipulation jiggity jog, or you can look beyond that to the long term chart, which Kathy Wood looks at. That's why she's increased her position 187%. And BlackRock can look at and see, and why they've increased their position by 7% nearly is because they can all see these long term lines going up and up and up. They don't worry about this 10-day moving average and a downgrade by KBW, because they probably, just like me, have been able to prove that with every single downgraded attempt of this stock, all it has done after each and every single downgrade is rise higher and higher and higher after every downgrade that made the price briefly drop. Every downgrade has been the end result of a higher SoFi price. Every single one of them, including the one by Morgan Stanley, who owned $58 million worth of SoFi stock when they downgraded us on July the 13th. Because I think they had an idea when they got the price to fall to $8.87 that just 5 days later it would be at $11.70. That's why they downgraded it, folks, just like the KBW downgrade that came out 10 days ago, because they know where this price is also going to be on earnings day when we beat the street and beat estimates and we beat for the first time and we become profitable. So all these downgrades that come out, they're all always incentivized. There's always a hidden agenda by every one of them that downgrades. And by the way, I want you to look right now what they're trying to do with the NASDAQ. Try to take it down to 6666 negative. There it is, 66 negative. Whoop de frickin' do. Okay. That's over. They got to their 6666. I didn't even get there in time to see it, but I'm pretty sure that that's what they just did. And now you can see it's only down 64.91. So once again, gematria playing its role in the price and the manipulation of the stock market as a whole. You just saw it down 66, and look at it already coming back right off that number and bouncing right back here at 115. So I show it to you again. Those of you that are on this channel know that I bring it out every single time. Every single time I expose the numerology that's going on surrounding the stock market. And you just saw it there. When it was down, 666. All right? You saw it. Wasn't there long. And look at it now, only down 59. What an amazing observation. What amazing number. And look at this. Back down to 419, 4913. 14913. The same thing we saw 2 days ago or 3 days ago when they tried with all desperation to keep the price at 14,913. And we saw it 6 times go from 14,913 over 14,920 and then go back to 14,913 3 days ago. I showed you this and we watched it over and over and over. They got it to there. It just went over 921 and see if they have the power to pull it back this time to 14,913 again, like they did on that day, which they did 6 times. Every time the price went over 14,920, they pulled it back to 14,913 6 times. And there were many people on my channel with me that day that witnessed me telling you, look at them trying it again. Look at them do it again. Look at them the third time do it. Here's the fourth time they did it. The fifth time they did it. It went over 14,920 6 times and they pulled it back to 14,913 on that day. And you guys were all with me. Do you remember seeing that? Of course you do. You saw what they did and you see what they're trying now. But no more 14,913 today, folks. No siree, because you know what? They don't have the strength that they had that day. And even on that day, they tried so many times to hold it down to 14,913. And every time they pulled it back from over 14,920, they got it back to that 913. By the end of the day, the price was green. The NASDAQ was green. Funny thing was, I told everybody it was going to happen too. I said, don't be surprised if this NASDAQ isn't green today. It was down 180 points and it went green. Meanwhile, you might want to look over here and look at Sofi about to break back up over 780 right now because it's all over, folks. The NASDAQ's going green. Sofi will go green. They will follow each other hand in hand. And look at that escalation right there. Look at that thing taking off from that 14,913 I just showed you. Down 6,666. And look at it. Now just springboarding upwards. Who would have ever guessed that would happen? Holy smokes, everybody. Let's get to the 1-day chart and look at the amount of manipulation that just happened and look at that thing skyrocket after that number was achieved. What a joke, and a sad joke for everybody that they play the game with, right? They try to make everyone so scared and they run it down to 14,913. What a freaking total laughing stock. What a joke. What a game that's being played. And I bring it out to you once again. I bring it to your attention. I do that for all the people that have been on this channel for so many days, that all this manipulation amounts to gematria, reaching specific numbers just to scare people out and to show their dominance over the market. And you just saw it. They just ran the price right back down there to 14,913. What a coincidence at that time, 14,913. And I wouldn't doubt it if the time when they did that was 1:13 p.m. that they decided to make the move. There's 111 right there, and there's 112, and there's 113. And look at the low that was achieved at 113, people. All right. Do I need to say anything more? No, I really don't. I don't need to say anything more. You see it. You see it. You see it. I showed it to you. I showed you the time. I showed you the price. I showed you the manipulation. And it's very, very clear cut and very obvious, isn't it? And now we watch. And I asked you for the fourth time, those of you that are new here, if they could not keep the price down here at $7.61, and they couldn't hold the price right here at 7.70, and they couldn't hold the price right here at 7.74, and they couldn't hold it here again at 7.74, how in the hell do they expect to hold the price here at 7.78? Well, they don't. They don't. They're just accumulating shares here and they don't care how high it goes now. And I don't believe they're going to give a damn if the thing is green by the end of the day either, because they've all covered. They've all got out this morning at 761. My year that I graduated. No, it was the year I was born. 1961, folks, I was born. And I want you to be very, very aware that even on this stock here, they're trying to hold the price down 13 cents. All right. Just like we just saw them try to take the NASDAQ down and keep it down. And look at them do it again. See it? The same thing. The game is being played all over again. The exact same game. And now they got the price to what? 14,913 again. Why is this thing jumping to that? I don't want anything to do with that. Go back to the page so I can show people what's going on so they can see the manipulation effort and that you can see it. And then they're trying JetBlue. U.S. judge blocks JetBlue from acquiring Spirit Airlines. Oh, both of them losers. 14,912.69 again. See that? How do you like that? They take it from 14,926 back to 14,913, people, and that is the manipulation of the market. Isn't it just so disgusting to see it happen? I mean, to me, it just absolutely it makes me disgusted by the efforts that these manipulators make on the market every single day. You just saw it again. I pointed it out to you again how they will try and try and try to take the price down, even as many times as 6 times they did it 3 days ago. 6 times it went back up over 14,920 and they took it back down to 14,913. 6 freaking times, everybody. Okay? Don't be fooled. Don't be discouraged by this. This manipulation for us this morning was a great buying opportunity, a great chance for us to lower our dollar cost average again. And we did. Many of us did. I did. I bought it at $7.67 this morning. Lovely. And now up 9 cents on that buy. And to me, 9 cents is $530 every time it goes up a penny. And it's going to be going higher this afternoon, folks. I can assure you. And the NASDAQ, here we are. Look at them trying again. 666, folks. Here's where we're going again with the NASDAQ game and gematria. Watch what they try for. Oh, they had it there for a jiffy pop. They're going for 6666 down. That's all there is to it, folks. And I point these things out to you. I point them out to you. Now only 64 down, 64.88. They're trying hard here to get it to 66.66. Let me see if I'm right or not. Well, too bad for them. It's already turned and it's going back the other way. They're not going to get their 6666, it doesn't look like. Nope, now it's only down 63. Good try, though, shorties. A valiant effort, you manipulators. Now it's only down 61. And soon enough, you're going to see this again, trying to be held at 14,913. And here it comes right now. Be prepared, and you'll see it. You'll see it clear as day. They don't try to be shy about the manipulative efforts. 14,913 is what their aim is today, to hold it. Well, that's not going to work, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, the efforts that they make, everybody, to try to hold this thing in the red, it's just amazing. It really is. And the same thing with SoFi. Look at what they're trying to hold it down. 13 cents. I wonder how many millions of dollars they'll throw away just to get a number down 13 cents today. See that? There it is. Congratulations, shorties. Don't know how many millions you've just worked through to get there, but congratulations to you for one more time. And now the price being 17 cents higher than the low was. Yep. And there's the 14,913. I clicked on it and you saw it. 14,913. That's all they're trying to do. That's all they're trying to manipulate to. And the weird thing is, isn't it odd that it doesn't go any lower? They don't just run it on down here to 14,900 or 14,880 or 14,860. No, they don't. They don't do that. They don't do that. They're just trying to hold it at that 14,913, and they'd love to see it close at that number today. Well, they're not going to have that happen, folks. Let's go over to the finance homepage. What is Yahoo telling everybody today now? Can hardly wait. Stocks stumble with bank earnings in focus. Goldman profit soars in final quarter of turbulent year. Bank of America CEO on the potential of a soft landing. Look at that smiley, smirky face on him. Look at this Yahoo headline. There's a 25% chance of global recession. Well, does that mean there's a 75% of no recession? That's what that translates into, people, for those that want to be the glass half full instead of the glass 75% empty. It's 75% full, folks. I love that. They say there's a 25% chance of a global recession. Let's translate it 75% no recession. I like those odds a lot better than the 25% of a recession. God, these Yahoo clowns, I tell you, I point out how laughable their headlines are day after day, don't I? I show you how they try to manipulate and scare. They're part of the whole scheme. Yahoo, the biggest head fakers of all out there. They're part of the whole operation. They're part of it all, folks. They're part of it. They're part of the manipulation. They're part of the fear and intimidation and scare tactics that go on every day in the marketplace. They're all part of it. They're all part of it, folks. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Ugh. Yeah, Michael Anthony come on here and make a statement like that and get blown out of the water. They sold because they knew a sell-off was coming. Yeah, sure they did. Yep, there's a big sell-off coming from 671 a share to 776. I've been buying over 20,000 shares now, and you'll like this, Cap. My DCA is 777. Whoa! Well, we're going to ring the bell right here for you then, because guess what? The price is going to be here this afternoon over that amount, I can assure you. And the reason I say that is because had they the ability to hold it here, they would have already held it here at 761 if they had the ability. They would have already held it here at 772 if they had the ability. They would certainly have held the price at 774 if they would have had the ability. Look how diligently they tried to hold it there. And look how hard and what an effort they made to hold it at 774 even 3 times today. But then the next low was only here, 775, and now 776, and it's just going to keep going up, people, because they couldn't hold it at 761, 772, 773, 774, 775, and they can't hold it at 776, and they won't. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Back over here, let's go see how many institutions are now holding shares. 738. See if any others have added today. Well, there certainly aren't any selling, that's for sure. Certainly aren't any selling with the stock price down a whole, how much of a percent? 1.4%. And there we go. Brew Tank about to go green right frickin' now. Bing, bing, bing. There you go. All right. You just made $200 right then when I rang the bell. Congratulations to you, Brew Tank. 200 bucks. Nice, 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 baby. All right. Yeah, I ring the bell for you, my friend. I ring the bell. Let me go get some more coffee. I'm starting to nod off here. Let me get some more coffee. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see what we got here. I heard my phone ringing while I was gone. Phone notifications. Power mode. Let's see who called me. All right. Well, thank you all for being here with me right now as we watch the price continue to rise this afternoon. It's all over. All the suffering. All over but the crying. All over for the shorts. All over for the manipulators. All over for them, folks. And right now we can see the NASDAQ. I like to catch back up onto this. Is it still at 14,913? Hell no. 14,930 now. So much for that effort to drive it back down to 14,913 again. And you can see it now going right on up, people. And so will Sofi continue the game right alongside of it, folks. So it's all over. It's going to be over. Yep. Hmm. Let's see here. 40,000 shares long, Tyler. Is it what is see you guys at the finish line? Yes. 40,000 shares long, Tyler. Is it what is? See you guys at the finish line. Yes. And Brew Tank been buying over 20,000 shares tonight, and you'll like this, Cat. My DCA 777. Ring the bell. Folks, we are going to be ringing this bell. Watch the NASDAQ continue to rise this afternoon, and you just watch what happens with SoFi. It'll do the same thing, folks. There's no way they're going to hold this down. There is absolutely no way they're going to do it. It isn't going to stay down 13 cents no matter how hard these bastards try. It just isn't going to happen, everybody. There's no way. And why? Because too many ETFs are buying in. Too many insiders buying in. In. They're coming in. Look at this. LaPointe bought $100,000 worth. Anthony Noto bought another $300,000 worth. And here, Anthony Noto buys another $146,000 worth, and only one sold since then. One. All right. 3 insider buys. And look at that. One there. All right. That's it, folks. That's it with insider buys. On the hedge funds, there's hedge fund activity. We can go to hedge fund activity right here. Let's go see if we can see here what the hedge funds are doing. And they're buying, increasing 187%, increasing 5%, increasing new position. The shorter dumps all of his shares. Another shorter dumps 58%, increasing by 10%, increasing by 6, increasing by 9, increasing by 214, buying 621,000 shares first entry. And look at the shorters that are leaving. Look at that square point. A 0-rated star analyst downgrading SoFi stock and dumps 100% of his position. Another one, a 1-star analyst, just like David Ciavarini. This one here is just like David Ciavarini, downgrading the target price, lowering target prices, and dumping 100% of their downgraded target prices. Folks, they're all out. They're all out. All of these shorting losers right here with horrible star ratings have all dumped, because guess what their target prices were? 680, 653, 721, 721. What a coincidence. Both of these at 720. All of them out. They've gotten out. All of them have dumped because they're tired of losing money. That's right. They're tired of losing money on this stock. Simple as that. All right, get back over here. Yeah. Oh, let's go on over here and look at BITF, which I picked up some more of. I did buy more of it. Somebody was asking me, hey, Ty, have you bought any more BITF? You're dang right I did, because I wanted to average down on my price. And this morning I decided, well, take a look at this. They're attacking BITF again. And then I went, well, I wonder what's going on with Bitcoin. I went and looked, and I says, okay, well, no big surprise here. Time to buy some more. So I did. I stepped in this morning when the low was right here, right there. Bam. I bought it. $2.21 a share. And I actually paid $2.22 because I like the number 2 and I like the number 8. So I paid $2.22 a share, and I picked up another 500 shares there. And I'm glad I did. And I'm going to continue to make gains off of this price, because the folks BITF and Bitcoin, I think, are all going to go right on up with this new ETF action going on. So there's the Nasdaq again, back trying to be buying. They're trying to be very, very stubborn about letting anything go green here. But the S&P 500 also is making gains right now. So they're trying very hard to suppress everything and keep everything red, but it's very much trying to go green. Things are trying to turn. They're all trying to go up this afternoon. They're trying to beat this resistance that's been so heavy. And look at it now, down 22.13, 22.13, the S&P 500, just so you're aware of it. And now they've got it down 22.03, but it was down just a second ago, 22.13. Looking up here, now I see 22.15. But that's their effort. That's their design. That's what they want to do. They want to try to keep everything red, folks. They want you to be afraid. And look at this, 3732.766. And here, 913.33 on the NASDAQ. Look at these numbers and what they mean to them, folks. You've got to understand. 14,913. So this is the second time, just like the other day, that the price starts to go on up over 14,920. And what do? Try to bring it back down to their secret little happy 14,913.33, folks. And look at all these red candlesticks to get it to that number. Look at the massive amount of money that they'll dump. Look at that, just to get to a certain number, folks. Just to get to a certain number. There, you'll use millions and millions of dollars just to get to what they consider to be a superstitious, scary number. All right. And if you don't believe it's true, look right there. You'll see 16 million. And there's another one right there, 15.7 million. And another one there, 17.65 million. All to get the price just to stop at 14,913 again. And this is the same thing that they were trying last week that I showed you over and over and over that they tried. They tried this over and over and over last week. 6 times the price went from 14,913 up over 14,920, and 6 times back down to 14,913 last week. I showed you guys that were on the channel with me. Yep. Yep. We're stuck at 775, 777. No, we're not. Nope. Well, I'll tell you what, though, even if we are, that's a lot better than stuck at 761, isn't it? Where they had us this morning. 761, where they had us this morning. Well, I'd rather be stuck at 777, 75 than 761 any day of the week. I can tell you that much right now, everybody. And I'm looking here at BITF. I made a good buy on that this morning, so I'm glad I was able to pick up some more of that this morning. Yep, I still am a believer. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to take a look at Bitcoin right now, see what it's doing. We're going to see what it's doing right now. And my presumption is, just like many who talked about Bitcoin, look at that thing now. It's making a nice move. It's actually going to end up going green here in a minute, it looks like. Very, very nice. Very good. I like it. I'm very happy that I picked up some more this morning of BITF. I'm glad I did. And I can see where the move is, where it's headed, what they're trying to do with it. And it actually looks pretty good. So no complaints from me here. None at all, when considering the price of Bitcoin was at 16,000 a coin less than 1 year ago. 16,000 a coin 1 year ago. Cha-ching. All right. So here they come at it again. 774 for the fourth time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times now they're trying to get this 774 number. Why can't they get it any lower than that, is the question I'm asking you now. Why? Why can't they get it to go any lower than 774 today? Is that the new level of support before we run up to the 10s, 11s, 12s, and 13s on earnings day, 774? If so, I'll take it. Absolutely take it. But I'm kind of questioning. I wonder why they can't get it to go any lower than that. Don't know why they don't have the power and ability, but I guess there's just too many effing buyers right here that want it at that price. That's all I can say. It must be just too many damn buyers that want it at 774 and don't care that it's there. They're happy to get it and happy to pay that price. and they're not going to let it fall any lower. And that must be to the absolute dismay of all the shorters that thought for sure KBW downgrade would take the price down to 650 a share. And so they continue to short it and short it and short it right here now. And it bounces again off 774 and goes right back up. So nice effort again, you guys. I give it to you. You're really trying hard, but you're losing. You're losing again. And you haven't even begun to see the losses that you're going to accumulate on this share, on this stock. You're going to find out come earnings day, every one of you. You're going to find out for sure what it's like to lose serious money, you shorters, on earnings day. And today is just the beginning of a takedown effort that's failing. By the way, you might want to look at the NASDAQ and see right there. Look at the 45-day now gaping away from the 50-day moving average on the NASDAQ chart right here. Pay attention to what's really happening here, even though the price is being manipulated down. Look at the 45-day moving average jumping away from the 50-day moving average right there, right now, while I'm on the chart looking at it. No wonder. See what happened? What happened was the 45-day was below the 50-day over on the left here. Right there, it was below it and it started crossing over. No wonder they come so hard right there. They're like, Dad gummit, man, that thing is getting ready to break out. We got to hit it hard. And they did. They used many, many candlesticks. But look at that 45-day moving average, the blue one, jump up over the 50-day moving average. And at the very instant that that breakout began, look at those red candlesticks come in to try to stifle it. But you better look right now here at the 45 and the 50-day, because this is when someone like Cathie Wood says, I'm in. That's right. And look at the amount down here, 66 again, 66 down. We just showed you that an hour ago. They tried to run it down 6666 and they just tried it again just then. Look what they got it here, 66.30. Are you with me, folks? You paying attention? 66. Okay. Once again, they try like hell to get the price to be the NASDAQ to be down 6666. Right now, there it is. Here's the number they're trying to achieve. I pointed out to you because I want you all to know the game they play with their gematria, okay? With their numbers, with their scary, superstitious numbers that they try over and over and over, day after day after day, to show their strength and their capability and how they control the market. That's all they're trying to do there. And now look at it. Well, nice try, but that's done now. That's over too. No more 666 for you guys. I see how hard you're trying to hold it there. I make it clear so everybody can see how hard you're going to try to get 6666 here, and maybe even just 6660, but they're trying it. They're trying hard. And you can see how hard they are trying, how much effort they put in to trying to keep the price down 666, everybody. Well, at least you know about it. See that right there? There it is, 666. There it was. They got their number that they were trying to achieve. They missed it actually by one penny. They missed it by one hundredth of a penny. They missed their 6666. They're still trying to get it there. They are. Trust me. Yep. Save got whacked. Yeah, you buy, boss. That's right. Yeah. Yep. 666, folks. What do you know? What an effort. What a total slam effort by everybody in the marketplace today getting shook out. Don't be surprised tomorrow to see a really resilient, resounding no, that was just a shake of the tree. It's really going to go up, and the Dow will be up 180 to 250, maybe 300 tomorrow. The NASDAQ will be up 150 to 180 tomorrow. And all this that we're seeing here today, just more manipulation, more scare tactics, more fear mongering. It's just become fraught. The whole market's just fraught with this baloney. And once again, they're trying to hold SoFi down to 773 4. I don't know why that's such a powerful number for them to try to hold, but there it is. They've been at it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. 774, folks. What's their love with that number? What do they have fallen in love with 774 for? What does it mean so much to them? Why? Why are they so concerned to hold it at 774, I wonder? Well, they definitely are. They've made their efforts here at 11. They've made it at 12. They've made it at 1240. They've made it here again now, and they still can't hold it below that. They can't get it to drop. It's just like it's got to be almost like for us when we were the longs going, God, why can't we get this price to go over $6? Why can't we get it to go over 7? And then we said, why can't we get it to go over 8? Well, it is going to go over 8, and we're only freaking right now. We are less than how many days from the earnings call? Oh my God, 13 days away. 13 days away. No wonder. That's another thing I thought about. Of course, they're going to try on the 13th day before earnings to try to make it end up red today. Of course, they are going to try to make it 13 cents red on the 13th day before the earnings call. Why? Oh, gosh. What a laughing stock these shorts are, and what a joke that they go through so much money to try to hold a certain price. And I'm just glad to see them trying it and wasting all the money that they're doing. I laugh at them, everybody. I absolutely laugh right in their faces. Now, all of you that are here right now, I want to ask you to please make sure you hit the like button before we get this thing running up this afternoon. We've got a 2 hour power hour coming ahead of us, in my opinion. I do not believe there's going to be any kind of a sell off. I don't believe that these NASDAQ manipulators are going to be able to keep this down. I can see how diligently hard they're trying and how much effort they're putting into it, but I just do not see it unfolding. And just like I don't see SoFi dropping any lower than 774, which we've now seen for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th time to try to take it down below 774. Can you imagine how frustrated that must be for them that they can't get it to drop anymore with all the millions that they keep dumping? Can you imagine how mad they're getting right now that they can't make it fall any further? Oh man, I think it's hilarious, really. I do. And I laugh at them because I think it's funny that they can't get it to go any lower. Even with all that effort and all the Nasdaq down, the Dow down, the S&P down, the Russell down, and SoFi stands there stoically going, "Oh yeah, you're going to push me down below?" I don't think so. It just holds its ground, stubborn, very stubborn. It's just planted its feet right into the ground and says, "No, I'm not going any lower no matter what you try." And I'm glad to see that, folks. To be honest with you, makes me happy. Yep. 55 likes. I thank you for coming on with a like for me and sharing some likes with me. I appreciate that very much because the more likes, the more people see this channel, more positive people that are in the world. We need positive people. We need people who think positively. We got too many people out there, naysayers, downgraders, bashers, all of them trying to stop this stock from running. They've been so tireless in their effort to keep the price falling, but unfortunately for them, they can't get it to drop. And if you think anybody is selling this stock 13 days before an earnings call that everyone knows is going to be profitable, you would be highly mistaken to think anyone is actually selling this stock right here, right now. There is no one who's going to sell with half a brain cell. They're not going to sell this stock 13 days away. We've been waiting so long that there's no reason we wouldn't wait just 13 more days. So many of you people on this channel have been here for months with me now, 5, 6, 7, 8 months, and you haven't sold then and you're not selling now. All you've done is keep accumulating on these rundowns like they did this morning. And congratulations to you for knowing where this is going and having a head on your shoulders and be able to think for yourself and not believe all the naysayers and downgraders and BSers out there, because the world is full of them, folks. Absolutely full of them. And we are diligent, strong, committed, believers that know what we're holding on to. And as I said, if you think anyone would sell this stock when it's down 1.9% today, you would have to be out of your mind to think that, because they know that this has the potential to pop 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, or 130%. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, I'll take you over here to the historical data so you can see a day when the price went up from right here on May the 15th. And in 1 month's time, you're talking less than 30 days, the price went from $4.45 to 10.23, folks. 4.45 times 130% plus equals 1023. You see that? A 130% gain. And what do you know? The very next day after that, what happened to SoFi stock? Let me show you, everybody, so you can get a good understanding about downgrades, right? SoFi, June 15th, 2023. 3 analysts downgrade. There it is. Look over here. So funny they won't even show me now. Oh, come on. They're not going to let me show it to you now. Let's just take the date off, June 15th, 2023. Let's just put this. SoFi, 3 analysts downgraded. Okay. Here, here, here it is. There it is. How do you like that, people? On the day the price had gone from 445 to June the 14th, 1023. Here's the headline. 5 big analyst cuts. SoFi Technology slashed with 3 downgrades and the shares plunge on June the 15th. After 30 days and 130% gain, they called 3 analysts and said, please, God, help us. Oh, SAVE got whacked. Okay, whatever that is. SAVE. Let's go look at SAVE. SAVE stock. Spirit Airlines. Yahoo. Yahoo. Well, holy smokes. Yeah, they were trying to merge with Spirit Airlines with JetBlue, and that got cut down. So there's the whack job. Wow. Look at that. Cut the price 50%. Yeesh. Well, that's not happening with SoFi, people. They can't even get the damn price to drop 1.8% today, folks. It's over for them. They're trying to keep it down 13 cents in the red, and that's all just for numerology. But look at the price rising now. We're not even at 2 o'clock, and they can't hold it at 774 anymore. Wow. Why? Why not? Why can't they hold it at that number they want so bad, 774? Why? Well, too bad for them. And now 776 has them 13 cents down. Yeah, what a number. 13. Well, wave goodbye to that real soon, people. Because look over here. The NASDAQ has now reached its bottom again over here, where it's the same number that they're trying to reach here. They're not even close to it, folks. They're not close to it. And it is 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. And look at the NASDAQ improving. 14,893, now 14,894, 14,896 will come into play very quickly. Watch it jump right past 14,895. My call. 14,894.84, 14,895.21. I missed it. 14,896 is coming. You will see it, and it is an improvement. And there we go, folks. Watch it run. And no more downplay, no more downgrade, no more scare tactic, no more fear. All of a sudden, mysteriously, everybody will start buying into it. And there you go, 14,894.66. Oh my gosh, these people, they're just so despicable. 14,894.27, 14,894.96. Goodbye to the 894. Watch it jump to 14,896. I was going to say it wasn't going to go through the 95, and I called it, completely. 14,897 now. 14,898 will soon be here, and there it is. 14,890. Forget about it. It's going to go to 14,9. Right now, 14.9, you will see it on your screen in less than 10 seconds. 14.9 will be in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. 14.9. Oh, we're one away. 14.9, and here it goes, people. And then it will continue to climb because the manipulation game has ended on the stock market, on the NASDAQ. The fear, now down 75, 55. Look at the green candlesticks suddenly start coming in. Why? Why did they start here at 2 minutes before 2 o'clock? Why did those green candlesticks begin to pile in? Did they know? Are they aware that it's all just manipulation like Catfish is telling you? Of course they do. That's why they're buying it. That's why they're buying it right here, people. All green candlesticks, all coming in right here at 2 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised to see the market green today, the NASDAQ. Wouldn't be surprised to see it at all. 14,897.19. 14,896.92 as they still try to pummel it and hold it, but it's only down 0.5%, folks. 0.5%, the NASDAQ. My God. Wow. And meanwhile, Sofi continues to go up. Yep. Well, goodness gracious. 202 and the price is rising. Let's see 777 now. Let's see it run right on up in 778, 779, and on up she goes, folks. And she will. She will. But now you see how the downgrades work, see? Yep. I showed you right there. I showed you the price on SoFi went on May the 15th. May the 15th, $4.45. And in only 30 days, the price hit 1023. And the very next day, the emergency calls went out to all these people on June the 15th. Please downgrade SoFi. And the funniest thing about these downgrades was every one of them was downgrading to a higher price. Piper Sandler adjusted with a price target of $8 from $6.50. They went up $1.50 on their target price and they called it a downgrade. Meanwhile, Bank of America downgrades price target of 10 from 9.50. So they raised their price target 50 cents and they called it a downgrade. You guys get the picture? Oppenheimer also downgraded the company, moving from perform to outperform. They don't even tell the number that they were doing because it's even worse than the other two above. Downgrades, huh? Downgrades to higher prices than their last target price. What a freaking joke. And it's just the way it is been surrounding this stock for the last year, ever since the David Chiapanzi downgrade on May the 15th, when the price hit 445, down 27% on his downgrade. and it was all just smoke and mirrors so they could get the price to 445 and run it up to $10.23. Then make the phone call to all the analysts and say downgrade it so they could run it right back down. And the next time it went to 1170. So these guys are masters at making these downgrades. All of them always have hidden agendas, just like the KBW downgrade that I all pointed out to you was another bank. KBW downgrades our stock, and they're an ETF. KBWB ETF. Meanwhile, as we look across SoFi's volume now, about to go up to 30 million today, you can see the price is no longer at 774, which they've tried 6 times today to maintain a price of 774 at an absolute failure. It's failed. It's failed every time to hold it at 774. They haven't been able to do it. And I ask you this question again, folks, if they could not hold the price at 761 this morning, and they couldn't hold the price here at 770, and they couldn't make it stop when it was at 772, and then if they couldn't do it after 6 times at 774, then how in the hell are they going to stop it at 776? 13 cents down. How the hell are they going to stop it there? They failed at the other 5 numbers they tried to hold it, and they're going to fail at this number too, as you will all witness before the end of the day. Meanwhile, we look across the market and we see the NASDAQ now at a number 14,888. No more 666, folks. It's now 14,888. Okay. And now look at it jump off of that number even 14,889.50, 14,889.69, 14,890, and here we go back over 14,9. Okay. You'll see it, and you'll see these numbers change quite rapidly, actually. They'll start jumping $2 at a time. There's 14,891. Let's see if it goes to 893. 14,892. 14,893 right here coming in 3 seconds to there it is. 14,895 next and skip the 94s. Will we see it jump to 14,895? We sure could. Let's see if I'm right. 14,894.67. 14,894.48. See, they tried to stop it at 66. 14,895. And here we go, people. As the NASDAQ improves, so will SoFi. Watch the price start going up, folks. Watch it. Watch it go up. Watch it go up right along with the NASDAQ. 14,897 now. 14,898 now. 14,899 will soon come. And then 14,890. And they might just jump right past 14,899 and go all the way up to 14,890 right now. Oh my gosh, look at this thing go, folks. Watch the NASDAQ rise. There we go. Beautiful. Woo, that looks good, everybody. 14.9 now. Nice. Let's see this thing go back up over 14,920 and never look back today now. Let's just see, because that's all we got to do is get right up here. Let's just see if we can pull it off. You can see how hard they keep trying to stop it from breaking 14.9, though. Man, they make their efforts. They make their efforts to stop it from breaking over by dumping huge amounts of money. And that don't stop it, though. Look at these green candlesticks coming in now. Right on. Beautiful. I love it. 205, wham. And after 4 attempts, getting bigger and bigger and bigger dumps, the greens come in on the heels of that and say, thank you for the great deal. Thanks for the great deal. And look at SoFi now, ringing the bell for Brew Tank, who just went positive at 778, because I know his average price is 777, as I recall. And I told you that they weren't going to hold it down at 774. And I told you they weren't going to be able to hold it down at 775. And they're not going to hold it down at 776 either. They're not going to do it. And they're not going to hold the NASDAQ down here. I just don't believe they have enough in them, enough drive to do it. And man, the volume has just been coming in big time on the NASDAQ. Used to be an average of 3.5 to 4 billion. Now we're at over 5 billion per day average on the NASDAQ. It's gorgeous. Yeah. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Watching it close, folks. Watching it all very closely. 776. What do you know? 13 and 166, people. 13 and 166. Okay. Just pointing it out for your entertainment purposes. 13 and 166 is what I just saw. And now, folks, it should become even more and more obvious to you, these numbers that I point out to you on a regular basis. I point them out time and time and time again. These manipulative numbers that they try to sustain and hold for a reason, only for mathematical reasons, right? And let's go make sure I have that word right. Google numbers, gia, gia, g, gia matria. Is that what it is? Yeah, gematria, numbers, gematria, the meaning, numbers and meaning. Okay, gematria, gematria. Delete. There it is. Uh, gematria, gemat. Gemat. And look at that. NASDAQ 14,888. You see what I mean? You see what I mean, folks? You see the games. 14,88888 will probably be seen very soon on your screen. 14,888888888888888. I've mentioned this many times to you people. And I make it very, very clear about the points that I make, that there are reasons behind the numbers. Oh, you just have to look them out, search them out, find them, and understand them. Find out the reasons that they're trying so hard to hold at certain numbers. Why? Why are they so desperate to hold at these numbers? Why? Why are they so desperate to hold now instead of 774 at 776? Well, because it's 13 cents down, people. That's all it is. 13.13. That's what the game is. Trying to hold it there. Yep. Meanwhile, Bitcoin continues to rise. Very nice. Right now, you can see right over here, it says uptrend green. Yeah. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go. Man, Spirit Airlines. Yeah, well, there's a 1% gain if you want to pick up some of that right now at 764 a share. Whew. Man, goodness gracious. Oh, my. Meanwhile, back over here, 14,879.13. Oh my God. Wow. What efforts, folks. What efforts. And here we go again for an effort to 774 close. I don't know. I just can't understand it. What is it that means so much to them about this number that they want to continue to try to hold at 774, people? It's almost hilarious to see it. It is, in fact, to me, I find it encouraging. 27 million shares traded today, very low volume compared to in the past. So we got a low volume and we got a price crosses moving average. Well, that's not to the downside, people. That's the upside. I got news for you. That's to the upside, not to the downside. So don't believe what they're trying to tell you. Maybe they're showing that on the NASDAQ chart, but not on ours. Not on ours, people. Let's get over here and see who's dumping in the NASDAQ right now to make this happen. Who's dumping? Who's dumping? Who's dumping? They're dumping shares of everything. They're dumping. And by the way, look what time it is. It's 2:13 in the afternoon. 2:13 2:13 to get to the bottom. At 2:13 in the afternoon, everyone. 213. 213. And there's where they hit the bottom at exactly after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times of hitting at it with dumps at 213, people. You saw them all piling out to get it down at 213. And what happens the next minute? Bam, green candlestick comes in right there finally at 213. A green one comes in and says, end of story, game over. Game over right there. Look at the amount of the NASDAQ now at 14,877. Numbers everywhere throwing around. 14,877, folks. And even that, when they get it below that level, it's 87577. Kind of funny. All right, back over here. They cannot, for the life of them, make SoFi's price below 774. God bless them for trying, though, those pieces of crap. God bless them for trying. They're trying it over and over and over and over again. 774. Like it means the death of them if they can't hold it there. Oh, yeah, folks. Bilal Khan, do you think the price will drop any lower before earnings? I do not. No, I don't. No, I don't. James Brady, are we going to have a run up to earnings or not? Been down every day this year. Hey, James, SoFi's price on May the 15th was this year, all right, last year, I mean, was $4.45. And just in case you weren't aware of it, the reason that SoFi's price keeps falling is because institutions are driving the price down to buy up shares. The institutional ownership has gone from 706 on November the 6th to 738 now. Okay? That's why the price has fallen, because they all want in before the positive earnings call. Okay? Understand the game that's being played. And since the beginning of this year, on 12/1, there were 713 institutions. On January 1st, there were 728 institutions. So since the 1st of January, we have had 10 institutions buying while the price dropped. Why? Well, because they're the reasons it's dropping. That's why. They want in before this big earnings call when we're profitable, and they don't want to pay the premium price. They are the manipulators of the price to buy up shares from weak hands, scared newbie retail investors, and they all want in. How long after earnings do you expect the price rise to peak? I expect it to peak on earnings day. And that is why I have sell orders at $10.12 and $10.20. And I have sell orders at 10.30, 10.48, 10.55, 10.65, 1077, 1087. I have sell orders at 1093. I have sell orders at 1098. I have sell orders at 11:08, at 11:12, at 11:20, at 11:30, at 11:48, at 11:55, at 11:65, at 11:77, at 11:87, at 11:93, at 11:98, at 12:08, at 12:12, at 12:20, at 12:30, at 12:48, at 12:55, at 12:65, at 12:77, at 12:87, and I keep going to 13s and 14s and 15s. My 32,000 shares that I currently own right now, and my actually share count is 53,200 shares that I currently own. My sell orders on this stock go up to $37.48 for earnings day. Okay. So what's going to happen on earnings day is you're going to have a bunch of forces working on the price, and you're going to have a massive amount of volume. And I want to go back to the last earnings day on July the 31st to give you an idea what I'm talking about. On the last earnings day, right before July 31st, on July the 13th, we were downgraded by Morgan Stanley, who owned $58 million worth of the stock. They made the price drop to a 877 price, and 5 days later it was at 1013. Then in the week leading up to the July 31st earnings call, look at them drive the price down to 937, 926, 930, 921, 894 on pretty moderate volume that they ran it down, but then 2 days later the price went from 894 almost $3 up. $2.73 gain. But folks, on that day, we all sold. Everyone on this channel sold at $11.66 with me. And look where it ended up going after that. Down, 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 down. And we bought it again right here on November at the price of $6.41. After selling this stock at $11.66 and making a ton of money from buying it at $4.45, we then bought back in at $6.41, and then we sold it then again at this price here, $10.48. Now you know why I have numbers at the 48 number, folks, to sell. And even 4 days ago, I told everybody you better have your sell orders in on this stock at 965, below the 966 price. And on this day that they're showing the high of 960 hold on a second here. I said 865. On the day that they showed the price at 862, that's not true. The high in the pre-market was 865 where we sold it. And now look where we're buying it again this morning at $7.61. Folks, we're killing this thing. We're making a killing. Michael Anthony says he's down on the shares he bought Sofi. Yeah, there's a lot of people on this channel that bought in the $10 range that are down for now. They won't be on earnings day. They sure won't be. And if you're down, Michael Anthony, and you don't understand, then you're not listening to me, because I just showed you. Even on July the 31st, the last earnings call, look what happened before that earnings call came out. On July the 13th, the price on the July the 12th was $9.39, and even hit $10.13 before the earnings call, and went from $10.13 down to $8.94. The same thing they've been doing over the last week. But look where the price was 2 days later on earnings. $11.70, dude. Do you understand now? They keep stealing away shares. They keep piling in volume to scare the price down only to make it go up $3 a share on earnings day on 210 million shares traded. And that's why I told everyone there's a problem here, people. We did not beat estimates for the first time in 12 quarters. And suddenly the price is going up to 1170. It's not believable. It's not achievable. It's not retainable. And that's why I told everybody on that day, let's sell it at 1166. And we did. I know there was at least 80% of the people on this channel that sold with me on that day at 1166 because this didn't make sense. Even on the day on May the 1st, back here, when we beat the estimates by 5 cents on May the 1st, on that day, the volume was only 125 million shares when we beat the street. And the price closed at 623 and went up only this much the next day to 654. You're talking about a 19-cent gain was all, right? A 19-cent gain, or maybe 29 cent. Yeah, 29-cent gain. And after that, they attacked it down, down, down. They got it all the way to 459. Why did they attack it? Well, because the price was going to go all the way up to $10.23 after that, after 459. 130% gain. Like I said, SoFi stock is the most highly manipulated stock that I've ever owned. And it is a day trader's dream come true. It is a virtual goose that lays golden eggs, this stock, if you know how to play it right. I mean, just think about it. Buy the stock at $4.45, sell the stock at $10.23 with 130% gain, buy it back at 671, then sell it again at 1170, then buy it back at 641 and sell it again at 1049. Oh my God, people. You cannot ask for anything better than this. Regardless of the manipulation and the swings and these big number swings up and down, we're making a fortune. And just like the hedge funds are doing on this stock, that's why they love SoFi so much. That's why they don't want to let go of it here right now. That's why they don't want to let it go run on up, because they know they've been able to work on the emotions of people like you, Michael, who get scared and think, oh my God, it must going to be keep dropping. And they get you to sell your shares to them, and then they run the price up 130% afterwards. Then after you think, oh my God, I'm missing the boat. I better jump in now. When it's at 1150, I better buy. And it goes to 1170. And then 5 days later, it's down to $6.71. I mean, this is just the way they do it with this stock, because it's a gold mine for them. This is absolutely a gold mine because they're killing the retail buyers and making mega, mega money while they do it, people. They're making a fortune off of this stock, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop, even on the day of profitability. But here's what you need to remember. On July the 31st, when the volume hit that massive amount of 200 and something million shares on July the 31st, folks, when the price just 3 days earlier before the earnings call was driven down to 894, because they knew what they had a plan. This day they were going to use 210 million shares to buy in and shove it up to 1170, and then 4 months later have it at $6.71. Just think of all the people that they scared out after a slow, long war of attrition, driving the price down and down and down and down over that 4 months, how they just kept pounding it down, and they got it all the way down. And they gave these people false assurances of it climbing again. They made it look like, okay, it hit the bottom here at 730. Now it's going to go up, and it got it to 845. No, they drove it from 866 And we sold on that day at 865. We sold on that day at 865. And then the price just got driven further and further and further down to $6.80, 66, 668. Then they gave another false impression of it going up. It went up 20%, and then they yanked it right on down, and they got it to $6.72, and then they kept running it down 663, 665, 641. Folks, this is a dream for them to scare everyone out from all these highs to 641, and from 641 it goes all the way up to $9.84, folks. They're killing everyone, even 1016. And that day, on this day, we sold it at $10. I sold it at 1012. I sold 1,000 at 1012, 2,000 shares at 1013, 2,000 shares at 1014, and 1,000 shares at 1015. I sold that day. You guys were with me. The ones that are here now, you saw me do it, right? And then I bought it back on the next day when they drove it down. I bought it back here at 939, and then freaking 3 days later sold it at 1048. 1048, I sold it. And I told you guys to have sell orders in at that number, 48. And you should have them in at 848, 948, 1048, 1148, 1248, 1348, 1448, 1548, 1648, just like me. Have them in for sale, because the shorts can't borrow if you've got them up for sale. I keep telling everybody that if every single investor who owns SoFi shares were to put sell orders in on their shares that they're holding up in the 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, and 13s, and even higher, then the shorts wouldn't have shares to borrow. So go ahead, put your sell orders in. Put your sell orders in, people. Even the price right now, as we approach 230, at 772, folks, that's 10 cents higher than the low of today, 11 cents higher than the low of today. Who's in fear and actually selling here is what you should be asking yourself. They would have already sold if they were scared and they wanted to get out. They would have sold at 761, people, not 772. No real person with real shares is selling here. This is shorts kissing shorts, period. And you have to understand that. It makes no logical sense whatsoever. No logical sense that anybody would sell now at 772 when they would have sold at 761 this morning. Right? Think seriously about it. Why in the hell would anyone sell here at 771 when the price was 761 this morning? Well, they wouldn't. This is just that simple. They would have already sold at 761. They would have got out of their shares. They would have been scared crapless and they would have sold. But now you got one shareholder at a time selling to another shareholder, shorted shares, short selling back and forth to one another. And that's all that's happening here, right now, in this very place and time that we're at. Okay? It's just that simple. And they're going to continue to try to manipulate this price every single day, as they've done for the last year. They're not going to let up on this thing until all the institutions start coming in on the earnings call. Because I've already explained to you people several times that institutions have not been able to buy into SoFi, other than the few that have, the 700 or so, because they can't. Their bylaws won't let them buy into a stock until it becomes profitable. So I'm here to tell you now, the only reason this thing is being run down right here prior to the earnings is the same reason it was run down to 3 days before earnings before, on July the 31st. On July the 28th, the price was $8.94, and on earnings it went to $11.70. They had driven the price down that whole week prior to earnings from the 950s and 960s all the way down to 894 before on earnings, when it went to 1170. And so this is the same thing you're seeing right now, everybody. This is just a repeat of history. I show it to you. I showed it to you on the historical data. Yes, yes, Bilal Khan. We have our sell orders in at all the numbers that I just said to you 25 minutes ago. We have our 53,000 shares for sale at 887. We have them for sale at 893. We have some for sale at 899. We have some for sale at 908. We have some for sale at $9.12. We have some of our shares for sale at $9.20. We have some for sale at 930. We have some available for sale at 948. We have shares placed for sale at 955, 965, 976, 987, 993, 998, 1008. We have shares for sale at 1012. We have them at 1020, 1030. We have them at 1048. We have them at 1055 for sale. We have shares for sale at 1065, 1076, 1087. Shares for sale at 1093. Shares for sale at 1098. Shares for sale at 1108. We have shares for sale at 1112. We have them at 1120, at 1130, 1148, 1155, 1165, 1176, 1187, 1193, 1198. We have shares for sale at 1208, at 1212, at 1220, at 1230, at 1243, at 1248, at 1255, at 1265, at 1276, at 1287, at 1293, at 1298, at 1307, at 1312, at 1320, at 1330, at 1343, at 1348, at 1355, at 1365, 1376, 1387, 1393, 1398, 1408. I have sell orders in at all of these numbers all the way up to $37 because I have no idea how freaking high the price will go on earnings day, people. There's no way for anyone to know how high it will go, how many institutions will come in, how many ETFs, how many hedge fund managers, how many pensions will be buying in, how high the volume will be. We could see 500 million, not 225 million or 270 million. We could see a billion shares traded on earnings day. We do not know, and we don't know how high it will go. So you better have your sell orders in at all those numbers I just told you. And if you don't, those spikes, when it runs up like that, they only happen for a very brief, short period of time. Just like Mullen, we were watching 2 weeks ago, and I told everybody when it was at $7, I said, when it got up to 18, you better sell those dang shares in the $18 range. And sure enough, after it hit 18, Mullen was right back down to 11 the same day. And the same thing is going to happen with SoFi on earnings day. There's going to be a run up just like there was on July 31st when the price hit 1170. But it could go beyond 11. It could go beyond 12, beyond 13, beyond 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And I don't know. So that's why my sell orders go all the way up into the 30s. Because if it does get there, it won't be there for long, and they'll run it right back down, and then I'll use all that money I made at every one of those sell orders that sold. I'll be coming right back in, but I'm going to wait 6 days until I do. Now, some of you might be wondering, why in the hell would I wait 6 days? What is it about 6 days? Well, I'll show you right now. This will be interesting for you to understand. Look down here where the price was at $7.47. Let's just go all the way back here to the price 671. Okay. Even better, we should use this because they like the number 713. But look how many days it was from here to the high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days to the high. Then look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Look where the price was. 771 from 1023. 6 days later, 771. Then look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days later, 941. Then look, 1, 2, 3 days later, 786. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days later, 981, and 9 days later, it's at 1013. And look what happened then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days later, 894. Look at here. 2 days later, 1170. Are you starting to get the picture? 6 days, people. And even after this price right here had hit this price here of 916, how many days was it? 1, 2, 3, 4 days later, it's at 924. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days later, it's at 789. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 days later, it's at 850. 5, 6 days later, it's at 817. And then after that, 1, 2, 3, 4 days later, 893. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days later at 877. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days later, it's at a low of 744, even 740, 737. But I'm looking at these 6 days, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, it's at 830. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, it's at 777 for a low. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. On the third day, it's at 866. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, it's at 732 and even 697 the next day. Then right back up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, 788. You see in the picture, folks? This is a 6-day swinging stock. They've been doing it over and over and over. Every 5 or 6 days, they swing it from a high to a low. And I point that out to you because you need to know it, people. You need to know it. Meanwhile, I look at the NASDAQ now down 14,893.19, and we are coming into the final hour and 20 minutes. Now, please give me a minute. I will be right back. I hope that you're appreciative of these things I'm showing you. The NASDAQ already hit the bottom right there. It's done. It hit it right there. Whatever that price was, they got it to. Yippee yahoo kaye for them. Nice little manipulation move. Very, very, very good. They got the price all the way down here to 86426, and that was the end of it. 14,864, and they were all they were trying to do was hold it at 14,8666, folks. They got it down right there. You can see it. 14,86426. And that was it. End of story for them. 14,86426. Good for them. They got it down to 86666. And then off she goes right to the north. Sofi will do the same thing, folks. Don't worry. It's not going to keep falling. It's going to do the same thing the NASDAQ is doing. I'll be right back. Be right back. All right, let's get back in the helm here. Woo. Woo, 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 woo. All right. Get back in the seat. Get myself a little something to munch upon. Get a little cracker action while we watch this price rise right on back up, folks. Because the NASDAQ is rising and it's going to rise too. That's what my feelings are. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Oh, yeah. Look at that NASDAQ starting to take off and right back now, back over 14, 9, 11, 20. And folks, she's going. And SoFi will too. Because I've told you guys before, many times before, as the NASDAQ does, so will SoFi. So you just watch, even though SoFi is not a member of the NASDAQ, as it does, so will SoFi. Watch this price start to rise. And now the third attempt to hold this price at 14,913 is what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to hold the NASDAQ at 14,913, but look at that at 235, a triple upside crossover. Dang. Who called it, man? Oh. So, folks, here you go again. Seeing them making a desperation effort to hold the price at 14,913. What do you know? What do you know? Huh. What do you know, everybody? Amazing, huh? Isn't that interesting to see that? Look at the thing crossing the 200-day moving average line right there on the NASDAQ chart. Holy smokes. Oh my God. What a freaking unbelievably visible. You can see it. It becomes very clear to the naked eye that their attempt only was to get the price to go down here to 14,8666, right? They actually got it to 86426. And after that, the turnaround was very, very evident. And these are the ways that they manipulate, just like the day that they ran SoFi's price up on July 13th, when we did July 31st. We didn't even meet the street expectations that day, and they ran it up to 1166. They actually made it go a little higher than that because of the momentum that was behind it, and it went to 1170. But they dang sure had a mark to stop it at 1166 that day, I guarantee you, because that's the games they play. And now look at it, 14,91013, and watch it go up to the 88 number. Now you know why I sell at 87 and why I sell at 12 and why I sell at 88 or 87 and why I sell at 65, because 66 is the number they love. See, this is why I sell at these numbers that I keep telling you to put in for sale orders, because I know the numbers they love to manipulate with and to. And even there, you can see 61 is a number. 14,909.99 is an inverted 666 number. And I bring these things to your attention because I know the games they play and how they play them. All right. And freaking don't be surprised, folks, to see this whole NASDAQ be green before the end of the day is over, because you can see their deliberate effort to hold it below 14,913. And once it, once she breaks over that, folks, she's gone. And SoFi will follow. You will see it. You're going to see it right here. You'll absolutely be able to see this thing springboard just like the NASDAQ's going to do. And I'm calling it now. It's at 14,9, 12, 30. They're going to try to stop it at 913. If they have no success at that number, it's going to go right on up past 14,920 again. And this is going to be very, very clear. You're going to see it right now that their effort is to hold it at 14,913, 13. Here it comes. And then you'll see 913, 66 after that. Watch these numbers come to you into play. 14, 913, 66 is what they want, and they blew it. It went right past that. They can't even stop it there. And off she goes, people. There she goes. How many days have you seen me call this, people? Call it, call it, call it. Time after time after time after time, I call this. Ah, wow. There it is again. 913, and they're going to go for 913.66. Even if it's just there for a brief moment, they don't care. That's what they want to try to get to. But look at it rising. Who would have ever guessed it? 913.66, folks. Just wait for it. There it'll be. It'll be there. 913.66. Mm-hmm. 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 Wow. Yep. Well, folks, here's the deal. The truth shall become self-evident. Okay. And I mean that by saying my name, which is Tyler Self. And I broadcast the truth to you. And the truth is that manipulation is prevalent across the marketplace in every aspect of it. Manipulation is something that we need to get used to and take advantage of. All right. You can either hang your head in disgust and frustration and pull your hair out over manipulation, or you can take advantage of it. And so we take advantage of it here on this channel. That's what people do on this channel. They realize that I'm dead on about these manipulative numbers, and these numbers they try to hold things at, 913 being one of them. And that's one of the reasons that we can take advantage of this. All right. And once it breaks, for example, over the 913, it's a good place to be buying. As a matter of fact, the number 66 and the number 13 are my two favorite numbers to buy, and 88. I love to buy there. So look at it now. Watch this thing now. Last week, I sat here and I showed you the price go from 14,913 up to 14,920 and over 6 times. And every time it would get up over 14,920, they would pull it back to 14,913. 6 times last week, I showed you guys this. 6 times the price went over 14,920 to 921, 922, and they pulled it back to 14,913. 6 different times I showed you. And you're going to see it again now, how hard they will try to keep this price at 14,913 today. You'll see it. Even if it breaks up over 14,920 or 918 or whatever, they're going to try to pull it back to 14,913 repeatedly, because they're trying to make a statement and they're trying to prove to everyone that they can do it, that they have the power and the ability to hold it wherever they want. And there's nothing you and I can do about it, right? What does closing below 776 indicate? Nothing. It means nothing. It just means that they're buying at that price. They're buying and accumulating shares from people stupid enough to sell this stock at 776. It doesn't prove anything. But I want you to see here, even and that isn't going to happen. SoFi's not going to close below 776 today, just in the same sense that NASDAQ isn't going to close at 14,913 either. Okay. They can try. They can try with all their might, muster, strength, and power, but it doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, what the number 776 closing would mean to me means that they're too weak to hold it at the day's low, which was 761. That's what it means to me. It means SoFi shows more strength by not being able to be held down below the day's low or get back to there again once they achieved it once today. That's what it means, that they don't have the power to keep the SoFi price down. And I can assure you, if they had the power and ability to make the price close below today's low at 761, they would do it this afternoon. If they had the power or ability, they would do it. But they don't. They don't have the ability, they don't have the power, and they also don't have the fear factor. There's no fear for anyone to be selling here when the price was already at 761. There's no fear. 10 cents higher. The only ones selling to anybody are shorts selling back and forth to one another here. There's no one selling out of fear when the price was 10 cents lower than this earlier today. Does that make perfect sense to everyone here? I hope it does. It makes perfect sense to me. Yep. What if I told the all right, let me get over here. James Brady, 776 is the 200-day moving average. Don't want to close below it. All right. That is right, James. Major situation here if it closes below 776. There's no major situation, people. Don't try and say there is. There's not. If I told the next stop I would be flopping on floor like a dying fish. I hope you know where the next gap fill is. That's funny, Kevin. That's hilarious. Tell them, James Brady, what it means. You the man for mentioning that. 776 is a 200-day. Look at the NASDAQ now, bust over 920. Now watch them try right here. This will be the third time it's gone over 920, and they'll try to pull it back to 913. Watch them do it. See if they don't try it right now if I'm not right. Because they did it 6 times last week. Why would they stop now? Watch them here try to bring the price back down to 14,913 as I talk, everybody. Watch them make you a believer in what I'm saying because I know what I'm talking about. Here it comes. Here it comes. Watch it go. 915.88. Watch it. There we go, folks. They're going to try it again today. Oh man, I got these guys. These guys, I got them so pegged, everybody. I have them frickin' pegged, and you can see it. I do. You guys know it's true, man. I got these short and hedgy bastards completely figured out. It's completely obvious what their game is that they're trying, and they're doing it again today. The same thing they tried last week. They tried like hell to stop it from breaking over 14,920, and they did it over and over 6 times before they finally conceded and gave into the pressure. 6 times the price went over 14,920 and was pulled back to 14,913. 6 freaking times, people, last week. And you were here, many of you that are here now were with me last week when they did this same thing that they're doing right now. And I like to point it out to you. I like to prove to you that I know exactly what I'm talking about. When I show you this stuff, you can see the truth shall become self-evident. And that's Tyler Self making it evident to you, by the way. That's my name. Now, I want to just thank you all for being here, and I'd like to ask you to please, if you're enjoying me calling out what they're going to do before they do it, I'd appreciate you hitting the like button, everybody. Please hit the like button because I just called it out again. I told you exactly what was going to happen, and I nailed it right on the head once again. And look at the price now going right on up. Watch it break 14,920 again, and I would not be surprised one single tiny little bit to see them after it breaks 920 again to try to make it go back to 913, just like they did last week, 6 times. So just watch. Let's watch and see if they have as much strength as they did last week and can make it fall back from 920 or above back to 913. Let's see if they can do it again today. And if they can't, that's good for us because that proves that this NASDAQ is just getting stronger, just like SoFi is, okay? And by the way, you should look at the price now. SoFi's at 772, and you can see it. And meanwhile, look at the NASDAQ, 14,916.66. They're trying the 91666 right there. Oh, my God. It's hilarious. It's so new. It's such numerology. 14, 9, 16, 10. Watch them bring it to 9, 16, 66, or I'll be surprised if they don't. Let's just put it that way. But be aware, even from 14 and 9, 16, 66, they're going to try and take it back to 9, 13. Okay. From 14, 9, 1, 6, 6, 6, they're going to try and pull it back to 9, 13. But alas, they failed. They're failing, folks. Oh, look how hard they're trying, though. Look how hard they're there. They go, the little pecker. They pecked it back down, the peckers. For Oh my God, people, this is just so fun to watch and witness and show and bear witness to, just so you can guys see the manipulative efforts. It's so fun to be able to pick this all out and show you guys so you really understand the manipulation that goes on, how, and the whereabouts and the ways and the means that they do all this. Okay. And I know it can be discouraging because you can get discouraged by this kind of information that I'm sharing with you, or you can learn to profit from it. It's as simple that is that. And you can profit from these manipulators and market makers. Okay? Profit. That's right. I've profited from starting out with 38,000 to over 750,000 in my account by taking advantage of the manipulation efforts of the market makers. That's what I've done. Well, say goodbye to 14, 9, 13 again, folks. God bless them for trying. They give it all they can, dadgummit. But they certainly are giving it one heck of an effort, aren't they? Golly, God bless them. Uh-oh, there she goes. Sayonara, shorty. Don't let the door hit you. Mm-mm-mm. Now, don't be surprised to see it start jumping $2 at a time. 14, 9, 13, 88. Oh, God. Wow. Maria, yes, stay strong. Yes. James Brady, it's a bad sign. That is all. Can't sell as my average is 850. Hard to be long as you go from up to 1050 to 750 in a month. Just holding until mid February, and if still below 850, might sell. James, why wouldn't you just follow in my footsteps and have sold on that day when it went over 10? Why didn't you just sell there like I did? When it went to 1023 and I said everybody let's sell it, and then we bought it back at 6 something, and then when it went up to 1170 and I said let's sell it at 1166 and it went back to 641, why wouldn't you do that with us? Maybe you weren't around then at that time and didn't get the word, but I'll tell you when to sell this dang thing and when to buy it back if you want to play a card smart. But then again, you might not have 25,000 in your account. That's okay. When it gets to the high that I tell everybody each time, hey, folks, we need to get out here and we sell it. We wait 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 days before we buy back in because I've already illustrated to everyone that this stock is often traded on 6 or 5 day swings from highs to lows. Look at that number 14, 9, 16, 66. 14, 9, 1, 6, 6, 6. And they try to take it back from that number again, like they just did 10 minutes ago. 14,91666, and now twice they've hit that number and tried to pull it back from that number. But this time they don't have the strength to. It's not going back to 14,913 now, is it? Nope. Too many people know what's going on, playing the game. There it is again, 14,916, and this time right on past it. Right on past it, and watch it go to 14,918. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Watch the NASDAQ push up and go green today. Watch the NASDAQ be up 120 to 150 points tomorrow, maybe even 180. Watch the NASDAQ do that, and watch the Dow mysteriously move from 300 down today to 300 up tomorrow. Watch. And look at the NASDAQ now. Why is it going over 14,920 again? Even if it does right here, don't be surprised to see them try one more time to take it back to 14,913 right here, right now. Watch. Watch what happens right now at 14,920. And see that? Watch what they do. Now, it would be good for us if they don't have the ability, because this has just been the fourth time that they've tried it. 4 times. They did it 6 times last week, and this time they ran out at 4. I don't believe they can get it back there this time. We'll see. Because last week, even it got to 924 once, and they were still able to pull it back to 913. So let's just see what they do right here now. Let's watch what they do. Yeah, here they're coming, trying to assault it back. There we go. Watch them drop it and see if they can get to 913 again, folks. If I call it again, you guys will probably go, my God, this guy is just insane. But they might not have the strength this time, but they're going to try. I don't give up on these guys. They have the power, effort, will, and desire, and enough money to keep dumping it and dumping it and dumping it. But folks, if this thing goes to 925, it's not going to go back to 913. Here we go, folks. I'm going to ring the bell. As soon as it breaks 14,925, it's going to continue to climb the rest of the afternoon. And it looks very strong right here. Oh, look how hard they're going to try here, though. Look how hard they're trying. Oh, I don't see any way, man. Not at this point in the game. Don't see another way to pull it back to 913 again today. No, sir. Could be wrong, because I was last week I said that like 4 different times and they made it fall to 913 again. I was like, golly, man, they're making me look stupid. But today they're just going to make me look like I know what I'm talking about if they do it again and get it down to 14,913 again. Let's just see if they have the muster. Let's see if they have the strength. Let's see if they have the will, the desire, the fortitude, the capability. Let's see. They're trying it right now. You can see them. There they go. Try a hack at it again and try to drive it back down to 14,913 again. Watch how strong and powerful and capable they are. The short and sly. Oh man, they just don't stop, folks. They don't stop. Here it comes. Here we go again. Watch it go to 14,919. Here it comes. Oh my God, the diligence of these sorry sons of bitches. Look at how hard and how desperate they've become, and they will throw away millions and millions of dollars to get to a number, folks. Millions. Oh my gosh. But I got news for you. If they don't get to the 13 here, they're going to see a major bounce. Oh, here they come. One more time. This will be the fourth time now. Just like last week, they did it 6 times. When it went over 920, they brought it back to 913. 6 times last week. Here they come again, trying it once again. And you people can all bear witness to this fact. Look at that. Look how much. 14, 9, 13, 66, people. 14, 9, 13, 66. God. Mm. Pretty wild, huh? Wow. 9, 12, 88 again. And look at the number they're going to try to get this down here. Well, folks, you can see it's not just luck. I pay attention to these people very closely in the way they operate. Look at that number again, 14, 9, 13, 66. You see that? And now it bounces again off of it. And they try and show their capabilities and their strength and their prowess and their scare tactics repeatedly, folks, over and over and over and over again until people just don't buy it anymore. It's like crying wolf over and over and over so many times, and then people finally just go, no, it's going on up. But I sure enough have them pegged, don't I, people? I have them pegged right down to the numbers that they're going for. And you saw it now for the 5th time. 5 times. Let's go in on this chart and see what I'm talking about. Let's get on the actual chart and see how many times they've done it. All right. Here we go. What was the price over here, right here? What was it? 14,925. Yanked it down. Let's go over here. 14,914. Yanked it down. Here we go. Back down to 14,912. You can see right there, 14,913 was really what they're aiming for. So that's 1, 2 times. There's 3 times it hit the 913 and back off of it. Then here we go again, back down here. And then here's over 14,920 again, 913 again, 4 times. Here it comes down to 14,888. Then goes back up here to 14,924. There's 4 times. Then here it is again, 5 times. There it is again, 6 times. There it is again, 7 times, people. 7 freaking times. How do you like that? See it? Very, very clear to see it. You can see it as clear as the nose on your face, everybody. And they don't care that you have me here showing it to you. They like that I'm showing you their strength. They like I'm showing you their manipulation. They're proud of their ability to manipulate the stock market, folks. They're very, very proud of it. And they don't care that you can see it right there. They don't give a dang. All right. And now look at it now. Again, going to go back up over 14,920 and watch what they try to do. And you don't think they're making tons and tons of money off of this? They absolutely are. When you're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of shares that they can keep swing trading 10 cents at a time over and over and over all afternoon, they're making big money, people, on these 10-cent swings. And here it goes again, back up over 14,920 right now. There it is. Let's see what they can do this time with it. Can they make it 10 times? I forgot how many I just showed you, how many times it was. 8 or 9 times. And here we go, another effort at it. Let's see if this time, if it's truly a breakaway and they can't do anything to stop it this time. Because, like I said, last week we saw them do it 6 times over 14,920 and take it back down below 14,913. And today, golly, look how many times we showed you that they did it. Amazing. But see, after the sixth time last week, it was completely over. It just was done. It went right on up to 15,000. It was green by the end of the day. And I suspect we'll probably see the same thing now, everybody. We got 40 minutes now to just let it go now. They've washed it out. They've re-washed it out. They've rinsed it. They washed it. They rinsed it. They washed it. They rinsed it. Washed it. Rinsed it. Washed. Rinse. Wash. Rinse. Wash. Rinse. And here they go again. Folks, give me a minute while I take a break from this channel. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, let's get back in the action here. Get back on the road. Whoo! Stepping away like that. Oh my gosh. Look at this thing at 14,913 again, the NASDAQ. Oh my God, people. Wow. Do I have faith in these short and hedgies? I sure do. I've become a complete believer that their manipulative efforts are becoming more and more daily obvious, aren't they? It just becomes more and more obvious how bad and how much money they will blow in order to achieve a certain number that they want to hold, people. It just is unbelievable almost to see it and witness it. It really is. And to me, it just is a testimony to the fact that I'm dead on about what I talk about with this gematria. Okay. It is just so clear that this is the game that they play, and they do it constantly every single day in the market. It exists at every single level, people. It exists on the NASDAQ, it exists on the Dow, it exists on every one of them. Every single one, including the S&P, which you can see the price right now at 14 at I'm sorry, at 14,75666. I tell you, folks, I'm not kidding you. Right here, you can take a look at what I'm saying. Look at the number on the S&P right now. 7566, now 75665, and it was just 75666. So, folks, when I bring up these numbers about the 666 and the 13s and the 88s, I know exactly what I'm talking about here. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And you guys can obviously see that beyond any shadow of a doubt, because now we've seen for the 12th time, them try to hold the NASDAQ down to 14,913. 14,913. And now it's going off of that number again higher. So isn't that interesting? I'm glad that you're here on this channel and you see what I'm showing you. And I wish there was more I could talk about SoFi, but there really isn't anything more for you to know other than, as I've reiterated time and time again, the SoFi stock is the most manipulated stock with such great earnings and revenues and customer building, and they're staying in the spotlight, their visibility, and how they continue to be manipulated and over, just like this NASDAQ price being manipulated from 14,920 plus back down to 14,913. It just is ridiculous almost. And you know what? Here's the thing. Supposedly, manipulation doesn't occur in the marketplace. Here I am showing you now that the manipulation is very clearly evident, but apparently it doesn't exist in the marketplace. No, it doesn't. That what we're seeing here today and what I'm showing you now, everyone, it's not real. Okay? This doesn't exist in the market. All right? Manipulation isn't allowed in the marketplace. Are you with me? Don't pay any attention that I've just now shown you. And this is funny. I'm trying to show you right now the 1-day chart. And I'm going to show you how many times again the price has gone over 14,920 and been manipulated back to 14,913. So here's the first place right over here. Look at that. 14,921.77. Where was the price driven back to? 14,920. So they couldn't do it there. But when they got it here to 14,924, oh, they sure as heck did. They brought it right back down here to 14,888. They even took it lower. All right. So this is the first place where it broke over 14,920, actually went to 14,932. So I want to just, for my own kicks and grins, I want to put down these numbers so I can see what it did. So 14,922 32. And they took it down here to 14,868. 14,868. So there was the first time it went over 14,920. Okay, then what did it go up to here? What was the price here? 14,9. That time they tried to stop it from running up at 14,913. It got to 19,914 and they ran it back down. And they got it down to 14,895 that time. 895. Now let's get back up over here. And what was the price right here? 14,922. And what did they do to the price then after 14,922? They couldn't take it down then. They couldn't take it down then. 14,922 resolved and stayed. Got all the way up here. Got all the way here. Gets over to here. Where's the price? 14,933. Here we can see it at 14,932. There it is, 14,921. And they took it at 12:05 from 14,921 down to 14,911. 14,921 to 14,911. So there's another time to down below 913. Then here, at what time was it? Right here, 1213. Price was at 14,922. And then what did they do after 14,922? Hold on, let's get out here. There it is. 14,919. 14,919. 14,919. And that was at 1211. From 14,919, they pulled it back down to 14,915. Couldn't get it there that time. Here we go. 14,928. Pulled it down to 14,920. Here we go up here. 14,921. And then bam, all the way back down here to 14,9. 14,9. So this is another time at 1223. It was at 14,925. And they got it down to 14.9. Then what did we see right here? Where did it break over again? Breaks over here again at this time 14,926 at 117, and they took it down to what price? 14,907. 14,926 to 14,907. Then what did they do? They got it up here again, went all the way up to 14,931. 14,931. That's $1 less than 14,932. And then they were able to pull it all the way back down here to Never Land. It got all the way down to what number? 14,888 again. 14,888. What do you know? That number 888. They tried. They did. They got to 14,889. 14,889. Then the price ran up to 14,899. That back down to 14,890. Then back up to 14,897. Down here. Now we're moving across the page. 14,897. Here we go. Right here. Where are we at? 14,896. And then down here to 14,890. And then here to 14,897, all the way back down to 14,870. Then we come up here to 14,888, where they attacked it down to 14,878. Now you know why I say sell at 87, 1487. Okay, you sell at 14,888, you buy it back at 14,877, 10 cents lower. But here we go. Looking here again, coming on up. And here we get to 14,896. There we go, 14,903. And then bam, 14,913. They try to stop it down to 909. And then it goes up here to 14,920. 14,920. 14,920. That makes the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th time. 14,920. And they take the price down to 14,911. Then off of that, it comes back up here and it hits what price? Right here, 14,911. And then what's this price here? 14,916.66. They tried 14,916.66. And then they took it back down to 14,912. And then they got it up here again to what? They just kept trying. 14,915 back down. And then here it went over to 14,924. 14,924. And they ran it back down from 14,924 to 913. Then they take it from there right back up. It goes to what? 14,917, and then back down to 914, and then here we go up 14,922 to take it back to what price? 14,922 to 14,914. They tried it again at 922, 14,922 to 914. Oh my. 922, 14, 914, and they probably got 913 again. They're just not showing it there. Then they got it up again right here to 14, 920, 13, 14, 920.13, and then they pulled it back down to what number there? 14, 912, 24, which was 14, 913. Again, and then they took it back up here again to what number right there? Right there. 14,917. That was the 14,913. And then they drop it all the way down here to 14,9 what? 909. And then the price goes right back up here to what price here? Right there. 14,915. And so now we're at 14,915 to 913 again. And you guys can see it. I've shown it to you now. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. 9 freaking times, people. The price has gone to 14,919 or 920 and been pulled back to 14,913. 9 times, everybody. Wow. But there's no manipulation in the marketplace. Don't be fooled by that. There's no manipulation going on at all. This isn't manipulation you're seeing, people. Don't be fooled. I will never sell at a loss. Casey, Maria, yes, stay strong. How many days have there been lower lows since the beginning of the year? That's a good question. We can go over here and find out how many days there have been lower lows since the beginning of the year. Historical data. Let's go take a look at it. All right, since the beginning of the year, January 1st, here we go. January 2nd, right here, December 29th. So this is the first day of the trading in the new year. A lower low 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Then a higher low, higher low. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, 8 days of a lower low. 8 days. But pay attention that it was 6 days, right? Because I tell you, there's 6-day swing trading this thing every 6 days from a new high to a new low. So from this January the 2nd, when the price hit the price of $9 and what was it? $9.81. And here was the real high here, 10.49. How many days was it to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. See that? Then how many days was it to the next high? 1 day. Then how many days to the next low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Again, see this? So we're back on the 6 and 5 day swing trading, and it's going to keep going, folks. Hello, beautiful. And look at this thing. Look at this NASDAQ now as they try to maintain it at 14,913, everybody. What a freaking joke. But there's no manipulation going on in the market today. There's no manipulation at all, even though all these times 14, 915, 911, 915, 912, 915, 911, 924, 913, 922, 913, 940, 913, 912. Look at that. There's no manipulation there, people. That's not manipulation what you're looking at. Do not believe it because it's not true. What Tyler's showing you is absolutely not true. There is no such thing as manipulation in the stock market. All right? Don't be confused. Don't you be confused at all. Don't you be confused. Don't you be confused at all. No, no, don't get confused. They're not trying to make the price on SoFi close at 766. That's not true. That's not what they're trying to do to me and you. It's all not fixed. No 766. No siree, folks. That's not what they're aiming for. No, indeed it's not. Nope, don't be misconstrued. Do not believe that they're trying to make this price close at 6.6, folks. 766. That isn't what's happening. Now it might look like it, and it might appear very obvious that that's what they're trying to do, but it sure isn't true, folks. They're not really trying to get it to close at 766. All right? Don't believe that because that would just be a nasty little rumor. Well, anyway, you can believe it. You don't have to believe it. You can conceive it. You don't have to believe it. But you can see what I'm showing you. And here we go again, one more time. A failed effort to close the NASDAQ at 14.9, 14.9 below 920. And there it is again, 14.921 now. And watch them start coming in, folks, with 15 minutes left. And there's not going to be any 913 anymore because with 15 minutes left, they're going to get on this wagon because they know where it's going tomorrow, where Catfish told you it was. Today was total manipulation. Today was just steal shares away from weak people who don't know how the market works. That's all it's about. That's all it was. That's all we saw. Just a big day, a big head fake, a big scare everyone out. And watch what happens tomorrow with the NASDAQ, the Dow, the S&P, and the Russell. Watch them all be green tomorrow. And watch them be big time green. All right. And there won't be any explanation for it. There won't be a way to explain it. They'll just, Yahoo will spin the big wheel and tell you why everything's up 250 or 300 points tomorrow. They spun the wheel today, even though the bank earnings were good, and they tried to BS everybody into selling their shares. And now you can see the NASDAQ is on a run, folks. It's on a tear. Yep. I will never sell at a loss ever unless a company goes bankrupt. Hold on till you drop. That's right. Yep. Bilal Khan, how high do we think SoFi will reach on the 29th? I'm not going to answer that question for you again. I've already done that 3 times. For you, Bilal, I've told you 3 times. Have your sell orders in, and I told you the numbers. So I don't know if you can't understand English and you can't understand what I'm saying, but I'm not going to answer the question for you again. Look up here. What does it say? What does it say right up here, Bilal? What does it say right up here? Hold on a second. I'm going to show you what you asked me. I don't know. Maybe it's what you're smoking from wherever. I don't know if it's Turkish hash or what it is that you're smoking, but this is what I read before. Do you think the price will drop below earnings? And then I got here, how long after earnings do you expect the price to rise to peak? When you ask that question right there, I answered the same question you're asking now. I answered you then. How long after earnings do you expect the price rise to peak? I answered the question for you then. And then you came back and you said, do you think we should sell at the peak on earnings day? And I answered the question for you again. And then you asked me again, what did you ask me again here? I mean, this is like a record player with a skip in it, okay? It's just the same thing over, over and over. How high do you think SoFi will reach on the 29th? That's the same question you've already asked me, everybody. Do you understand? This guy, he's a time bandit, is what he is. Hey, Tyler, was the news about JP Morgan wanting to buy SoFi just. No, I never heard anything about JP Morgan wanting to buy SoFi. Never heard a thing about it. I'll go search right now and see if that's true. But I can tell you one thing, this NASDAQ today is not going to close at 14,913, no matter how hard they freaking try. And SoFi is not going to be beat down to 766, no matter how hard they try to. Not going to happen, people. But let's go look over here at this news about Google. We're going to Google search J.P. Morgan SoFi. Wouldn't surprise me. Three days ago, J.P. Morgan gives a warning to SoFi Technologies. What are they warning them about? Breaking news: J.P. Morgan Chase 1 day ago, Brooklyn. What is this right here? Does JP Morgan Chase's 23 billion acquisition of SoFi December 1st, 2021? We propose a 23 billion buyout of SoFi Technologies with a capital structure. Well, this was just Financial Investment Review throwing that out. I read that before. You can see it's in purple because I read this before, and that was just a rumor that was circulated by this Financial Investment Review, making a suggestion that JP Morgan should buy 23 billion acquisition of SoFi. That was their suggestion back on December 1st of 2021. And during that day, that was the lowest the stock price of SoFi has ever been, $4.24. I believe it was December 1st, 2021. $4.24. Let's get over here, November 14th. JP Morgan Chase and Co. reports a 36% decrease. JP Morgan Chase. Let's change this and go up to the tools and change this to any time and make it instead past 24 hours. JP Morgan Chase and Company unit will pay 18 million civil penalty to settle charges that violated whistleblower protection rules. See here, SoFi as well. J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley in that order. No. Oppenheimer trims J.P. Morgan Chase and Company. Oppenheimer. Jeez, oh, Pete. All right. Trader activity. Which executives are buying and selling shares of SoFi? Don't see a dang thing about J.P. Morgan. Yeah, Roberto, somebody did you YouTube video from Brooklyn, guy on YouTube. Okay. The podcast with the four nerds in the boxes said $30 a share on a buyout rumor. That's trading fundamentals. I love it. He says the podcast with the four nerds in the boxes. That's great. That's Tanner, and that's Tevis, and Steve, and I forget the other guy's name. I know. Hey there, beautiful.
Look what I found.
Woo! Oh my goodness, Pioneer baking mix. Yeehaw! The best thing to make pancakes with in the world, folks. Take Pioneer baking mix, mix it 50-50 with self-rising flour. If you want to know how to make the best pancakes you can put your mouth around, take Pioneer baking mix, mix it 50-50 with self-rising flour, and make sure you strain that through a sifter so it's nice and finely powdery. And then what you want to do is take 2 egg whites and whip the crap out of them just until they're just whipped until almost like cream. Pour those into the mix and then just add milk until you get that nice pancake uh, where it kind of blops off. And folks, I'm telling you, you won't believe how incredibly good. And I also put in a half a stick of butter that I melt and dump that in there. And folks, you have got the best pancakes you can wrap your mouth around. I'm not kidding you. They're incredible. They're fluffy. They're fat. They're thick. And I'm going to show everybody on a video on YouTube how to make the best pancakes you can make. I also bake cookies. And if you want to see my chocolate chip cookie video. Meanwhile, we look at the NASDAQ. Look at NASDAQ going up now beyond 14,913. There's no stopping it this time. It's not going to be pulled back to the 13 number, regardless of what they try. And neither will SoFi be closing at 766, regardless of their efforts, regardless of their manipulative efforts. And folks, I don't know how long these shorts could continue to keep this down, but I've seen it before. I've seen this movie before. And like I said, before the earnings call on July the 31st, the price was manipulated down from $10.13 all the way down to 894 that whole week before earnings, only to go to 1170 2 days later. So I've seen this movie, I've seen it before, and I'm not surprised by it whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I bought this morning at $7.67, and I feel great about that purchase because right now I can see they're trying to get back to 766 and they can't seem to do it. Even though we've only got 6 minutes left, you can be absolutely certain that these mothers are going to come in here on this chart. You can watch what they're going to try and do. You can watch the massive red candlesticks, and all for the purpose of trying to get this price to stop today at 766. But what will be funny about that is later in the after hours, it's going to go back up over 770. So all the money that they're going to waste now in the next freaking 5 minutes, folks, is going to be all for naught. Just a big throwaway of good money after bad. And so, folks, I bring to your attention this. Look at all this manipulative effort since right here, and we got to get on the 1 day. Look at all this red, red, red since the 27th of December. Look at them trying so hard to shove this price down. And look at them coming in here on the 1 day chart right now. Look at these red candlesticks trying to run it down. But instead, at exactly 351, the table has turned. Look at that thing spiking. And it's the same exact action we saw on Friday, folks. We're going to see the same thing. I bet you we see a 9 cent run between now and the close right now. 8 or 9 cents could easily happen because that's what happened on Friday. So look at them right now. They're not fearful anymore. Suddenly all the fear and intimidation trickled out of the stock right there at 3:50 p.m. All that scary, scary downward momentum with all the fakeness of these red candlesticks, shorts selling to one another, ended. And now look at the green candlesticks coming in. Just exactly the same as what we saw on Friday. Exactly the same. Exactly the same action as Friday. Here they come. Here they come. Buying into Sofi. Oh, the sucker is soon flying. Oh, look at them buying. No, they weren't wanting it when it was down at $7.66 or 67. They want to buy it at 770 now, suddenly. Yep. Suddenly, the fake share buyers, sellers are gone, and the price is now 771. And suddenly it's 772. And then after that, suddenly it's 773 and 774 and 775 when there was nobody that wanted it before. Nobody. You just saw. Look at all this sell effort. Look at it. 768, 768, 768, 767, 766, and that was the end of it. Now 772, and look at it rising, and look at these green candlesticks coming in, folks. What a big fat surprise. Not. There is no surprise here, people. This is what each and every one of us should expect to see at the end of the day, after all the manipulation ends and all the accumulation ends. Look at the price rising. Look at these green candlesticks. 356,000 shares bought at 351. 171,000 bought at 352. 99,000 bought at 353. 260,000 shares bought at 354. And then look at that dump effort of 111. You got 474,000 shares bought at 356, and they're going to try and dump 111,000? What a waste of money, people. Throwing good money after bad, and I called this exact run this afternoon. I absolutely called it because it's all fake sharing back and forth to one another to get to 766 about 10 minutes ago. Fake, 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 fake. Fake sharing, fake selling, short to short selling. And look at the real whales start building in and buying massive amounts of shares of SoFi stock before the run up until the earnings call. And they're getting in this afternoon, right here, right now, because there's no place they'd rather be. Getting steals on this stock that's going to go over 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and who knows how high on earnings day, people. I'm calling it now. So you can see all the downward momentum effort all ended mysteriously at 350. All the red candlesticks gone and everything massive green candlesticks after that. And look at the price just going up. Look at this beautiful, look at the crossover, the 10-day moving average, exact same chart as Friday. It looks identical to Friday's chart. And we got 1 minute left. I wonder how come it isn't going to close at 766. Huh. I love it. A 6 cent gain in 5 minutes. Man, what a beautiful chart. And these people aren't dummies that are buying here, people. They're just smart individuals like me and you that know a great opportunity when it's looking at them in the face, folks. And they're buying it up. They're not afraid to buy here. There is no fear to buy at this number. Look at all the green candlesticks here versus the red ones. The red all went away. The fake went away. This is the real deal, people, you're seeing here. This is the real sentiment of the entire marketplace and the hedge funds that know better. They know better than to fall for a rundown like today, and they're buying it like crazy before this earnings call that's coming. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see this have changed from 738 to tomorrow be back to 740 as far as institutional owners. And I wouldn't be able to surprise at all to see it even change right now. But folks, you can see it. You can see what they tried. Look at that big head fake bull crap right there, trying to close the price at 766, which was an utter failure. And what a waste of money to do it. As we close at 772. And folks, nothing make me happier than look at that chart right there to see the reality of the situation for the shorts. They're screwed, people. They're screwed because when they run the price down like that to 766 to try to close it, major hedge fund managers come in and start buying 400,000 shares at a time in the last 10 minutes. Look at that buy order of 474,000 shares. Wow. I love it, people. I love it. So I'm done now. I don't need to say anything more. Post a link on those recipes. Post a link on those recipes. I will. Let me go over here. I'll show you right now. Dooba-dooba-doo. YouTube. YouTube. We'll go over here and we'll show you this recipe right now. But here's what I want you to do, folks, with this. First of all, I'll do two things here. Let me go over here. We're going to look at Bitcoin. Oh, yeah, Bitcoin's green and looking good. But we're going to go over here to Google. And this is called, the stuff that I use is called Pioneer Baking Mix. Baking Mix. This is what it looks like right here. Pioneer Baking Mix. You can get this in Kroger's and many other stores, and you can even buy it right here from their site. You can buy it on Amazon. I guess they got it there. You can buy it at Walmart. Pioneer brand buttermilk baking mix, folks. I'm telling you, buy this box of baking mix, $3.12. And there it is, Pioneer Baking Mix. Now, what I want you to do, and we're getting back over here, we're waiting for the YouTube page to load up, is I want you to also look at my cookie recipe, which is on here, and you will find it right here if you search YouTube for Tyler Baking Cookies. And hopefully we'll get this page to load up. Here we go. Tyler Cookies. Boom, bam. And it probably, I should have put Tyler Self Cookies, but we'll see if it pulls up that way. Tyler Self. Tyler Self. Come on, get on this page. There's a Tyler Ramey that's showing you how to make cookies on here too, but I am Tyler Self. And here we go, Tyler Self cookies. All right. So there it is, Singing Stock Guru, the perfect number 2 cookies. All right, here we go. All right, so here's the cookies, the perfect cookie part 1 and perfect cookie part 2. Okay, so here you go. Boom. This is going to be part 1. Shows you exactly how to make these perfect cookies. So we're going to share this. Boom, there it is. Copy. Boom, there it is. Close that out. And we're going to come over here to this cookie recipe. Boom, right here. Boom. Tyler's cookies. Catfish cookies, we'll call them. Catfish cookies. Part 1. All right. Control V. Bam. There it is. And bam. Put it up. Whoop. All right. That's part 1 of making these cookies. And then we're going to go to Catfish cookies part 2. Boom. Right back here. Dooby dooby doo. All right. There's part 2. Whoop. All right. Catfish cookies part 2 and share. Boom. There we go. Okay. Copy. Boom. There it is. And then we're going to go over here. Catfish cookies part 2. Part 2. Control V. All right. So there you go. You can see catfish cookie recipe part 1 and 2, folks. These will make the most incredible cookies that you just won't believe how delicious they are. You just won't believe how good these cookies are and how thick and fat they'll come out. There you are. I'm showing you right there. Look at the end of this video. See how thick, how good. They're just incredible. And folks, I show you how to make these cookies because I know how to bake. I've been baking for a good long time and I know how to make delicious cookies. In this one right here, I'm actually taking chocolate covered almonds. I buy chocolate covered almonds at the dollar store and I put them in a baggie that's like a vinyl bag and I beat them with a hammer, a big old hammer that you pound meat with sometimes, like if you're doing breast of chicken. And I beat them up into chunks, break them up, and then I put those into my cookie mix. And I also will put fresh peanuts and 2 tablespoons of peanut butter in my mix, and that will also make great peanut butter cookies. All right, so there you go. Now let me see if I have a pancake. I don't know if I've done that yet. Pancake. All right, recipe. Let's try if I have a pancake recipe on here. I might, but I might not. But I can't remember if I've done that yet or not. Pancakes, no. So I have not done my pancakes cooking with, and that's not me right there. That's not my pancakes burnt right there. No way. I don't make them that way. I do not burn my pancakes, folks. I know how to make awesome freaking pancakes. Just like this picture you see here, my pancakes are absolutely incredibly good. But I won't be able to post a link to my pancakes, but I'm going to post my recipe here and you can take a picture of it. Okay. So you take, depending on how many pancakes you want to make, you can do 1 cup Pioneer baking mix, sifted. That's important. Sifted into the bowl. Then you go, sorry. 1 cup Pioneer. I'm going to start over. Pioneer baking mix, sifted into bowl. 1 cup self-rising flour, sifted in. Then you're going to take 2 well beaten egg whites into bowl and mix in milk until thick. consistency till thick batter forms. That's it. That's my pancake recipe for you guys right there. And folks, and then also batter forms. Oh, and also after you put the milk, you want to add the eggs into the bowl. All right. Uh, Add about maybe 1/3 stick of butter melted, and mix in milk until thick batter forms. Okay. And what I mean is a thick batter is, I'm trying to compare it to something. I really can't think of anything almost like cement almost. But what you want to be able to do is when you turn your spoon over, it kind of will. If you pour it back into the bowl, it kind of makes a mold. I mean, you can actually see formations. Okay, and then folks, you will have the best pancakes. And what you do is you cook the pancakes until you start seeing little bubbles forming on the top of the cake. As soon as you see those first little bubbles, air bubbles start to form on the top of the pancake, flip it over then. Okay. You want to see about maybe 8 or 10 of those little bubbles form, and then flip it over, and you'll be the perfect color, the perfect consistency. Now I'm going to make these pancakes that Cheryl just brought in. I'm going to make them. I think I'll do it tomorrow morning, and then I'll put this recipe up so you guys can see it. All right, but there it is right there, and then cook cook pancakes on first. Uh-oh, I can't go any further. Well, anyway, you just heard me tell you how to do it, folks. There's what you want to do. That's the recipe for my pancakes right there, folks. So you got a great couple of cookie recipes, and you got some wonderful pancakes. All right, Roberto, and that's how you do it. So Pioneer baking mix, sift it into a bowl. 1 cup of self-rising flour sifted in. So you do a 50-50 mix of the Pioneer and self-rising flour. 2 well-beaten egg whites into the bowl. Do not add the yolks, just the whites only. And you want them because that's what makes your pancakes fluffy, is that the egg white whipped up real good, okay? And then you're going to add about 1/3 of a stick of butter melted, and pour that in, and then just add enough milk to make that pancake batter get nice and thick. And so it almost looks like mud, like mud that you use for using on a trowel is what you want to do. And then you just pour it onto the pan, and it should spread out to about a size of about 4 inches in diameter. And then what I do after I get it 4 inches is I just kind of rock the pan and make it spread a little bit more. And man, as that thing cooks, you'll just see how thick it thickens up, people. There you go. So that's it. You've learned a lot about not only stocks today, but cooking. So hopefully you'll see. And look at that. NASDAQ nearly ended up green, just like I called it. Went from 14,913 to 14,944, just like I called it. Don't be surprised to see everything green tomorrow. The S&P 500 green, the Dow green, the NASDAQ green, the Russell green tomorrow, because today was just another shake the tree, scare out, fake head fake, everybody. That's all it was. That's all it was, and not all it ever is. And folks, you can just see what happened with Sofi at the end of the day. Look at that friggin' spike up, just like on Friday. Folks, don't be fooled by these manipulative efforts. Don't you dare sell a single share of Sofi until earnings day, and look at it green already in after hours when it's usually red. And folks, I told you, don't be surprised at all if they made a desperate effort to close it at 766, only to see it go over 770 in after hours. And don't be surprised to see this thing continue to make gains in the after hours, because people have caught on. People know this earnings call is coming out. Let's go over to the SoFi institutional ownership page, which says 738. See if any more came in today. Still 738. And the funny thing is, Not a one of them sold today while the price was being manipulated down so more could make entry. Not one single institution sold today, people. All right, I'm done now. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. It's so long. Farewell. Afritas and goodbye. It's great to have been here with you. It's Catfish Tie. Doom ba da boom 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 ba da boom boom boom. Yes, indeed. So long, farewell. It surely has been fun. I'm glad you're here. Yes, every single one of you. I'm so glad that you have been here. It's true. So that's it. That's it, everybody. It's always wonderful to have you here with me. Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that. Bye bye to you. Bye bye to all you others. Bye bye to you, Roberto. And there you go. I posted links for the recipes for my cookies, and then I posted my recipe for my pancakes right there. And when you make your next batch of pancakes, if you make them like that, I guarantee you're going to go, holy cow, these things are freaking awesome, Catfish. And don't blame me if you get fat on them. All right. Well, that's going to do it for today. Thank you all again for being here with me. And don't be surprised to see Sofi rise and rise and rise from here until the earnings call. And don't also be surprised to see them keep trying to bring it down so they can buy in before the earnings call comes out. Folks, you just got to be used to it. They've been doing it on this stock for over a full year and a half now, and they're not going to stop doing it, folks. They're going to keep trying to scare people out of their shares so that they can run the heck out of this thing up on earnings day, is my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So thank you all again for being here. I appreciate all the likes today. I appreciate it very, very much. And I'm going to say goodbye now and go spend some time with my wife and my son. So bye-bye, everybody. I'm going to end this stream right now. Thank you again. I certainly do appreciate your due diligence and your being here and giving your support. And I want to thank again someone who donated to my channels today. I want to say thank you very much to Trey Brown. As a matter of fact, TRAE Brown is going to get King Cat of the Day status. So we're going to go up here and we're going to change Ron to Trey Brown. TRAE TRAEBROWN. There you go. That's it. You just became King Cat here on this channel, Trey Brown. So thank you very much for your donation. And anybody else who donates, you can expect to get the same treatment where we'll make you King Cat of the Day. That's it. Hey, thank you so much, everybody. Very, very grateful for your being here. Harry Toe, we'll catch you later. And everybody else, it's time for me to say goodbye for Catfish Tyler. We'll catch you guys later, everybody. Have a great evening. And don't forget to hit the like button before you go. See ya.